Hello and welcome to the fourth annual Global Men's Summit. This year we have a focus on fatherhood, and I am really excited to introduce you to this incredible man, Silver Storick, who has joined us from Canada, though originally from Scotland. He is the founder of Awaken the Sleeping Lions, and today he's going to talk to us about the alchemy of becoming a father, purpose on steroids, and the dark masculine rising. So, Silver, thank you so much for joining us today.
It's an absolute honor to be here, and I just want to take a moment to acknowledge you, Alicia, for creating this incredible summit. I truly believe that we rise together, and to have the support of the divine and fierce feminine is really what men need to light a bit more fire under our arses to get us moving and to get us into courageous leadership. So thank you for everything that you're doing to bring all these incredible leaders together.
Thank you, Silver. I deeply appreciate that.
You're
We
welcome.
have a, we have a nice group today.
Welcome, Ty. It's great to see you here, brother.
And Tyler, feel free to unmute yourself at any time, and Manuel as well, if you have any questions or want to just jump into the conversation in general. I'd like it to be interactive.
Fantastic. So how would you like to begin, Alicia?
Well, Silver, tell us a little bit about your personal story with fatherhood and what you struggled with and the wisdom you acquired thereof.
Thank you for asking. It's such a great question. And I suppose with my dad leaving when I was 8, it made me step up as the man of the house. I took that upon myself at a very, very early age. And I also took it upon myself to constantly look for how I can improve myself as a man. And my perception of that became very, very skewed. It became dictated by the perceptions of my mother and her experiences of the men in her life. And it was a real challenge for me not having a role model growing up. You know, my dad
Wow.
was there at the weekends. He would show up and he would do stuff with us, and then he vanished to another city,
Mm.
and he was just going through his own stuff. And I'm trying to work out how to how to be a man. And it was a real challenge. And I kept kind of bypassing my own needs and speaking to my dad from my brother's point of view and saying, my brother Jay needs you, Dad. He needs you. But I never really admitted to him that I needed him. I kind of created this strong, stoic persona that I was good. I was the man of the house. I was the man of the family. I would look after my brother. I would work this out. And it took me probably 35, 40 years until I joined my first men's group to really understand that I had had a absent father. And then as I'm working through this journey of manhood, I also realized that I could not understand everything there is to be a man without being a father.
Mm.
Yet this piece eluded me. I couldn't find my mate to have a child with. And when I did have a mate, then all these inadequacies would come in, and I would question whether I was ready yet. And so this hasn't happened until the ripe young age of 49. And I can say gladly that I am the father of a 9-month-old son. And it has brought so many blessings to my life to be a father of a son, because I see this as one of our most important pieces of the puzzle of our ascension as humans, and really carrying on the evolution that our forefathers have made, is that relationship between fathers and sons. So it's been a very, very enlightening journey.
That's beautiful. How did you work through those feelings of inadequacy as you had your son, birth and through the last 9 months?
It was probably about 6 months before he was born. I just realized that I did not want my son to carry everything that I had carried throughout
Mm,
my life. The inadequacy, the depression, the self-doubt, the lack of self-worth that I battled with for, you know, 35 years because I didn't have that affirmative father figure who was saying, "Well done, Silver, congratulations. Yeah, you're playing great at basketball. You won another game, you won a title. Incredible." You know, there was no affirmation whatsoever. So there's a massive knock-on effect of that, and I did not want my son to carry that cross, if you like. So I very quickly set about cleaning up all these pieces, and yeah, in that 6 months, I really discovered so many missing pieces of myself. I learned how to self-father. I learned how to father myself, which was one of the greatest gifts, bringing in self-praise and self-celebration, like
that's
celebrating
beautiful.
the things that I'm doing well and really getting into the nuts and bolts of my psyche and how it works and learning to become the master of it as opposed to becoming the master of me, getting into the minutia of the negative self-talk and
That's a
finding
really
out
beautiful point.
and finding out where those threads came from. So traveling down each thread and going, okay, yeah, that's because my dad never praised me. He never told me he loved me, ever. Okay, now I understand that. So I wouldn't say it was a journey of healing. And this is something that I'm quite passionate about because the context and the language that we use is so important. And I see there's a lot of narrative around healing, and it's like how does one know that one is healed?
Good question.
Like how do you know that? And I'd been searching for most of my life, and then I was like, okay, what about integration?
Mm,
Traveling down these threads of our subconscious so that we can understand them and integrate them into our being. Like this makes the man that I am.
yeah,
This journey that I've had of adversity has shaped me as a man. It's given me the tools and the insights to be able to support other men. And that is an incredible gift.
absolutely.
And it's fucking liberating.
Can imagine. I can imagine it would be. Is that what you mean by the purpose on steroids? Is how you really just honed in over that 6 months with the purpose of kind of the alchemy of fatherhood? Or tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, that was the catalyst because it really gave me self-belief. It's like, wow, yeah, these are the pieces that make me the man that I am. And now I have even more capability to serve more men. And then this piece around my mental health came up, which I'd been challenged by for 35 years. And a friend said that, the best thing you can do as a father is to have your mental health in check. I'm like, okay, shit, I better sort this out. Because it was taking me out. My brain was just like spinning its wheels constantly. And because of that, I was making bad and unhealthy choices just to try and keep going and function
Sure.
in the world. So leaning towards addictive behaviors and disassociation and sugar and caffeine and stimulants just to try and get my head above water.
Sure.
So I put everything that I'd learned over the last 15, 20 years of self-discovery together into the men's mental health method. And I started applying all these daily disciplines and practices from supplementation and healthy brain support to daily exercise and movement and altering the way that I was breathing through my nose instead of breathing through my mouth, taping my mouth at night, and sleep protocols and
Interesting.
breath work and so many other pieces, the self-fathering, the gratitude, the celebration, and just put it all together. And suddenly, for the first time, my head was above water and I was surfing the waves of
Amazing.
life.
So beautiful.
I was in love with life again. And my unborn
Mm.
son said to me, "Okay, Dad, now that you've sorted yourself out, you're going to have to share this with 100,000 men." I'm
Mm.
like, I thought about it for a half a second and I'm like, okay, I'll take that on.
Beautiful.
Ever since then, my purpose has been on steroids.
Fantastic. Well, gentlemen, would you like to pop in with any questions, comments in this space? Feel free to unmute yourself if so. Here.
Hello,
And
hello, Alyssa.
hi, Tyler.
Hey, Ty, great to see
Hey
you
guys.
tuning in from Australia.
Yeah, thank you, Silver. I'm going to speak quietly because my children are sleeping nearby. I just wanted to make a note of my observation, like my witnessing of Silver's purpose on steroids. Um, I have known Silver for some time now, and I've seen this incredible transformation, this like uplifting, empowering energy that he has harnessed, and because he's shared it with me. Um, yeah, I wanted to just like express my gratitude for it because Silver's journey, it's a powerful one, and his sharing of it and like spreading this energy to men, it's so important. Like, just wanted to take the opportunity to say thank you, Silver, for what you're doing. It's really made a huge difference for me and for my family, and it continues to. And it's actually inspired me into my purpose to also uplift, people, human beings, spread love and personal belief, encourage people to find what they're looking for. And so, thank you so much, Silver.
It's an honor. It's gratefully received, and it's wonderful to see you thriving and the knock-on effect that that has on you leading your family and your greater mission on this earth, which is what it's all about. As men, it's having that mission that's bigger than ourselves.
Absolutely.
It's beautiful, Tyler. Thank you so much for sharing.
Silver, this is Calvin Evans, and I wanted to say thank you for sharing. And I just have a quick question for you. Have you had the opportunity of talking with your dad, or contacting him, or him contacting you since you started the journey?
It's a great question, and yes, we have an interesting relationship where we don't really communicate much over the phone or with video. If there is any communication, it's generally by text. And I hadn't seen him for 4 years, and we had to make a concerted effort to travel to Europe this year because I just felt that my son was reuniting our family. He was bringing us together. The first child for between my brother and I. So my dad becoming a granddad for the first time. And when I asked him how he was feeling about it just before he was born, he was like, I always wanted to be a grandfather. And it's like, wow, I never knew that. And that opened up my heart more to him. And when I saw him in person, I did have all these resentments. He's owed me money for a while and a decent amount, and there was all these resentments around that. We were having a battle around it, and I was like, God, I want this all cleared up so that we can just be together as a family and create magical memories together. And it wasn't cleaned up by the time I got there, but what happened was I just entered into this space of letting the past go. I just let the past go completely. And what happened was we could just be together. And I feel shivers in my whole body around how special that was to be able to call him granddad, to watch him hold his grandson, and with there being no resentment from the past in the field. And through that, there being conversations around, what was your childhood like, Dad? And I think that's what our children give us, this opportunity into, finding out what our own childhood was like in our, baby years, which we can't remember. We get a picture of it through them. And also being able to ask our parents how we were parented, what the challenges were. Like my mom told me, she used to shake me vigorously because I would scream for hours. As we know, that's very traumatic for a child. And, putting these pieces together are so important, though, and understanding the struggle that she went through with that, and understanding that his dad never spoke to him. Like, never spoke to him unless he was shouting at him or chastising him or wronging him. So I'm glad you brought this up, Calvin, because it's really important for us to have these conversations with our parents.
I if I can, I would love to just jump in on this conversation because I was in a similar space in my head before Calvin asked that question. And but before I do, thanks Silver for sharing your story. It's I've heard a new piece that I haven't heard before, and it's such powerful, it's such important work, and I'm so grateful that you're doing it and being a part of the evolution of us as men. So I'm really grateful to you. And also, Alicia, thank you so much for putting on this summit and getting powerful men like Silver to share their message.
Thank you.
What occurred for me around this conversation with your dad is a shift from judgment and resentment to one of curiosity. And I have been going through a similar process with my father, which has been 2.5 years of going through it. And what it started with was me making a decision to ask my dad to tell me his story. Tell me about your life, your childhood, your school, your journey as a parent, because I'd never had that conversation with him. I had all these judgments very similar to you. Well, my parents split up. He went off to a different country. I didn't see him basically for 10 years. And I had so much blame and pain and judgment, and the decision to change that to curiosity was a real game changer. And I mean, the journey continues, and it's, there's still a lot that hasn't been said, but it opened the door. Like, me giving him the permission to be seen by me opened the door for the difficult conversations around, well, when these things happened, these were the feelings that happened in me. I felt abandoned. I felt like you didn't care. I felt like your life was more important than mine, etc., etc. And the shift in me to one of curiosity opened up the possibility in him to actually hear that and receive it and engage in a conversation around it, rather than just feeling like I thought he was a piece of shit, which I did for a lot of my life. And yeah, just that. I love that piece that you shared, Silver, about letting the resentments go and letting the past be the past.
Thanks for that context, Tom. And I'm so delighted to hear that you're having that curiosity and conversation with your father and really getting into understanding his story. It's so, so vital because our fathers are wounded a lot of the time. There's certain needs that they never had met and never thought that could be met. and they just had to be strong and stoic through it all. And we also have no idea of the role that our mothers played in that relationship dynamic that created the breakup. Like my mom was very controlling, for example, and my dad just could not handle it. But if we don't understand and ask the questions, then we never really get these insights, and we just blame our fathers. And I think there's way too much blame on fathers. This is something that we have to move through collectively. So
Just jump in a
also,
little bit. Oh,
oh,
go ahead.
Jason,
Finish up.
go ahead.
Hey. No, Silver, I just wanted to, I came in a little bit late, but I think I heard most of what you were speaking, and it was so striking. And thank you. I really, I'm so struck by the stories you shared. And the thing that you said that is along the theme of what some other people said is, your son is bringing your family together, right? And what an amazing thing, like when you're saying like you then went and talked to your dad, right? Like as a son, right? And so sons connecting with fathers, going the other way. I once
Yeah.
told my son, you're my best teacher. And he was about 7 when I told him that. He's remembered it forever, and now
Yeah.
he's an awesome pain in the ass 15-year-old. And every time I'm annoyed, he goes, "Remember, I'm your best teacher." And so I'm so struck by that, and I think it is really vital. I have I'm really blessed and happy to say, like, I have a wonderful relationship with my dad, and he's been great. But when my son was born, he was way overweight, couldn't get on the floor. And I said to him, like,
Oh,
you want to be able to play with my kid on the floor? And he lost 70 pounds.
wow.
Like, it was the first time I've seen him exercise since I was a child.
That's
And
incredible.
right. So like it on so many levels, whether it's emotional, whether it's physical, whether it's intergenerational, the openness to multi-directional change through stories is so powerful. And I really appreciate what you're saying. Um, the question that I have for you, which may not have an answer, but it's one that I really love asking lots of people, and it's particularly poignant here, is I'm curious, as your son gets older, what kind of stories in the vein of what you shared today are you looking forward to sharing with him?
That's a great, great question. And I totally agree that children are our greatest teachers. They teach us so much every day. And yeah, I'm just really looking forward to sharing the journey, sharing the truth with him so that he knows, you know, the challenges, the magic, the love. He knows everything about the journey instead of being wondering, just wondering what happened, which many of us do. It's like, well, we're trying to put the pieces together in our brains, and then we have all these fallacies and stories going on as to what's actually real. So I just want him to be able to have an open book as far as, being able to ask whatever questions he wants about his upbringing, about me, about what I'm challenged by, and, about his grandfather as well.
Beautiful.
Great question.
Thank you for sharing all that. And Jason, like, wow, that's so amazing that he lost 70 pounds so that he could be there for that moment. Just, yeah, kudos to him for sure. And creating that kind of relationship dynamic where that was possible for you guys to listen and be there for each other in that journey. Silver, we have just a little bit of time left. So would you like to talk to us a little bit about the dark masculine rising?
We have 4 minutes left, is that correct?
We have 4 minutes in general. I build in a 10-minute buffer for excellent conversations if it needs to continue. I want to give just
Okay.
at least a couple minutes in between before Jason is on next as a speaker, so that people can have a chance to get up and go to the bathroom if necessary before we go on to the next. We don't want to miss anything.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, just following on the thread of children being our greatest teachers, a friend mentioned to me that, these children that are being birthed, they're operating on a much higher frequency than us. And the older we are, normally the denser our frequency, because we've had this so many archaic things to move through. So that was really calling me to my highest. I thought I was patient. I thought I was present until my son was born, and then suddenly my capacity and my time to do all the things that I was doing, which was a lot as far as building a new business, a men's movement, courageous leadership programs. And I've got this huge purpose inside me that's bursting through, yet my time has diminished dramatically with like six hours of childcare a day because my wife is a incredible somatic therapist and counselor, so she has her own practice as well, and we have to share the parenting. And I think that was the single most frustrating thing. It was just like, oh my God, you know, I'm just like chasing through the day, trying to get everything done, keep the house tidy, look after my wife who's in postpartum, who had an emergency C-section, and trying to get her back to health, trying to get her to sleep and soothing the baby. And then there's two cats running around and they're fighting and crying and needing fed. And I'm like, fuck, I just I need to provide. You know, I've created a financial runway, but this is only going to last, you know, 3 or 4 months. So I need to be in provider role, and I'm unable to do that. So there was just all these irritations that turned into frustrations, that turned into anger, and flashes of uncontrollable rage would come out. And I'm like, whoa, because I've been very stoic my whole life and I hadn't been able to access anger or rage. I wasn't able to express it externally until I would eventually pop like a pressure cooker and people would be like, whoa, it scared the shit out of somebody. It was like, it was all internalized. That was my journey of expressing emotions. I was crying on the inside. I was angry on the inside. I was raging on the inside. I was sad on the inside and depressed on the inside. So all these irritations and, you know, the baby screaming and biting me and kicking me in the nuts when I'm almost, you know, I'm 4 or 5 hours into the shift and I'm trying to manage everything and I'm wiping his ass and then he kicks me in the nuts and I'm just like, "Ah." And he really brought this dark masculine out of me. You know, it was just like deep shadow work, deep shadow work. And I would get angry with him and I'd be resentful towards him. And then the shame would creep in and I'm like, what the fuck? This is an innocent little child and I'm being angry and resentful towards him and at times wanting to kill him. I will admit that because I was just trying to hold everything together and it was a lot to hold. It was a lot to hold. And I was really understanding how babies are murdered by their parents. You know, in these times where you just can't hold it together. It's just too much. I could see how it happens. Why a mother would shake their child to death. So it really connected with me with that dark side. And once I became able to understand it and to express it in my men's group and share it externally, going hiking up into the mountain, into the woods and getting a whole stack of branches and smashing them against rocks and just like screaming and roaring and getting it all out and smashing mattresses and screaming into pillows, just like cultivating it. Then I was able to transfer it into my message and my voice and the resonance of it and my message increased dramatically, it became more profound, and men started really showing up and resonating with that ferociousness, that fierceness. So deeply, deeply grateful for my son and the adversity and the challenges that we've had to overcome as a family to shake that loose, because yeah, I cannot be stoic any longer.
Silver, I really appreciate the deep vulnerability in which you just shared with us, because it is definitely a topic I feel that is not brought to the surface for people in public, and that people struggle in silence and in shame. And understanding that it can be normal to feel those sorts of things. And just because you feel them, you think them, does not mean that you are going to have any intention of taking action on said feelings, thoughts, etc. But being able to acknowledge them, and then, as you said, going into the woods and breaking things and screaming into the pillow, and allowing us to then move that energy that's extremely powerful through us in a healthy, functional way that does not damage us internally or externally or other people.
Absolutely. It's so, so vital. And, I ended up with this moment of rage where I had my son's cheek in my mouth because he was on my shoulder screaming in a really critical moment. And I was just like an angry lion, just ready to just, stop that.
Mhm.
And I was ready to bite down. I didn't, but he screamed because of the shock of it all. And I knew that I had to share this publicly, and when I did, a lot of other men reached out to me saying that they'd had similar incidents with their child, and one of them had even thought about taking his own life because that was one of the stories that was coming up around, him being a bad person and him having to end it all. And another man shared how he thought he'd broken his daughter's arm, and if we have to have the conversation, we cannot hold this inside us as men. It will eat us up, and this is why men do take their own lives, because they don't have permission to share the darkness.
I agree. I agree. It's something I think that is on both sides of the gender spectrum, that it's not socially acceptable for us to share the darkness. There's all sorts of different terms that go with both sides, and it's not really acceptable for us as a society to continue to shove things down on humanity and not create safe spaces for us to have those conversations before it comes to a point where you feel like you're going to explode. Right? Instead of just getting to be vulnerable and come to a safe place where you can just start the conversation and receive the support that you need. So,
Exactly. And for men who struggle with vulnerability, it's an edgy word for me. I don't believe we need more weak and vulnerable men. Vulnerability. There's a lot of vulnerable men already. They're really vulnerable inside. What I am an advocate for is courage. And it's something it's a masculine energy that we can really buy into. And I really believe we're entering the year of truth. Just tell the truth. Just tell the truth.
yeah, I love that you and I started a conversation before the summit started today about radical truth. And I think that's exactly what you're hitting on right now, is creating that space of safety where people can express radical truth.
Yeah. Just tell the truth about what's going on, and you will gravitate the right people towards you. We need a deeper connection. We don't need to be saying that we're fine and we're good and we're okay when we're not. Just tell the truth, guys. And people will show up. The right people.
It's true. Well, Silver, I so appreciate everything that you shared with us today, your truth, your wisdom, and the incredible impact that you are clearly making on this world. And so thank you. If you could put your contact information in the chat for anyone who would like to reach out to you, who doesn't already know you and would like support from you, that would be lovely. And gentlemen, if you have any last questions or comments, as we have 4 minutes before Jason gets to join us, and I would like to be mindful of the time, go ahead and unmute yourself and hop on. Bye.
Hey, I just want to say acknowledge just one really important thing here, that the work, and the way that you men and these men are showing up right now for their families and their sons is so important for this intergenerational trauma that exists within us. So, what these men, what's happening here is a breaking of the cycle, and this is really, really important. So, I just wanted to take that moment just to like acknowledge like the significance of this work. It's like it's just such a big deal. So, thank you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well said, Ty. We are breaking the cycle. We are coming together through what I affectionately call the testiculum. You've heard of the mycelium network that connects all living things, the mushroom network, the trees, the plants. I truly believe that we're coming together as men through the testiculum to integrate all these intergenerational traumas so that we can rise together.
It's beautiful.
We're seeing it all over the world. There's men's groups and brotherhoods and men's workshops and retreats springing up all over the place. Sacred Sons are absolutely rocking it.
Yes, they are. Yes, they
They've
are.
served hundreds of thousands of men. Men like Wim Hof are stepping up big time to the plate. He's inspired 100 million people at this point to live strong, happy, and healthy, and to build resilience, which we need, getting in the cold water, building resilience, using the power of the breath to move through our fears. Never underestimate the power that one man has.
Absolutely. Well, gentlemen, it has been an honor and a privilege, as always, to share space with you today. And I want to say thank you to Silver, and we shall transition over to Dr. Jason S. Frischman. Jason is a clinical psychologist, as he puts on his glasses to fit the part even more so. He is a narrative men's coach, and he is the founder of Journeyman and the Connected Fathers Connection coaching program and community. He is going to talk to us about fatherhood as social activism, which I'm really interested in getting to hear more about, and creating meaningful moments from the journey of fatherhood and radical responsibility. So, Jason, thank you so much for joining us today. Always a pleasure. Bye, Tom.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you for putting this all together. Thank you all for showing up. I will say it's funny, I put it on the bio, but I never use the word doctor unless I'm with the insurance company. So just Jason.
Thank you for the clarity. I mean, we like to give credit where credit's due, but it's your humility is appreciated as always.
And it's funny, I put the glasses on right as you said doctor, but mostly it's because of my age and I can't read my own notes. So, there it is.
All good. You're taking
And
care of it.
Silver, I'm 49 as well, and I have a 15 and 12-year-old. So I love the juxtaposition because at any time it's great. So so I'm excited about these topics. It's in a lot. So I'm going to sort of jump in quickly, but I also, my own little version of ADHD. If anyone has a question, do use the hand raise or just jump out. Feel free to interrupt. That's kind of the way I like to do it. So I consider myself a pretty smart guy. I consider myself an adventurous guy. I am a pretty masculine guy in a unique sort of way. I like to cook, but I also chop wood every day. And I live by my values. And something happened yesterday that questioned all of those things for me. And it was interesting, we've talked a lot about like sharing some vulnerability and all of these things. And I was really struggling because I've got big vulnerabilities, things that I don't want to share public. And I've got little ones that didn't feel enough. As I mentioned earlier, like I have a wonderful relationship with my dad and my granddad who just passed. And both of them are huge models for me, right? And so I was struggling a little bit, how to find something vulnerable that also fit with the things I wanted to say, even though I have lots of those stories. But yesterday blew everything out of the water for me. And so I kind of want to share that a little bit. And you all are the first people other than my family that I've talked to about it. And I feel, it was hard. Basically, I was part of a scam. I was the victim of a scam, and I have always sort of seen myself, like I said, smart, adventurous, masculine, strong, like all of these things. And I was part of, literally, it was almost 3 hours of a scam where I was scared shitless. Um, I got a call from the local police station where men, you know, guys on there saying, identifying themselves as police officers, that I happened to be at my computer. So I checked and those names were real. And the number saying police station was real. And they said, you have they called me Dr. Frischman. Which should have tipped me off, but they told me, you have a client who's in the middle of a court case and you were subpoenaed and you didn't show up. So you have citations out for yourself. And even as I start to tell this story, I'm embarrassed and I feel stupid, right? Because every step of the story, I'm not going to take too much time and tell the whole story, but it went on for hours. They told me that if I didn't stay on the phone with them, they were going to send officers to my house to get me, and I had to come into the police station to, you know, basically to verify my signature on a subpoena that they say I got. Which, by the way, when they told me when I got it, I looked on my calendar and I was in the middle of a colonoscopy at that point. So I certainly didn't get a subpoena. And every step of the way, there are points of mine in hindsight that um, I should have known, right? I should have known every step of the way. I picked up my kid early from the mountain where he was with his school because and had the phone on and had to like lie to my kids saying like, oh, it's a work thing. I gotta, because I was scared. They're telling me that I'm going to be arrested, for failing to show up at court and for not compliance. And, ultimately, as I'm going, I'm driving 30 minutes to the police station. I live rurally. And ultimately, oh, and by the way, they also said, since we're on the phone and everything's going to be recorded, I can't talk to anyone about it because it's a confidential case, which is really important. And I'll mention that later because I couldn't talk to my wife, my partner, who, by the way, has pretty significant anxiety. And I left the house with her on the floor crying. And this is not my values, right? So I felt stupid. I didn't feel adventurous. I didn't feel masculine. And I wasn't living by my values. So all of a sudden, this whole 3 hour period, I'm shaking and not knowing what to do. Um, and long story short, at some point during the time, they, had me do something. They were trying to get money out of me. And I realized I was like, this is not going to happen. Right. And all the while they're talking to, doing this thing. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just driving to the police station. And then they were trying to get me not to, like, we're having officers come, this whole thing. And I was like, no, I'm not doing that. So finally I got smart after about 3 hours. And then I came home and completely immersed in my own victimhood, truly, was not present for my wife who had her own victim experience, was not present for my kid who watched all of this, and was not present for my older son, um, which is fine, right? Like I had gone through an experience and I needed some time and that was okay. But my wife and I argued when we should have been hugging, right? We didn't listen to our 15-year-old who was asking us to like go into our own room and talk about it because he didn't want to hear about it anymore. Um, and all of a sudden, every piece of what I'm doing and what I do in life and what I teach other men and how I live, I wasn't really living, right? And it focused on, or it continued until this morning when I finally said to my wife, like, what's going on? And she looked at me and she goes, don't ask me, you're projecting. We're both, she's a therapist, I'm a therapist. And I was like, oh shit, like, okay. And I still wanted to blame her because, truthfully, when I got home, her response was not good. It was not supportive. It was not what I needed. But that's okay because it was where she was at. And I was wanting to blame her. And she looked at me and she goes, you're blaming and talking about me rather than these fuckheads who did this to you. Because talking about them was embarrassing. And I felt stupid. And I could rather be angry at her. Um, so this morning I went, well, I guess the universe provides because I have a vulnerable story to share. And it's interesting because, it brings up so much about the work I do with guys. And what I joke about is, as a therapist, if I was a carpenter, we would have tools. We'd have hammer and drills and all of these things. If I was a chef, which I also am, but that's a whole other story, I have tools. When I'm a therapist and a coach, I'm the tool. And so I have to stay sharp, and I have to stay, and the truth of the matter is, everything that I do with my clients, I do myself. It's not a technique, it's not a strategy, it's a worldview and a perspective and a way I live, whether I'm working as a psychologist or as a coach. And so I lost it, and so wanting to bring it back to at least learn, right? So these guys from yesterday, they called me from I don't know how they did it, but they called me from the actual police station phone number. And then they also called me from their desk number, which was another number. So as I was preparing for today, I wanted to do one thing of agency. And the number that wasn't the police station number, the other number, I texted and I just wrote, thank you. And then I blocked the number. And and I'm like, all right, you know what? That was my own little silly thing that I'm going to own again. And I'm going to, go back to that. And then I was like, all right, well, now this is my fatherhood journey. I have a lot of great work to do because of this. And the two topics on fatherhood journeys that I want to sort of talk about are radical responsibility taking and mundane magic. So before I do that, I want to just talk about mundanity or mundaneness, right? We all, as men, and as a culture in general, we've been inundated with a story. I'm a narrative therapist, right? So we've been inundated with a story that many know of as the hero's journey. And I love it. I wrote my dissertation from the perspective of the hero's journey. But narrative therapy and my own worldview and who I am has trained me to question taken for granted stories that are sort of overriding. And after decades of asking people what their favorite adventure story is, right? Take a minute, right? And think about what's your favorite adventure story, whether it's a book, a movie, in your own life, right? Take a minute. And after decades, literally asking thousands of guys, people, not men and women, actually, and I realized I always get the same answer, some version of the hero's journey. I bet you were all thinking about something along the lines of Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, that time I got lost, that, like some version of the hero's journey. That's what we think of as adventure. And if that's the case, I got to question it, even though I love it, right? I'm a big Star Wars fan. And so even though I love this narrative, I have to question it, because if it's the only one, then we are not living a full narrative experience. Stories that become dominant are actually oppressive to other stories, and they push away other possibilities and other potentials. So when we talk about now men's work, as men for decades, we have had the hero's journey as a model. And that's lovely. It talks us about, bravery and courage and heroism and kingly warrior, ship. But it also, if we really look, I've studied this, right? If we really look at the hero's journey, it also talks about might makes right, black and white thinking. The history is written by the victors. It's a masculinized story, which is nothing wrong with the story in and of itself, but it's not the whole story. And it pushes out other stories, and it pushes out other possibilities for masculinity and expression of fatherhood and who we are. So I developed over the years this, I used to call, my original business was called Adventures Other Half, right? I developed other narratives and other stories and other sort of narrative arcs that men can use to describe their experiences. And what I call them now are foundational adventures, adventures of home, right? So while the hero is off battling dragons, what about all us fuckers who are staying home, wiping butts and, getting kicked in the balls and, cleaning toilets and chopping wood and doing all that? Like, isn't there adventure there? And isn't there like magic in this mundane everyday life? Right. And so this idea of meaningful, I write it with two words, right? Meaningful, full of meaning moments. That's, we can either choose to be, bitter and resentful, like my kids go to bed, my wife goes and reads, and I have to go out and chop wood for to keep our house warm. I can be resentful of that because I want to do those things. Or I can really understand the meaning behind that. I can say, like, not just like it's important to have a warm house, But one of my core values is to have an inviting home, right? Even before, when I was single, my friends all knew no matter what happened, they can crash on the house, they crash on the couch or get a meal or whatever. And that's something my wife and I continue. So I want there to be an inviting home. And in doing the whole narrative arc of Foundation Adventures for myself, now when I go and I look at the stacked wood, I can get emotional, right? I can get really touched. And when I'm tired and overwhelmed and I lose touch of my foundational adventures, then I get bitter and tight again, right? That can happen for washing the dishes, for any of the mundane things in our lives, right? And so going back to the story from the scam, after having this conversation with my wife this morning where she really like called me out, I came downstairs and instead of going to work out, which is what I was gonna do, I said, hey, one kid is away for the weekend. My 15-year-old's home. And I said, hey, can I make you all breakfast? I'm the cook in the house. And they were like, no, you go work out. You need it. It'll make you feel better. I said, no, what will really make me feel better is to serve you all and to give you, to clean the kitchen while I cook, to do what I'm really good at, to make me feel good, but to serve. Right. And this is that meaningful, mundane thing. I just made breakfast. Like I didn't do anything special, but well, I did. It was really, really fucking tasty. But but I didn't like, but it was for service, and it was to have this meaningful moment that I could hand them the plates. Then I went and worked out, and it was great. But this mundane magic is this idea of being intentional, being mindful, being aware that like just doing the dishes is service to the people you purport to be most like loving towards, your family, right? And so having that as a hug, having, doing dishes as a hug, right? Like, or, do clean up or doing any of the things of the home. And then the other piece about it, which will come back later on social activism, is those are all things that are invisible that usually women do. Not always, of course, we all share things, but they're seen as feminine. And when we take that on, what kind of gift are we giving our kids when they see that? Right. And so then the other piece is radical responsibility, right? Going back to my story, truth is my wife did respond not as I would like and kind of poorly in my opinion. And that's okay. That was her reaction. She had her own sort of victim experience. And what I've told the guys that I work with is I don't care if your wife sets your favorite stuff on fire. There's something between the two of you. She may be totally wrong, but first check with yourself. Radical responsibility. I don't care if she was wrong. All issues are dynamics and they live between people, right? So start with being radically responsible for yourself, right? And so that was an honest look at myself and my own, like being able to look at myself and my own and the impact that my own experiences have on other people, right? Rather than me, right? Um, I'm just looking at the time here. I think I'm doing well. I will say, as coaches and therapists and all that, many of you may know we love our acronyms. We love our cute little like names of things. I really like that, I one of the main foundations for the work I do, it spells men's. So I talk about men's work, MENS, right? And it is all about the in and the out breath of men's work. Okay. In breath is check in with your shit. Out breath is knowing the people around you and your context and the people whom you love and the people around you. And that has to start with your family, with your home, right? And so M is for mindfulness. Again, I put it in two words because it's not just about meditation, it's mindfulness, really being aware. So taking the breath in, check in with your own shit, and then breath out and noticing what's going on for other people. Where might they be? The fact that I know my wife well enough to know that this was triggering to some of her past experiences, right? I needed to be more aware of that. E is experiences, right? Like we got to do shit. We got to take things into an active place. And so again, what do I need? What do I not? What do others need? My son who also struggles with anxiety, there are times when I'm like, you know what? Go do some hill sprints. Getting active is going to help you, right? You know what? I think I need that too. I'll do it with you, right? Like that's the action. N is nourishment, right? And I'm a cook, so a lot of my stuff is peppered with food metaphors. So truly, I literally nourished them this morning. But also, what fills us up? What are the things? What do I need first, and how can I help fill out of others? And then the last one, I love that men's is spelled the way it is, because this last one, the S, has to be last. If you don't have mindful action taking experiences and nourishment, you can't get to the S, which is social action. And as a social activist, I believe as men, we have a lot of responsibility. We have to take action to make the world a better place. And that actually brings me to the next piece of fatherhood as social activism, right? Um, Again, jump in if you have any questions. I know I'm going fast because I want to leave time at the end, but fatherhood as social activism to me is really, I say a lot, connected fathers are social activists. I don't care if you're out picketing, I don't care what you're doing, but if you're connected, you're starting at home. And what a gift to bring, like, I want my kids to be better than me, right? That's a trite saying, but it's true, right? And I looked this up. One of my favorite definitions of social activism is working with other people to bring change in society, right? Simple. And if I look at the definition in that way, then by doing mundane activities and knowing that they're meaningful and magical and value based, then my kids don't see grumbling while I have to go do this, or they get to see partnership in its truest form, connections in their truest form. This isn't a dominance based relationship that I have with my wife or my children. Like, I have never, actually, no, not true. I try very rarely to say, like, because I'm the father, that's why, right? Like, I talk to my kids, they understand, they are my best teachers. What I said earlier, right? They are my best teachers, and they'll hold me to that, right? And so being connected and being a true partner will, I believe, helps move our society further. And really, there's a woman who is a mentor and hero to me, a Rihanna Eisler, who wrote a book called Chalice and the Blade. And she really talks about, for decades, moving beyond masculinism and feminism, or patriarchy, matriarchy, and all of the other isms and black white thinking. And she talks about dominance based cultures versus partnership based cultures, and how we can move towards a more partnership based culture through rearing kids in a certain way, being aware of gender dynamics. Excuse me, the other one was our language and our stories, and the last one is economics. And those things are incredibly powerful. The first book I would say is Chalice and the Blade, that came out in the 80s. She's recently done a new edition that involves a lot of the new. This woman is 93 and she's still on the podcast circle and just put out another book. She's incredible. That's a whole other story. But using partnership as a baseline for what I do is about connecting and moving social action. One of my other heroes, because he actually introduced me, not personally, but his work introduced me to Joseph Campbell, which was the hero's journey, was Bill Moyers. And he has a thing called the MAP model for organizing social movements. And he has 4 roles for being an activist. You must be a responsible citizen. Now, as I name these, think about yourself at home as a father, right? Imagine, and a citizen of your home, right? A responsible citizen, a rebel who can say no, a change agent, and a reformer, right? Those 4 elements are part of the fatherhood journey, right? Like, so many of us have trouble saying those things in loving and caring ways, right? And so by being a connected father, by being committed to the fatherhood journey, and I mean the entire journey, right? Not just the going off and battling dragons and getting treasure, but the staying home, right? Like, we always hear in the hero who battles dragons, we hear about the powerful, strength and all of that, but we didn't hear about 20 years of them practicing with the sword. We don't hear about the the pain and the boring and the mundane crap that they had to do to get where they are. In fact, either that's skipped over, or we're given it in a 3-minute montage, or the hero is just magically powerful, right? And that's bullshit. That doesn't happen. And so we have to really honor the practice and the discipline, right? To me, discipline isn't about discipline and you must do it. It's about being a disciple. And it's about learning and being committed to a practice where you move through things in a way that brings you forward, that changes the world, right? So I gave my wife a hug and I asked them if I can make them breakfast. And I apologized and I asked them what they needed. And in doing that, the connection and the partnership allowed me to cry for the first time that about this, not the first time, but the first time about this particular incident, and to be held by her, and so with that, I think that's the place where we can go back to being, to me, it's encouraging new stories and new narratives for both masculinity, fatherhood, and partnership and connections. So I think that's really good time, and I'd love to see if we have space for conversation, questions, or whatnot. I know I went through a lot of that quickly. I'm my like I think I said earlier, my own ADHD energy, and I'm fully into some of my tea these days. So
Fully
I'd
caffeinated
love to
at
hear
this
what y'all
point.
thought. Fully caffeinated.
Fantastic. He's reared and ready to go, folks. Jason, thank you so
I'm gonna
much
take my
for all of
glasses
that.
off.
Gentlemen, if you'd like to unmute, feel free to hop in with questions, comments, or your own personal story. Or Jason can just continue to tell us other amazing things happen. Okay.
Jason, Jason, thank you, man. I love the magic in the mundane. Okay. When you talked about like doing the dishes and the sort of sense of, I forget the word you used, but like doing the dishes as contribution, and it's not like a thing that a woman or a man has to do, but like doing the dishes as the contribution to your family. And what I wrote and really got from it was like the power of perspective as well, and sort of that sense of accomplishment and worthiness that we can give to ourselves out of those things. And like I really love the wood chopping at night, and just like the inviting home and like that warmth and comfort that task actually gives to you and to your family and to the people that you invite in. And so I appreciate your storytelling abilities and sharing, and just like and the perspective that you brought to it. It was really nice to listen to. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
You, Tyler. I appreciate you popping in.
Hey, my name is Manny. I just wanted to say thank you for this opportunity. I'm going through a really rough time in my life, trying to figure out who I am as a man, recovering from child abuse. And so this is a great opportunity for me to kind of know that I'm not alone in this situation, and that there's resources out there, and there's hope, most importantly. But I did like how you spoke about how we hear all these stories about great men or great accomplishments that people have in general, but we don't know the backside, like how they got there, what they went through. And because of my history, I committed myself to religion, and no disrespect to anyone's religion or what works for them. But I found myself kind of like trying to follow a pattern, um, with no background of how these people in the Bible were able to get through, or I don't, and I struggle with a lot of with communication because of my child abuse, and then also I have ADHD that was undiagnosed for over 40 something years, and now I'm trying to get a handle of that. But yeah, I appreciate you like mentioning that, because we do hear about all these great successes, but we don't hear about the trials and tribulations that they went through. We kind of do, but that's not the whole. Like, we also don't see that, especially in the Bible, we don't really see a lot of good times, and we also don't see the down times. We just see what's without what's in print. So thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be there. That's lovely. And thank you for saying that. The idea of not seeing the downtimes, I always think about it as the Instagram effect, right? You see these beautiful photos, right? Like, looks like I have a decent office here, but if I move my camera an inch, you see the mess of my basement and all of that. And we don't pan out and we don't hear the struggles and all those things. And yeah, to your point, these amazing, powerful men and where they came from, that's power. That's great. I want to hear their story, but I also want to hear the story of everyday men, right? Everyday men who are just doing it, right? Going to work, coming home, like taking care of wiping butts, doing all those things. Those are my heroes, right? To bring it back to my grandfather who just passed, he was in Jewish culture, he was a mensch. Like he did the things that need to be done, right? He was that. And we found out actually at his service after he passed, my mom found out he was 101. And so he didn't have many peers, but a lot of like 70 and 80-year-olds came to his funeral. And what my mom found out was there were three neighbors when they were growing up in Queens, New York, in the city, that my grandmother and my grandfather like basically paid their mortgage for a couple months because the families weren't able to do it. No one knew that for 70 years. No, we found out at his funeral, right? And so, he did the right thing. He raised his kids. He went to work. He did all those things. I said to my father about my father, he's an ordinary hero, right? He hasn't written books. He hasn't like changed the world. He hasn't done all those things. But like when my firstborn son was born, there was chaos. We also had an emergency C-section, and so we were planning a home birth. We didn't do it at home. We came home, and every single time I looked, my dad was at the dish at the sink doing our dishes. Right? He didn't do anything big, but there was always like cleanly, like the dishes were clean. He did what needed to be done. And so I just, Manny, thank you for sharing. I actually, think that um being able to be aware of this at our age is why I love working with fathers, right? Like the middle men, when we're starting to enjoy a little bit of cognitive freedom, like, oh, okay, like things are crazy, but I know who I am, or I'm trying to figure it out, or this is the journey that we're all on. And so I wish you lots of great experiences in your own journey with that.
Thank you so much for sharing all of that, Jason. And Joshua, I'm going to get to you in just a second, and I really appreciate you wanting to chip in on this. Manny, Sean Tyler Foley is going to be joining us tomorrow at 3:20 p.m. and he is going to be talking about the abuse that he experienced at the hands of his stepdad and how that formed how he is engaging with his daughter in trying to catch himself from like bringing those old generational patterns forward. So if you wanted to click in on that. And also Blaze Griner will be joining us for our part 2 summit on fatherhood on July 13th at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And he's going to be talking about the sexual abuse that he experienced as a child, how that impacted his role in fatherhood. So I don't know if that indicates to you at all, but just to know that we are continuing that conversation of support down the road. And if you want to contact me separately, more than happy to connect you with other people who have shared that journey who might be able to help you further on your own. Joshua, thank you so much for popping on. Oh, your audio is still my friend. You can put it in the chat and I'll ask him if you want. Pop in the chat. Great. I'm glad you'll be joining us tomorrow, Manny. All right, Joshua is going to share. Thank you, Silver. Yeah, it was very courageous. And Manny, you're doing great. Very courageous to share that with us here. See, Silver, I'm doing better with how the words I'm using already. Thank you for being such a positive influence. Because it's all about mindfulness, right?
I wanted to, hey, this is Calvin, and I just wanted to give kudos to Jason in regards to sharing about the scam. I work as a security for the Social Security Administration, and scams are up. I mean, they're up for so many people, unfortunately. And a lot of times as men being caught off guard like that is very eye-opening and vulnerable. And to be able to share that, I want to say thank you, Jason, for doing that. I know I've been scammed a few times, and it just it tears my hide. I want to just there's a lot of things I would like to do. Let's just say that. Anyways, thank you for sharing that, Jason, and the lesson that you were able to share not only through that, but how you were able to communicate the hurt and the vulnerability of being exposed like that from the scam, and connecting with your family the way that you did. That was a great example. So I just wanted to say kudos for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic. So what Joshua wrote in the chat for us is he wanted to say it is empowering when we as individuals, in this case, Jason, leaves the title at the door to connect with all. Hopefully it makes sense. And he said that he's having tech difficulties. Hopefully at some point it'll click back in.
Awesome. And thank you for reading that, because I did take my reading classes off, so I can't even see
I got you, man. I got
the
you.
chat.
Oh, fantastic. Well, we are wrapping up. Do we have any last questions, comments, words of wisdom, Jason, as we continue on? Silver.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Calvin. I think it's really important as men to share that we have been scammed. It does happen to the best of us, and it can be one of the most embarrassing things that happens to us as men. So we have to share it, and then it does not have a hold on us. And I just want to round up by saying I truly, truly believe that our greatest adversity and how we overcome it is our greatest gift to the world. I think that's what makes us do what we do. So, Manny, you got this. I'm so happy that you're here. There's a lot of incredible men's leaders here, and you're going to get a lot from this, and you're going to come out stronger, and you're going to be able to support others as well with what you learn and discover on this journey and this path, which I know has been very, very challenging for you. So I honor your bravery and your courage to share your journey. Much love, brother.
Thank you so much, Silver, for
Absolutely.
all of your wisdom and for being so supportive as always. Jason, my friend, any last words?
No, thank you all for being here, and thank you being for committed to the things you're all doing. I'd love to stay connected and hear the rest of your thoughts. I'm going to stay on for a little bit, but I'll have to jump off to take my son out. And yeah, I just lean into those foundational adventures, lean into the everyday, and I would love to hear about it. I'm going to put my information in the chat, and would feel free to please reach out. I joke about it that the Journeyman organization is powerful and large and all that, but it's still basically me. So if you email me or connect me, you're going to get me, and I'm looking forward to it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Jason. So
Thank
we
you.
have 5 minutes. You're welcome. Our next person, Niles, would you like 5 minutes to relax and have a break, or would you like to jump right on, my friend?
Oh, I'm good to go.
Ready to go. All right. Does anybody need a 5-minute break before we jump on with Niles' fantastic wisdom? Going once. Going twice. Thrice, then we shall begin. So joining us today is the incredible Niles Elzinga. Sorry, Niles. I was like, I practiced it. I was like, Niles Elzinga. He's from the Netherlands, and he is a coach in so many different cool ways. He does breath work. He's a guide. I could go on and on, but he can tell us more about that. And he's going to be talking to us about the loss of freedom and isolation, like staying home with a new baby. So Niles, thank you so much for joining us today. I really appreciate your time and coming to hang out and contribute.
Yeah, good to be here.
Bye, Silver.
Good, man.
Bye, Di. Got people all over the world are like, coming and going. So Niles, yeah, tell us more about your journey. You're a new father, and how that's been for you.
Yeah. So first of all, I need to do the Dutch pronunciation of the name, which
Thank
is
you.
I know particularly the last name is absolutely impronounceable for non-Dutchies. Usually it's Elzenga, actually. But the first name
Elzaha.
is maybe doable. It's Nils, actually.
Nils. See,
Yeah,
I just ruined it all over the place.
yeah.
Nils and Gaha. Is that bad?
Yeah,
That's better.
Elzenga. We have this guttural G. Can't help
I
it.
love, it's good. It's good to do things correctly. People mispronounce my name constantly, so I'm always very appreciative when people correct me about their own names.
Nice.
So, Nils.
The question was about my fatherhood journey so far, right?
Yes, indeed.
Who here in the room are fathers, by the way? Is that something I can ask?
Absolutely.
Cool.
And
Yeah.
yeah, Calvin is, I think, with
Yeah, one thing I've noticed as I'm trying to describe sort of the fatherhood journey for me is that I sort of often end up in kind of like cliches or stereotypes or like platitudes. So I'd say like, it's really intense. And then I'm like, what does that even mean, right? But
right.
fatherhood has been hands down the most like transformative experience, and even that is a cliche, right? Like I've heard parents say this over and over again. It's like, oh, there's a before and there's an after, and for me that is 100% true. um and yeah, I'm kind of cognizant of like the topics that I was kind of asked to speak about, which are um loss of freedom and isolation, as I recall.
Mhm.
um and it's interesting because I had a very deep shift in my fatherhood journey when my daughter turned like 1.5. And this is also something I've heard a lot, is like the father kind of starts really enjoying the journey, like from when the kid is like, 1.5 years old, more or less. And in me, I really noticed that things got a lot easier for me as she started like walking and talking and kind of being more like a person instead of just a small helpless being. But yeah, in particularly in the beginning, I had a lot of like feeling very like stuck in at home, essentially, when I had the baby and my partner was out, and just feeling, yeah, like like, where's everyone, and like how do you like take this being somewhere, like on a practical level, on so many levels. I felt, yeah, quite stuck with that. um and so I think I had kind of underestimated that, like the impact of how it would sort of limit my, like I turned 43 last week. So I was already 41 when she came. And so I had a long time, I guess, to sort of, do the Peter Pan thing and be free and like travel and like, could say, hey, tomorrow we're off, to surf trip wherever. And that all of a sudden was gone. Um and so I really had to like adjust to sort of this whole new way of living, like an entirely new way of living. And so yeah, that's been I think in a nutshell my journey. And again, I think I said it already, but right now, like she's turning 2 in late March. um there's so much more like the love is constantly deepening. So it's been the most heart-opening experience I've ever had in my life. Again, something I've heard parents say over and over, and now it's like yeah, it's like really happening. And I'd say for me, my whole developmental journey, my whole spiritual path, if you will, I always come back to like my heart like wanting to open and like open further, and me dealing with yeah, I guess my emotional walls, or trauma related uh yeah, remnants of the past in a way. And like just thinking of her right now, or like imagining her as like there's this warmth and this opening and this like unfolding. And I've also heard people say, is like people close to me say like, hey man, you seem like the most stable you've ever been in your life. And I think that's also true. And that's also thanks to yeah, to the kid, to the little one.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
You've written your own book in regards to the journey you've had with your own father, if I remember
Oh yeah.
correctly.
Yeah. Yeah, I have and I'm intuiting that I might not be entirely alone in this particular group with what I'm going to say, and that is that I have a very complex relationship with my father. Um, in some ways, there is something of the stereotype of the absent father in him, or at least me like feeling that lack. And then my mom, his life partner, passed away when I was 17. And I'm very much of a late bloomer, so I was very much still like a child. I was like sort of my current size already physically, but developmentally I was very much a child. So and he wasn't really able to hold the family together, at least emotionally. So it's basically like a bomb went off and the whole you know the whole sort of safe place that home was gone. And um, that set that was part of the reason I got depressed like 8 years later. And that was sort of my start of my spiritual path. And then I'm taking very large leaps through my life now, but when I was 37, I was like, I need to reconnect with my father. Like I need to uh, ask him things. I need to like come closer to him. I need to like heal wounds that are there. And then I asked him if he wanted to go travel with me for a month. And to my surprise, he said yes. It was an idea that I actually nicked from my then partner, who did the same thing with her father, and she came like home, beaming and full of stories. And I was like, this is actually quite an amazing idea. And the more I checked it with friends, the more I was like, every time I said it, hey, I'm going to travel for a month with my dad, I was met with like disbelief, right? Like people were like, what the fuck? If I like 3 days, I'm already like, going nuts, right? So it's like, maybe there's something there. And then I proposed and we traveled. And then I ended up, it's again a long story, but I ended up being actually asked by a publishing house if I wanted to write a book, which is a super honorable thing. And I jumped, yeah, I jumped to the occasion, and I wrote the book. And um, my dad was again like big-hearted enough to actually approve that whole process, because it's a super open book, including all the dirty laundry, if you will, or like all the dark sides and all the trauma is just I write it down. So yeah, it was very like I really have to honor my dad for like being a yes to that whole process. Um, yeah, like yeah, that's been. I remember like writing the first chapter and then sending it to him, and then he gave me an email back and said, "Oh, son, I haven't slept last night," and I was like, "Oh man, this is not going to work, right?" And then I told him, "Listen, I'll write the whole book, and then I'll send it to you." And luckily, because the whole book is obviously more balanced than just the first chapter, and then wrote the whole book, and he was like, he was okay with it ultimately. Um, yeah. And now fatherhood, my own fatherhood, has brought us, like me and my father, like way closer. Um, because, and again, like I keep coming back to the stereotypes in a way, but like all of a sudden I fucking understand a lot more like how hard it is, to like raise a kid. And there's this whole, I don't know, I'm becoming so much more milder and like I guess more mature in a way, like and also in my sort of harsh judgments towards my own dad. Um, so also, and there's something crazy as well. Like I'm curious here about the other dads in this group. Like all of a sudden, I'm looking my dad in the eye, like dad to dad. which is a crazy, like all of a sudden I'm no longer only the son, but I'm also a father myself. So there's a lot more yeah, looking each other in the eye from the same, height, which we always did physically, but now also like, emotionally in a way. Yeah.
That's so cool. That's a beautiful perspective, one that we haven't actually addressed yet out of the last couple of summits. So if any of the guys wanted to hop in and talk about their own experience with that. Yes. No. Jason, I felt like you were smiling a whole bunch and nodding.
Hey, friends.
I just appreciate it. And yes, definitely, like, as I became a dad, I could share, with my father, like, oh gosh, well, like all of those things. And, it was the first time we ever acted as peers. And that was insane for me because, we're not, he's still my father, he's still all these things. But at the same time, he wiped my butt, I wiped my kid's butt. Like, there is a common experience there. And, as I mentioned earlier, common experiences are meaningful. And so, like, all of those things, sharing the stories of that commonality. Oh my gosh, I'm so tired. We stayed up late with the kid, all of those things. And like I love how you said it, being able to stand, eye to eye. And even if you were able to do it physically, you can now do it, emotionally, experientially, like all of those things. And that's why I was smiling. I just think that's a really powerful sentiment. Yeah.
Jason. Okay, Ty, now it's your turn.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah, I really like, Nils, I like what you said about being able to sort of be eye to eye. And it reminded me of an experience I had recently. I'm in Australia now, and my dad's in Canada. And we've been connecting more since I've been here than we have when I was in closer geographic proximity. And one thing that he said to me a couple months ago was he was actually acknowledging me for being a dad, and he sort of put me on that same level with him as my father. And that was something that I hadn't ever considered or acknowledged before. And it was really nice. And then like along the lines of what Jason said, like it just created this new sort of connection, this new sort of connectedness between my dad and I. And then it opened up more conversation for these stories and this sharing. And I think it all really ties in nicely to I don't like to call it work, but to the work that we're doing to make this beautiful change. It's such an important thing. So yeah, the father son, and thank you also, Nils, for you sharing about your dad's travel experience with you, because I'm just dying for my dad to come spend some time out here with us. In my childhood, my parents were separated, and so I had really limited access to my dad. So I felt like that was something I really missed. I'm really thankful that we're able to maintain a strong relationship. And where the relationship came from is from my dad always being truthful, and showing up with authenticity and truth, and never pretending to be something that he's not. He's always been honorable, respectful, funny, and really enjoyable to be around. And so, those qualities in him have allowed us to maintain a really great relationship, even though our like physical presence with one another has been quite limited. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share.
Yeah, amazing.
Thank you so much, Ty. You always have such fantastic insight and different things to share with us here. Joshua, my friend, we got to get that audio fixed. What are we going to do? He's been such a good sport trying to put stuff in the chat for us, struggling with technology today. Yes. So many different things about fatherhood. Calvin.
Yeah, I wanted to share a little bit about fatherhood. My dad was a Vietnam vet, and so he passed away last year in May. And my years knowing him growing up was he was very angry, and I never understood why. So we had a very strained relationship. Once I got into my teens, my parents got divorced, but he did impart this warrior mentality to fight for what's right and to stand when things get tough. And so for him, he wasn't diagnosed with PTSD until 2004. So if you can imagine, trying to have a relationship with him was not easy. So thankfully, toward the end of his life, I relocated to Colorado. I lived in Maryland for 11 years, and I relocated to Colorado because he lived in Colorado. And the last few years, I was able to restore my relationship with him. He was starting to get dementia, start to lose a little bit here and there. However, the times that we did spend with him, with me and my kids at the time, were magical and special. And so that bond of fatherhood gave me an appreciation in spite of all the things that he had gone through in the military, outside of the military, being a civil rights activist. He had a lot to be angry about. And I had to learn how to ask myself if I wanted to be that kind of man. That it's okay to be angry, but not to be controlled by my anger. And so that was a journey in and of itself. And as a father, because I have 6 kids, 5 girls, 1 boy, and I was young, and I was in the military, and so now I'm 51. I turned 52 this year, and my youngest is 17, and she's giving me a run for my money. So we're working through it, and I would have to say that even though all the years were tough and difficult in terms of a relationship, the last few made up immensely for all the tough years that we had. So yes, fatherhood is a definite bond.
Man, every time from now on, I'm gonna feel a little sorry for myself. I'm gonna think about you and your 6. You know, me holding this like 1 and already like feeling, oh, I'm drowning. And then there's men that raise like 6. Wow. Respect. Can I ask you something about your father, Calvin?
Yes, please go ahead.
Did he ever share about his experiences in Vietnam? Like, you know, what he had gone through, or like, or share details of what might have caused the PTSD and all that.
Oh, no, he did not. And I don't think it was his place that he could, because of what he did go through. What I was able to do is I was able to find out from his brother what happened and read the stories. So my dad was stationed in Frankfurt because I was born in Landstuhl, Germany. And he was in the army. He was part of a platoon called forward observers. And basically, forward observers are the ones that go into hot zones to prepare for troops to come in to be able to deal with enemy combatants. His platoon were all African-American men. Unfortunately, the commander at that time was a racist and sent his men into hot territory knowing that they would be killed. My dad was the only one that came out alive and wound up sharing with the NAACP, and you can look this all up, what had happened, to the point where the NAACP in the history, first time in its history, did an investigation, uncovered what the commander was doing and some of the people that were following underneath his command. And because of that, rewrote how men and women in the military are dealt with. That was in late 60s, early 70s. So he was instrumental in making a huge impact on the military. However, he was blackballed, and he was told he had 2 choices. He could either go to DC and live out the rest of his life in quiet and he'd be taken care of, or he would get out. So he chose to get out and then was blackballed from ever trying to get back in the military ever again. So when he got out, he was he was an extremely angry person. So I didn't hear any of this. I had to do the research on my own in order to find out all this information.
What is the NCAAP and what does blackballed mean?
NAACP is an organization that does fights for the equality of African Americans, and what they did is that they helped to uncover injustices that have happened, to bring justice to systems that were predominantly against African Americans being able to be promoted or receive jobs or work or things like that and be treated equally as anyone else. And blackballed basically means that he was kept from any other choices. He had one of two options, and that was it. He couldn't make any more decisions. And so he was either funneled in one way or another, and he couldn't go anywhere else. That's what blackball means.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
And Calvin is also a veteran himself.
Hmm.
And will be one of our speakers tonight to talk about some pretty significant stuff in regards to fathers' rights and parental alienation and overcoming slander.
That's correct. So this is a beautiful thing to be able to be a part of and share and encourage fathers, because there's certain, as a father, I'm a Generation Xer. So growing up and watching television and being in the community that I grew up in Texas, fathers were looked up to. We had some that had problems and issues and drank and caused issues. But generally, 9 times out of 10, fathers were respected. Then this change happened around the 80s, 90s, where they started portraying fathers as not smart or bumbling or idiotic or not as apt to be able to share their emotions or whatever. And then that continued for a while. And so my journey has been, what's the truth and what isn't the truth? And what does it mean to be a dad, a real dad? And so I appreciate the men's summits that Alicia has put on, because it gives us the opportunity to be able to actually talk about these things and expose it, and be able to support one another and give encouragement, because being a dad and a father is an extremely difficult yet rewarding opportunity that, as difficult as it's been at times, I wouldn't trade it for the world. It's been
Thank you so much for that, Calvin. Guys, I'm interested in how you feel fathers are viewed in the Netherlands.
How
Based off of
fathers
what
are viewed in the Netherlands.
Yes, based off of like what Calvin just said.
Yeah, I don't think I necessarily recognize that description. Like, I don't feel yeah, fathers are portrayed in a particular manner. Yeah, so there's not much resonance, I think, there. I wonder about this topic of, like, are men or fathers, for that matter, struggling more with, sharing their emotions than, say, mothers or women. And there seems to be, and this can be deconstructed on many, like, layers, societal, generational, etc., and so on. But there seems to be a bigger challenge overall, at least from what I can see, in men to, like, to connect and share on an emotional level. Don't know if that makes sense, but that's my
Any of the guys want to pop in? I mean, it makes sense to me. I wonder what's that journey been like for you?
Yeah, so like I shared, my whole journey can be summarized as like landing in my heart. And I very much recognize like emotional let's call it armor
Yes.
that has really like served and protected me earlier in my life when I was just too like fragmented and fragile, I think, on the inside to kind of really open up. That's been a very long process. But it's, I think, also almost like a lifelong process or something I keep thawing and thawing more and thawing more and like uh yeah, really realizing like how essential it is to connect from a heart to heart basis, like from my heart to the heart of the other one or other ones. And in my work, it's basically like sometimes I'm looking over my shoulder and I'm like, wow, how did this happen? But now it's basically in everything I do. It's in all the work I offer. It's in all the um yeah, like relationships. My whole social surroundings are very much geared yeah, towards this. So very grateful for that. But yeah, for a very long time in my life, it's very hard to yeah, let basically anyone in. Um, which is a not a very good place, I guess, to live from.
That definitely, yeah, it's hard to be able to be in that space, but it's really impressive. Like I've watched your journey over the last couple of years as we've spoken back and forth, and it's been really beautiful to watch your evolution.
Mm, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for saying
Yeah,
that.
yeah, you're welcome. Fatherhood definitely seems to suit you.
Yeah, I think I was very much ready for it. Like like I said, I was maybe a little bit late to the party in the sense of, I turned 40 before becoming a father, which to be honest is not that unusual anymore, at least in Amsterdam. But I also have a lot of friends who were like, early 30s, which is a bit more, traditional, I guess. But I'm super happy that I had the opportunity to, yeah, like to go through a lot of growth experiences before jumping on this. Like I feel like I had a chance to sort of like, you know, ripen a little bit more as a human being before, taking on what I think I can safely consider the biggest challenge of my life. So yeah.
To be certain. Yeah, you just missed Silver. He just became a new dad at age 49 with her first child. He had his son.
Oh, the guy who just dropped off, his kid is still young.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. His kid is
Hmm.
like literally. Isn't his kid at like 9 months old? Is that what he said? Yeah, he has a 9-month-old son
Hmm.
and 49 years old, which I think is just amazing.
Yeah.
You guys have any questions for him? What he said already, or if you have something out of the box? He's very wise for his young age of 43.
I've got a question for him.
Go
Can you
ahead,
guys hear
Seth.
me?
We
Okay.
can. And you and your
Sorry,
like fantastic chirpy birds in the background.
one of my earbuds died, so I wasn't sure if the audio still picks up.
Okay.
Nils, you're a breathworks coach or breathworks trained individual, is that right, Nils?
Yeah.
Could you tell me a bit about, or tell us a bit about what kind of influence breathwork has had on your experience of life in general?
Yeah. Yeah. Um, I think it'd be helpful to sort of um like my developmental journey started off like as I said when I was 25, and then I was faced with depression, and I'm sure it's all over the Western world. The initial route is a little bit similar, where you go to a psychologist, you're probably prescribed antidepressants, and then you have like talk therapy, which is essentially what what happened, what they prescribed me, and it helped to an extent, but I always had this like lingering feeling that like I'm somehow not reaching the roots of what's causing this, or like and so I started exploring, what was then referred to as the alternative circuit, yoga, meditation, and then, one thing led to another, and I was, more and more sort of modalities that targeted more like the body, and like the first step was always like you have to leave your rational mind kind of behind, because a saying I really love is the issue is in the tissue. So meaning there's a lot of like trauma and tension and stuff buried in the actual, tissue of the body. And as long as it's just like speaking, I at least never really like went to the roots. And then breath work was, as were like psychedelics, I'm actually this weekend leading a practice called circling, which is all about relating in a conscious way, also coming a lot from the body, like what are you sensing in your body right now as you're connecting. And breath work is just a phenomenally quick and effective way of like temporarily shutting down the mind, or the rational like control center, if you will. Happens within minutes and almost without fail, just through a very simple breathing technique, which just involves breathing in and out deeply and connectedly through the mouth. And within, minutes, people seem to like land in their bodies, and then all this stuff that is often stored and repressed and like unacknowledged there like surfaces. So it's a very quick way to like regain, I think, a lot of awareness, and like get unstuck what might have been stuck before on a physical, emotional level. I don't think I say anything sort of revolutionary when I say that our culture, and I mean this in the broadest sense, like the Western world is a bit overly focused on, the rational mind. In fact, a lot of people, I think, spend 99% of their lives up there, because all their job demands is like, rational computational capacity. There's the car to get anywhere, et cetera, and so on. So anything that'll get you into your body, which includes dancing, which includes, anything really, but breathwork has been very powerful. Also, by the way, in reaching like more like sort of expanded states of consciousness, and like I've had fairly crazy experiences doing breath work, where I was like, like in heaven in a way, or like in very blissful sort of expanded, non-ordinary states. So that's also, on the table if you if you go into breath work. But I guess the first layer, and that's the last thing I'll say about it, unless there's more you wanna know, but the first layer is usually buried emotions, and in my case that was also true. Like, so there's a lot of like just grieving that happened, and the good thing is you don't have to analyze it. It just happens. You breathe, and then the body does it for you. Like the body starts recalibrating. And there's like one thing I discovered is there's this amazing innate intelligence in my body that I could just learn to trust. And like it's really like a way, like giving over the reins temporarily to like, my wider being in a way. And I get fucking chills like saying this, because it feels so true to me. It's like the relief and the liberation of leaving this part of my, being that's always like worrying about the future and ruminating about the past, etc. So yeah, breathwork is a thing. It's cool.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing all of that.
Does that answer your question, Tyler?
Yeah, I'm really happy. It answers it in such a perfect way too, especially for anyone who hasn't experienced breathwork, because it did exactly that for me. Now, I don't have extensive breathwork experience. However, when I sort of woke up and started to come back to myself about 2 years ago, it was through connecting with a breathworks coach who actually I thought I was going to do breathwork, but after I shared some of my story with her about the passing of my younger brother and some and just some things I've been holding on to, she acknowledged that in fact I didn't have to I didn't need to do any more doing, and it was time for me to just kind of be still. And she actually offered a space for me to grieve, and I didn't know what grieving was, and and it didn't have there was no prescription for what grieving was for me. And I was really open to it because I was in a really dark place and I needed something, and so I just went with her. And so on that first meeting, and I grieved and I connected with my brother in a way that I didn't know was possible. And much like what you said, you connect to like a higher place and a different, an expanded, um, an expanded version of reality. I experienced that, and then after that, I went to like a more intentional breath work session, and it was in that experience that I actually was able to start to experience emotions. And I didn't realize, but for like 24 years I didn't allow myself to like feel, acknowledge, experience, or move in my emotions through me. They just got buried and covered up with like addiction to work, addiction to substance, pursuit for money, and like this grind that I found myself in as like a man and a father. What I thought was being of best service to my family, but was really actually me like missing my whole life and missing my opportunity to connect with my family, myself, and with the people I love. So breathworks really, it did change everything for me in the most incredible way. So yeah, I'm happy that you just sort of reiterated what I knew from my own experience, but it's cool to know that like that is how it works, and it is that simple. And I wrote down like effective and available tool for reconnection to self, and it's there and we have it. It's actually like the first thing and the last thing we do in our human form, and it's pretty important but goes unnoticed because it just happens automatically. But when you put your awareness there, like you say, and do it with some intentionality, new things become available. So yeah, thank you. It does answer my question. Thank you.
Anytime.
Thank you.
That was very beautiful, and what a lovely note for us to get to wrap on. It's 2:54 in Eastern Standard Time. We've got about 6 minutes before our fantastic Patrick comes on as our next speaker, also from Australia. So any last words of wisdom, any last questions, comments before we take a break? Or
Yeah, last thing I'll say is that I feel like increasingly encouraged and like happy about what seems to be a very sort of collective. I hesitate to say collective because maybe it's only like still small circles, but sort of a collective awakening to like new possibilities. And like when I started doing yoga, like 15 years ago, it was super esoteric. Like it was really like yoga. Look at it now, and the same is with breathwork. Like at least in the Netherlands, it's everywhere. Same as with like psychedelics, and there's so much like seemingly like bubbling, and people like realizing these things that I'm very very happy and positive about these things.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing all of this, for sharing your journey and your wisdom and your support of all that are out there. It's always really beautiful to connect with you.
Yeah, and thank you, Alicia, for hosting this.
You're very welcome.
No, it's been a lot of work.
Yes. I will just give an emphatic yes for that, because it is. Calvin has been with me since the beginning, and he gets to hear me and all the comments and feelings I have.
Well, then I guess I'll say thank you, Calvin, as well.
Yeah.
I'm also gonna go because it's 9 p.m. here, and I'm leading this retreat, and I have an early
Yes,
ride tomorrow. So sorry
please
to miss you,
do.
Patrick. I'm sure you're gonna have a great talk, but I'm gonna leave for now. So
Thank you for honoring it and for taking the time. I know you're very busy, and it's always such a profound and beautiful experience to get to be here with all of you and get to share in this experience. Honestly, it's an honor and a privilege for me, especially as the only woman here, to get to be fly on the wall and holding space for all of it. So until next time, my friends, we will see you around. You can always catch the recordings later. All
bye
right,
bye.
bye. All right. And then there were five. Got some troopers. Tyler's like, all right, we're gonna do this. And man, you're opening. All right. Yeah, a momentary stretch for anybody. We've been sitting for a minute. Oh, yeah, just shake those shoulders out. Give yourself a second. we got a lot going on here. So we have yet another amazing speaker joining us from one of my favorite countries, Australia. We have Patrick Nugent. He is the founder of the Conscious Fatherhood, and he is an NLP and empowerment coach. And he's going to talk to us about breaking generational patterns and finding your tribe and getting to see life through the lens of your child. All very important topics. And it is just a pleasure. I love your hat. Patrick, thank you for joining us
Thank you very much.
today. You're very welcome. So, Patrick, tell us a little bit about your personal journey into fatherhood.
My journey was definitely not, I guess, of the more traditional sense. So growing up myself from a young age, I didn't really sort of, have an absent father or anything like that. But I had a very beautiful upbringing, very standard sort of blue collar upbringing in the country, coal mining towns, just sort of your very quintessential, boy life, playing in the bush, having fun, rugby, getting into trouble, all those sorts of things. And growing up in the areas that I did through sort of the mining industry, through sporting industries in rugby league and all that, my version of what I guess a man or a father figure or a mentor was very, I guess, jaded from the beginning, just due to the nature of working in the mines for so long, the type of man or father figure that would work in those industries and how they would speak and how they would act and how they represented themselves for our gender. And then obviously through the sporting industry, especially for rugby league, if anyone knows of that, it's in the sheds and beers after the game and foul language and it's just that sort of bravado type scenario with a lot of areas like that. And I didn't really know what I wanted to be in terms of a man or a father growing up. It was sort of very unresponsive. I'd kind of pushed that part away from me from a younger age. I was very much the joker, the partier, the class clown, the jester, whoever it was, until I actually ended up getting to about just before the age of 30. And there was just something that switched in me. I moved out of my country town of 20 years, being in the coal mining towns. And I guess I decided to grow up quickly once I moved away from there and once I moved away from that more sort of, I don't always used to like the word toxic, but it was sort of that damaging culture. I loved growing up there. It made me who I am today, but moving away from there, I didn't know anyone. So I had to sort of start to look more inwards and see the person that I wanted to be. And that was scary because, as men, it's very difficult to just take that time to be and really tap into our feelings and more that sort of feminine side of us. And once I actually moved to the Sunshine Coast, I didn't know anyone. And not knowing anyone, I wanted to seek out, I guess, some more social circles and find other people that wanted what I wanted, but I just didn't know what it was yet. So then I discovered some men's circles here on the Sunshine Coast, connected in with them, and a lot of them were dads. And, I just started asking questions and trying to, I guess, get an insight into, the crazy life that is, being a parent and the journey of fatherhood. And it wasn't until I was 30 that I decided to actually pack up here on the Sunshine Coast, tell my family I was just leaving, and I moved over to China for 3 years with my now wife. And again, that added another level of unknownness, uncertainty, scaredness, because I'm going to a country where I no longer even know the language, but I also won't have a support network if I was to settle down. So fast forward a year of living over there, and me and my partner went from engaged to married to having our first child in a foreign country. So yeah, needless to say, things ramped up again. But what I did learn, I guess, about being a father over there is that you get to understand how to be a father very quickly when you're not surrounded by other people and your support network. And I had to learn along the way. There was a lot of bumps, challenges. There was times where I questioned whether this was even the right decision. And even to this day, sometimes, as men, we probably still do. But yeah, as I guess sit before you now, I've now got 3 beautiful boys, ages 7, 4, and 1.5, and one of them's actually just off screen at the moment. So
I was gonna say, I thought I saw his little hand.
Classic thing of fatherhood right now is that we have to juggle things. And I've actually got my father's meetup circle after this as well. So there's like a lot of moving parts. But yeah, being a father is amazing. There's a lot of challenges, but I think that that's why I love it so much, because it actually peels back layers of myself each day. And I get to learn and understand who I am through, as I was saying in my topics, the lens of them, because they're literally a mirror image of who we are. And sometimes I don't like looking in that mirror. Sometimes it can be challenging, but it's good. It is. It's beautiful, because what it allows us to do is really get a face off with the parts of us that we try to hold down. Through generational conditioning, as I was speaking into. There is a lot of layers that the men that I've worked with through coaching, or even in my circles, or even in day-to-day life, will literally have no conscious awareness of the struggles or the pain or the suffering they're actually going through. But the journey of fatherhood really brought that to the forefront for me, because I don't think I ever would have probably looked to it as an extent or as deeply as I would if I was a father. Some of the generational wounding and issues that I had from a younger age. So yeah, for that.
So when you talk about I apologize for interrupting. So for people out there who have not heard that term generational wounding, or don't really have a concept of generational conditioning, can you just briefly dive into that a little bit more for clarity?
Yeah, definitely. So for me, I guess from a younger age, there's a lot of trauma that can happen, a lot of challenges that can be things brought up from a younger age, where you might have pain and suffering around maybe your parents, not being around all the time. They could be, very, I guess, very much of a tyrant, or they could be very much controlling in nature, and that could really hold something for you later on in life, where maybe you feel like you need to have control over everything. There can be situations where maybe, in my experience at least, where winning at all costs was a big thing. So growing up, I developed that sense of, not ever sort of really being good enough, not, feeling as though anything I'd done was really the best it could be, and always feeling like I needed to move on to the next thing to really prove myself in this world. So holding on to a lot of that pain and suffering from a young age can really just bottle it up. And then rather than expressing it through a healthy way, you tend to either, one, repress and hold it back, which can really have a lot of trouble in moving forward with future relationships that you have with your children, and you pass that on, because then they pick up on those tendencies. Or you can go the other way, and you can be a firecracker, where you literally bottle it up, and then all of a sudden it just comes out in unhealthy ways. So, it could be through aggression, it could be through verbal abuse, it could be through self-harm, in whichever way that looks. So yeah, it can be, there's a lot of layers to it.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that clarification. So we have, Calvin has 6 kids. So, so I forget, how many children do you have? And I'm not sure if you told us yet. He has 3 kids, 3 kiddos. And Manny is joining us. You're not a father, correct, Manny? But you have much to learn, and you're open here and learning about himself, which is a beautiful sort of thing as well, because obviously so many of these conversations transcend even, just being a dad, right? Manny?
Yeah, and I through my own personal therapy that I've been going through this last couple of years, one of the things that I'm learning is to father myself. So I found it kind of like timeless or very timing when the ad for this summit came about. Because usually I would have strayed away for something like this just because I'm not a father. But now trying to heal, I know that now it's time for me to be my own father. And plus, I also have a 4-year-old nephew that I want to be able to be there for should something happen, or just be there in general.
That's really beautiful, Manny. I appreciate you sharing that. And it's an important point, because obviously all of us have fathers. And some people lose their fathers really early, and some people, like very late in life. But there's still that imprint on some layer that we get to take a look at. Patrick, tell us more about the importance. So the importance of finding your tribe. I remember when we first spoke, you had a really just beautiful story about that.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, it was, I guess, tied in with a story from when I moved to China.
Mhm.
I guess to fast track past that now and move on to the next part. Once I moved back from China itself, there was 2 parts to the story. The first one was that I understood that this was now the ending of a chapter for the friends and mates that I grew up with in school, and ones that had moved to the Sunshine Coast even. The reason being is just because, unfortunately, we'd moved on to different wavelengths. There was a number of them that wanted to stay where they were, and there was nothing wrong with that. They were just happy to sort of live in that sort of lifestyle of living for the weekend and partying and spending the paycheck. And like I said, it's for everyone. But I wanted more. And like I mentioned, I needed to find not just a men's group for support with being a dad, but I also wanted to find people that would elevate me to be the best version of who I wanted to be and who I knew I could be. But I didn't have the tools or the resources or the means at the time because I hadn't really delved into that. I hadn't even put my foot in the door as I can't remember who was mentioning it before, but I was kind of under the mentality that it was still a little bit woo-woo because I'd come from a mining background, footy. So anything with personal development, sitting around in circles, it wasn't so much of an ego thing as like, oh, this is not for me. These people are not my people. It was more so just the unconscious awareness of how beneficial it can be with having your own tribe and having men around you that you can trust with your deepest, darkest thoughts that are complete strangers, but can leave as brothers and, and as mates. And there's a difference for me between friends and mates. Friends are just people that, you maybe catch up with on the weekend, occasionally go out for a drink or whatever, but mates, few and far between. Like if they're true sort of, you could almost say blood brothers if you want to use that term. But once I moved back from China, I fell into a pretty deep place of isolation. I felt very alone. I had my beautiful boy, I had my wife, and that was great. And I guess as a man, it's probably, it's hard for sometimes the female gender to maybe understand that being alone for a man is sometimes a lot harder, just because obviously we're with our thoughts a lot. We like to do, and not being able to have anyone to be around, let alone have any sort of real sense of purpose when I came back, was probably one of the hardest points in my life. So after moving in with those groups and being able to be surrounded by some amazing men that really I just see were doing amazing things in life, and these were no different to me. And that's probably the biggest eye opener I had for anyone out there listening, is that there's like never once did I put them on a pedestal, but I also was very shocked to realize that I am not unique. My challenges and my problems and all that, I'm not a unicorn. Every man there was just like me in their own ways. And from there, I guess the idea stemmed that these men's groups were great, but as fathers, we do actually have some unique challenges. We do have things that we get to celebrate that are a little bit different. I know for your everyday blue collar men, learning to change your first diaper without getting crap all over you is probably, not an exciting win for a lot of other guys, or putting your kid down to sleep by himself, or anything of, this nature as being a father. There is unique wins in that. And that's why I wanted to start up the circles that I do, because, it was an amazing opportunity to connect in with other dads on the coast, but also provide a network for other fathers to realize that they aren't alone and that there is an opportunity out there. And it was actually scary to know on the Sunshine Coast that there was a lot of men that had no idea that this even existed or this was a possibility. Most of them had just closed off that idea and thought they just had to go to work and hang with their families and repeat. So yeah, I think it was a beautiful opportunity to open something up that was closed off to myself and so many other men.
Go ahead, Calvin. I'm like, I'll be right back.
Patrick, I think that's powerful in what you're sharing, and I like that example that you gave of what a difference is between a friend and a mate. That's awesome. I like that a lot. As Alicia is taking a little bit of a break, I am intrigued and want to learn more about your thoughts, I think, in your next topic regarding seeing life through the lens of a child. What can you share more about that and elaborate more about that?
Yeah, definitely. I think that for me, probably the biggest eye opener of seeing the lens through my children. They're very different in so many beautiful ways. Now, obviously, being completely vulnerable, that's beautiful and also triggering sometimes as a man, as a father, because they are so unique. They also want your attention split across three ways for different things that they want to do. And I guess it's triggering in the sense that as much as you want to provide that time for and that space and energy for them, sometimes there's parts of me, that little ego part in the back, that just go, why can't you all just like the same thing? And I say that because obviously as a father yourself, it's kind of funny when, if they want something from the fridge or they want something from the shop, it always has to be the same. And if it's not, there's, meltdowns and frustrations and anger. But I've had to understand that my boys being unique and different is a beautiful thing, and that to not push any of my conditioning or my upbringing upon them based upon my desires and what I did as a kid and, the things that I love doing and sports and all that. Seeing my oldest boy take a path completely different to what I did in my upbringing and being very nurturing as the first child, being very soft-natured and very, I guess, a little bit more emotional was actually a beautiful thing. Although our relationship sometimes can be jaded, because I feel a deeper connection sometimes to my middle boy. And I say that only with complete honesty, even though I love them all unconditionally the same. So with my oldest boy, he's very much into, I guess, with animals, being very nurturing, very caring. He's got a very kind heart. My middle boy, I don't know if you had the same thing yourself, Calvin, but he's a firecracker. He's wanting to ride dirt bikes and fall over all the time and play rugby league and pretty much do anything that can hurt himself on a regular basis, day to day. And yeah, there's been parts of my days where I've had to sit back and just go to myself, Why am I being triggered in this moment? What is it that's truly triggering me? Is it actually anything they're doing wrong or something that they've said or spoken into or their actions? Or is that just a reflection of myself not healing a part of me that I haven't dealt with, throughout my childhood or throughout my adulthood? And yeah, there's been times where I've done the wrong thing, where I've raised my voice or I've done something that I regretted instantly, but I've had to sit back then and reflect on what were they wanting out of the experience? Why did they act the way they did? What were they truly looking for? Was it more attention from dad? Was it the fact that they wanted to do this because it just made them happy and there was no ulterior motive? And I guess when I took more time to think into that and actually reflect on that, it allowed me to appreciate life through the way they look at it and not the way that I think they should look at it, or have a certain way of being or living in today's society, because they are kids and kids can do stuff just for the sake of doing it. There doesn't have to be a hidden agenda. They don't understand that yet. They just, if they want to go and throw something at the wall or eat 10 cookies for breakfast, they're just going to do it because it makes them happy, or they needed to get their rage out or whatever it is. So yeah, for me, it was just interesting to take a step back, slow down, and really appreciate each of them for their individual brilliances and the challenges that they are going through in life. Because a lot of the times as men and as fathers, in my own experience, we don't sort of give ourselves enough time to just have fun and be a kid and relax. And, I know, for example, before I really started into men's work and personal development, my boys might be outside running around, throwing themselves in the dirt and ripping stuff up in the yard. And I'm like, no, stop doing that. No, I'm going to have to go fix it and everything. And then you just see the looks on their face. It's like bewilderment. It's just like, what do you mean? I'm like, I'm just doing this because it was fun. I'm not trying to destroy anything. And it was triggering at first, but then I realized, I'm like, no, if I get down there and do that with them, I'm now reinforcing that it's okay to just have fun, because if I don't, the scary thing is that after, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years of this conditioning, they could just close that part of them off. And, fun doesn't become an option. It becomes like a taboo thing of, maybe I shouldn't do it. And they start to repress that. Then it just becomes a cycle, for them and their kids and their kids' kids. So yeah, that links back in, I guess, with the generational conditioning side of it. But yeah, who doesn't love to have a bit of fun and throw dirt around?
Patrick, that's awesome. I appreciate you sharing that. It's funny because my experience was different. I've got more girls than boys. So
Yeah.
me growing up, I grew up with 2 younger brothers, and so all boy, testosterone full throttle, and we were having fun, getting into anything and everything. So emotions weren't something that I was really tapped into too well. So it took me 5 girls to help me with that. And like you said, my oldest daughter, my firstborn, she's a warrior. Second, more of a thinker, feeler, loves to be in the arts. My third is a tomboy, and then my fourth is my son. So I finally wound up having a son, and then the thing that I had to work through was not placing all my hopes and dreams on his shoulders to be the full boy that I needed and I've been wanting for all those many years, but to allow him to grow and become the individual that he's meant to be, and not what I wanted him to become. So I salute you on opportunities to be able to celebrate their eyes and their lens of how they see things. That that is an important gift to be able to have as a father. So thank you for sharing that.
No, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
So very beautiful. Patrick, well, there's so much richness in all the things that you have to bring us today. So I really appreciate you bringing all of that forward. And I feel that we don't talk about that enough, is seeing your life through the lens of a child. As adults, we so often lose that sense of wonder, and yet it's still all around us, no matter what age that we are. and to be able to capture that still with your children. I think that's such a gift. I don't personally have children, but I think that just what I see around with parents is that it's this beautiful excuse for you to get to play like a child. That we still have that inner child within us that's just dying to come out and play. And you suddenly become a father, and then you get to do those things and not be judged. You get to play in the dirt. You get to build with Legos. You get to go make forts. Like whatever it is that you want to do. It's like, yay, I finally get to go do this.
Mhm. Yeah, I've definitely used that excuse to watch some Disney movies or something else. I just didn't want a life. Bluey-a-thons or something like that. And I'm just going to chill out.
You're like, come on, guys, you know you want to watch this with me. I mean, like, this is what you want to watch, right?
Lego's your favorite. Come on, guys, let's go.
Yeah. I bought this great Lego set for you.
It's always a way.
You
For
know,
sure.
what's funny with that is that sometimes, you know, in sharing my childhood with my kids, I would uh, I would cause them to watch some of the things that I watched, and I didn't realize how traumatic that was for them. So a cartoon was Watership Down, and it was about the rabbits that were trying to survive underneath the ground. And I was thinking, hey, my kids would love this. I found out years later that my kids were like, Dad, that was the most horrendous cartoon I ever watched growing up. And I just want you to know that please don't ever do that again. So it was a growing experience. We worked past that. And it was good to be able to help with perspectives and love and care for them, that they are definitely different people and have different perspectives as how they see things.
That's really beautiful. I love you sharing that, Calvin. That does bring up an interesting mix, I feel like, between things that Calvin's brought up in regards to his son and also what we want to do as children, our inner child, and with our child. And sometimes that feeling that maybe there was something that you wanted to do as a child, and you're trying to create that opportunity for your child that you perhaps did not have to do, and yet them not wanting to do it.
Yeah, that is, as I was mentioning to Calvin before.
I'm like,
When
did you
you're
guys
just
talk about
taking-
this already while I was gone for like 5 minutes?
Just a little bit, but
All right,
no,
okay, well, we can skip it. It's okay. I can just watch it later.
yeah, we just
I
spoke
guess
to
I'm
the
just on the
differences.
train. It's fine. I'm here with you guys. I left. I couldn't hear anything. I came back and
We were just like channeling the energy. You know, we
You
knew
were.
that question was
You
coming up.
were. Deeply enmeshed in the Mensa.
So Calvin's got the good questions. He's bringing them. He's bringing the fire.
Love that. It's one of the many reasons we bring it. So Patrick, we have a good amount of time left. Oh, do you need to go? Sorry, I just saw your text that you need to get your kiddo.
My wife's up now. You might be able to hear him screaming like a dinosaur in the background, but yeah,
Oh, yes.
he actually he ran out of the garage where I've got my office set up and just locked the door on the other side anyway, and then just like ran off, just like going to find where my wife was. So he's very independent for a 1.5-year-old. Yeah, he loves to sort of show his maturity at that age somehow. But now he's being a dinosaur, so the whole opposite. He's just being a big kid. So.
Isn't that just an excellent opportunity to model what it is to be a father, right?
Oh yeah. The
How
many
do you
hands
create
of
that
Juggernaut.
work-life balance?
That's right. I've done many a Zoom call before with at least one of my boys sitting on my lap.
Yeah, they're just subconsciously taking it in, right?
100%. I want to be on camera. I want to be with Dad. I'm like, okay, well, it is being a father, I guess. There's no point shoving him off to the side, but he just walked off. He's very independent. It's like, no, I'm done. So
I'm listening to you, Dad. Well, I'm grateful to your wife for helping to support you to be able to be here with us today.
thank you.
I do. You're welcome. I always want to acknowledge the people in the background supporting, making things possible for us to hold this space together.
definitely. I wouldn't be able to be at the meetups or here today if it wasn't for my wife. So yeah, I am very grateful.
That's beautiful. It's nice when you find people that are in alignment, right? And then get you get the opportunity to model that then for your children.
Yeah. I mean, it's never easy, but you just get it done.
Yeah. Yeah. What makes it easier for you as a father and what you're modeling for the kids?
I think just having healthy boundaries is a big one. Just being able to make sure that each individual, gets their time to fill their cup. And I guess this could go down a whole rabbit hole. I know we're aware of time, but I'll just keep it as short as possible. I know that in my wife's experience, at least, that it can be lopsided at times for mums, through a number of different factors. One, obviously, where we live now, she loves doing a lot of stuff outside that still involves our boys, or when we go on adventures, she loves to involve them. Two, mum guilt can come up as well. A lot of the times, not wanting to actually let go of your children or feeling like you shouldn't because you're not doing the right thing. But we try and balance it out as best as we can. My wife's just now found a love of getting back on the horse, so to speak, and doing horse riding again after a traumatic event in her childhood, which could be spoken about, but that's for her to speak about. I'll keep that private to her. But yeah, it's good to see that she's now found something that can actually fill her cup and her bucket as well. And I guess that gives us a better chance at balancing things out, with those boundaries as well of, being very open and honest about what we do. Like my meetups every Sunday are set in stone. That's something very important to me. It's something I'll always do. But if I have to pivot and change and take one or two or three of my boys, I'll do it. Because obviously, that's being a father as well. A lot of the men that come down there bring their kids as well. So, it's playground, there's all areas, there's the beach. So yeah, it gets to be what it is versus what it should look like.
What it should look like. Isn't that an interesting thing that we place upon ourselves in life across the board? So I appreciate that you honor what your family needs and what you need, despite what might be put forth as what it should look like. That's important to honor. So, gentlemen, we have a couple minutes left and then we can have a break. We've been sitting for a very long time. I think it's important for space to be held and honor any stretching, running, bathroom breaks, food, all the different things before we have the fantastic Brian join us as our next speaker. So Patrick, thank you so much for all you've done, all that you continue to do to support fathers everywhere and men and be a fantastic role model in the world today. And for your time here today, I deeply appreciate you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate what you've created, Alyssa. I think it's essential. I think it's amazing to see so many fathers coming together and just sharing their wisdom and their experiences. So I guess, that we can be the permission slip for other fathers to follow suit. So yeah, thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Gentlemen, the floor is yours. We are at 3:30, so feel free if you would like to have casual conversation between all of you. If you need to get up and move about, do so. Patrick, I know you need to run to go off to your men's group, so I want to honor that as well. And thank you again. We'll connect. Ty.
Hey, I am going to be leaving you all shortly to do my father thing. And before I do, a couple of things really stood out to me. The first one I want to speak to is Manny being here, not as a father, like to physical children, but to access that, from within himself, and that his commitment to himself is so clear, and it's really inspiring, Manny, that you're here right now, doing this inner work, this exploration, and that just the fact that you, something inside of you acknowledged that this event was on, and then you followed that thing within yourself to be here right now, even though you don't have children. So serious kudos to you, my friend. This is a beautiful thing to witness, man. So congratulations for that, really. The other thing I wanted to say before I left is, Calvin, what I wrote down when you were sharing the story about your father and you know, in the front lines, and being the only one that came out of that experience was what I was present to was the miracle of life. Like the fact that all of that stuff happened, and then you're here right now, and you've created a beautiful family of your own, and you're inspiring, you know, leadership in your own special way now. And it's just really like connected me to this miracle of life, that like it's not by chance that your father was the only one that came out, and that was the experience, of that now you're here, you know, in front of us, and sharing your message. So thank you for that. And then I got a whole bunch of great stuff from Patrick, you know, with the boys, and I love it. You know, I've been in meetings and sessions myself with my son on my lap, and you know, connecting to like that child within us. My son has been the one that's really sort of given me that gift. I wasn't present very much with my two daughters when they were his age, and so I've had this beautiful reset coming to Australia a year ago, and sort of letting go of all of the things that I thought were important in life, and reconnecting to what I now know is the true essence of everything. Yeah, so thanks very much for bringing up the importance of like of being, you know, just holding on to that childlike energy, because you know, as children, they're the most pure beings. You know, they're the ones that are closest to the source of everything, and they come here without all that stuff that, you know, we create stories about, and then, you know, shape our actions and our environments and all that stuff. So it's amazing that you said that, and I really appreciate you encouraging me to appreciate each of them for their individuality, because that's not something that I do enough. And so I really am thankful that you said that, because now I have the opportunity today to go and do that with my, you know, I got a 10-year-old daughter, 7-year-old daughter, and a 2.5-year-old son. So thank you to everybody, and Alicia, also thank you to you. If the recording's available to me, I'll definitely check out the rest when I have an opportunity. So
Thank you, Ty. It's been a true privilege to have you here with us, and how much you've shared of your own personal journey, and yeah, just the kindness you've shown every single one of our speakers and myself. And it's just been fun and an honor to have you with us. So thank you for that.
My pleasure. Have a great day, everyone.
Thanks.
You too. Take care. Thank you.
We'll give you the recordings.
Okay, bye.
I was just going to
All
jump
right.
in quickly and say, yeah, I do have to head off myself as well. I popped a message in the chat there, but thank you so much, Alicia. Yeah, once again, thank you for what you've created. It's so beautiful, and I'm very humbled to be a part of it and sharing my experiences. And I've taken a lot away, even just in that short period that I was there, with, you know, Calvin jumping in and asking me those questions and going a little bit deeper, and just hearing the reflections there as well. Yeah, it was beautiful. So I would love to just stay in contact, and yeah, Alicia, I'll stay in contact with you. Look through the recordings, I'll get them out as well. And yeah, who knows, maybe some collaborations in the future.
Thank you so much, Patrick. I appreciate you. And I hope you get to connect with the men later. Have a wonderful day, my friend.
Take care,
See you
Patrick.
later, guys.
Thank you. Bye. Oh, what a fantastic day. Oh, big stretches. Brian, you can feel free to unmute. Join us. Oh, goodness gracious.
I'm here. Calvin, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty well. Who's this?
This is Brian.
Brian, what's up, man?
Yeah, doing good. I sent you a message before, trying to say hi and everything. I'm happy to be here. I'm excited for it.
Well, I'm glad that you're here. We're looking forward to hearing your story and hearing what you have to share. So thank you for being here.
I'm happy to be here, man. Hopefully I can share a couple things that really hit home, really give some life lessons, because I'm going to share something that is deeply personal that happened in my life. So I'm hoping that will help in the topics I'm talking about, and can't wait to share it with you guys.
We're looking forward to it.
Thank you, Brian. And on that note, I think we can start 4 minutes early. What do you think, guys? Hi, Simeon.
Sounds good.
Everyone.
All right. Let's do this. So Welcome. We have Brian Moser from the United States. He is a father's advocate, and he's got some fantastic topics to share about just the impact of how being a great father can really help your kids through adversities and hardships, and just being a really good role model, leading by example for your children, and the difference that that can make. So thank you so much, Brian, for joining us here today. I do deeply appreciate you.
Oh, thank you. Alicia, first, I'd just like to start off by saying thank you so much for the opportunity to be a part of this. I'd like to say hi to all the guys on the panel here. It's really pretty exciting to see what, and you and me have talked a little bit before about this, but just how much work you put in as a woman to give a space for not for women to talk, but for men to talk, to advocate for men. And I think that's incredible of you to do. I know that takes a lot of time and effort on your part. So me personally, I would like to thank you for doing that, because I think there are millions of fathers around the world that wish they had somebody that would advocate for them, that wish they had somebody that would stand up and say, you know what, hey, you like these guys maybe need a little bit of there's a few of them out there doing pretty good. So thank you for all that you do. I'm very happy.
I really appreciate that.
Very honored to be a part of this, and it's exciting to see how people are connecting. People like you are helping to connect other people. So that's incredible on your part. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much for sharing that with me, Brian. I deeply appreciate it. It is a lot of work, but it's being on the summit with all of the men from around the world and having them share their stories and connect with one another is such a privilege and an honor to get to experience, especially as a woman. It is well worth the time and effort I put forward to get to create it. So thanks.
Well, also,
tell us a little bit. Go ahead.
Also, I just want to say to you, I think this is incredible, again, what you're doing, because like you just said, around the world, we're not talking about a group of men at a local community center. We're not talking about a group of men sharing in their church or at a house. We're talking about a group of men around the world who are coming together to share their stories. And, you start connecting dots, you and Calvin, and then Calvin and, Manny, and then you just one by one, you just weave this web, and it's around the world. That's something, technology has given us a chance to actually use our voice and go around the world in a matter of seconds. Millions of people can hear your voice. So again, what you've done is you've given, the guys on this panel, the men around the world that are listening, even some of the women that might be listening, you've given us a chance to go around the world to touch other people. So that's amazing. That's amazing.
Thank you, my friend. It is amazing, and I'm grateful technology allows us to do those things. I think that one of the most beautiful and interesting things that I've discovered over the last 4 years in doing these summits is that no matter where these men are from around the world, there's remarkable similarities into what men are struggling with, be it business, relationship, mental health, fatherhood. And I think it just really humanizes all of us, regardless of country of origin, the color of our skin, what we do for a living. We're just humans. So it's really nice to get to showcase that and see men from around the world supporting one another, regardless of it all.
Yeah. And like you said, it doesn't matter what race, religion, who you have been, who you're going to be. Men, just like women, we are all built from two things. We are built in here, and we are built in here. So it doesn't matter what I look like on the outside. For those who don't know me, I'm 6'6", I'm 300 pounds. I was an amateur bodybuilder competitor, and now a strongman. So I'm a very big, very strong man. But when you actually get to know me, everything about me has nothing to do with this appearance. It has everything to do with what's in here and what I've built in here. 100%. So when we look at each other, we need to remember that everything here does not play a part with what's built in here.
Beautiful sentiment. But tell us more about your journey as a father, Brian.
Okay. So for those who don't know me, my name is Brian Moser. I am a loving husband, and I am an absolutely dedicated father. 6 years ago, my entire life changed. Before my daughter was born 6 years ago, I was a bit of a wild man. I love traveling. I love doing the, crazy, wild, fun party lifestyle. I knew at some point that I wanted to be a dad, but just the way things were going, I just didn't see that anytime soon. I was, going out with my friends at night in my, early and late 20s, we go out, stay out late, and then I go home, go to sleep, and go to work. That was where my mind was at. And then as life progressed, I got the chance, the amazing blessing to become a dad to my wonderful little girl. And when that happened, everything changed. Everything about how I see the world, how I see myself, everything changed. It was eye-opening, to say the least, when I started going out as a father, when I started taking my little daughter to daycare, when I started taking her to school, the way I was treated. And it, not all of it was bad, not all of it was great, but it was almost like at some points I was seen as invisible. Like when I would take my daughter to school, it was all the moms and all the women were, yay, we're all amazing. And then I'd walk in and they're like, we don't really care that a dad's here. And I'd start to notice little things. And this is, of course, not all women, just, just the few that I've come in contact with. But I started to see that I wasn't taken seriously as a father, and I wasn't taken seriously no matter where I went as a father. And that really started to get to me. So I started reaching out to other dads. I started reaching out to other men that I knew in my personal life and others around. And I noticed that everybody kind of had this similar experience of, we're not treated the same. And I started to wonder why. And it really got to a point of where I spent my days researching and looking and listening to everything around me. And it was about 2 years ago, I finally realized that, there's social media, there's all the places I go, there's all the things I do, there's all these people I talk to on a daily basis, but I'm not talking to any of them about the things that myself as a father going through, or that any other fathers I know are going through. And it just kind of hit me like a ton of bricks one day. I told my wife, I said, I think I want to start talking about being a dad. I want to start talking about the things I'm going through and how being a dad has changed my life. And my wife, who's the most supportive, amazing, incredible person, was like, you absolutely should do that. I support you 100%. And it was like, boom, there goes the rocket. I'm off. From the moment I changed my platform on social media, on Instagram, it just took off. And it was like all of these dads were in the comment section and in direct messenger going, man, I can't thank you enough. Like this is changing my life. I can't believe somebody's actually standing up and saying the things you're saying. Because my wife will tell you, I'm not really afraid to talk about anything. I don't hide. I'm not a shy person. I will talk to you in a supermarket. I will talk to you in the gym. And my wife is, kind of joked around, and she's very proud of who I am. She never asked me to hide. She is very proud of who I am, and she supports me. But she's like, we can't go anywhere without somebody stopping you. One, either because of your physique, and then two, we have to spend an extra 30 or 40 minutes wherever you go, because as soon as somebody asks you, you just go. And I'm like, sometimes I can't stop. Especially when a dad wants to know something. And it has just been incredible to see that using something like social media has helped so many people, even if it's in the smallest way. I have gotten messages from dads who are like, hey man, I just want you to know, like, I love listening to your content. Like, thank you so much for sticking up to dads, to the very sad and very, very hard conversations of, I don't know if I want to be here anymore. Is there anything you can tell me that might change my mind? And it's, from the light side of the spectrum to the darkest side of the spectrum, sticking up for dads, it's just been life-changing. It's been life-changing. So when I got asked by Alicia here to be a part of this, I was like, I can't refuse this. Even if it reaches one more additional person, if it reaches one man or one woman who was like, you know what, I think I know somebody who might need to hear this. Everything about that is worth it to me, because I remember right after I changed my platform, somebody, I have no idea who this person was, but somebody posted a video on one platform, and it was a kid screaming because his dad had just taken his own life. And it broke me. And I was, it just hit me like a ton of bricks. And I was like, I have to tell dads how important they are, because I can't watch another video like this. I can't see one more like this. And then when I started researching, it was god awful to know the numbers of
3 to 6
how
times higher than women, depending upon the countries that statistics you're looking at.
yeah,
Than
and
suicide.
you beat me to it, but it just and I mean, here in the US, I think it's just over 80% of suicides, not just fathers, but men. It's men. So I'm like, they're really out here struggling. So every single time I get even the tiniest little message, whether it's I'm here, I don't know if I can take anymore, or if it's here like, hey man, I did one of the things you said, and like my life with my child has changed because of that. All of that, to reach out and to talk to men, is all of it's worth it, because our moms are so important to children, and our fathers are just as important to our children, and our children need us to be here. They need us to be present. They need us to give they need our time, they need our energy, they need our effort, and they need our love. So that's why I'm here. That's why I'm doing this, because my daughter means more to me than anything. But I also care enough to know that every other father out there and every other mother out there, their child means that much to them too, for the ones that truly love their children.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for all of that and for being here today.
Happy
So
to be
tell us a little bit more about your journey with like helping your child in regards to overcoming adversity and hardships.
So if it's all right with you, I'm going to give you a personal story that is very deep to me, that I don't think I've shared with very many people, but I want as many people out there to know about it as possible, on how I built like my foundation of how to help my child overcome adversity and overcome hardships, because my father helped me overcome something that absolutely just rocked my world one day. So I'm trying to shorten this story because it could be very long if I don't. I was 21 years old. I had just gone over to have dinner with my mother, and my father was supposed to be there as well. It's gonna be a little family dinner, just the three of us. And my parents live, I guess you can say, a little bit past the suburbs, not country, but countryside. And I had a wonderful dinner with my mother. My mother, if she sees this, is incredible. I want you to know that. But I had a wonderful dinner with my mom. And when I was leaving, I remember telling my mom, I'll let you know when I get home. Like, a lot of the times that I do. And I was traveling down a dark, unlit road. And as I'm driving down this road, not thinking of it, everyday thing, as I passed a mailbox, one of these big brick mailboxes, I saw a red shirt jump out. And a woman decided that night to take her life, and she used me and my truck to do it. When that happened, obviously 21 years old, I'm panicked. I'm scared out of my mind. I think I'm going to spend the rest of my life in prison, even though I didn't do anything wrong. I flagged down the first car that's coming down the road. I'm like, stop, please, God, stop. And the first person coming down the road was my dad. My dad was the first person on the scene, and he jumped out, and it was, oh my God, what happened? What happened? And while I was panicked, while I was screaming in horror, my dad said, sit down, just stay here. I'll take care of this. He ran back. Unfortunately, very tragically, the woman did not make it. My father came back and said, I just want you to sit here. No matter what happens, I just want you to sit here. I'm here. I'm here for you. It was a very long night. I was questioned by any and every detective you can imagine. I was struggling just to keep my head up, because I thought of all the horrors that were going to happen. My dad stayed the whole time. And after a very long night, when we got back to my parents' house, I actually ended up spending hours in jail because of just unfortunately enough, a speeding ticket didn't get dismissed in court like they told me it did, and a warrant was issued from my IRS for not showing up for court, even though I was there, and I got arrested because of that. And after hours of sitting in a jail cell, being not guilty, they finally apologized to me and took me home. When I got home, it's almost like you could see the invisible track in the kitchen of my parents' house where my dad had been pacing back and forth. And as soon as I came in, he was beside himself. And I remember, and I can never forget this, my dad walks up and he puts his hands on my shoulders and he's rubbing my shoulders. And he said, I would give anything to go back in time and take this away from you. I would give anything to put it all on me. And it broke me. It broke me in the most beautiful way you could possibly imagine. And right before he gave me a hug, as he's rubbing my shoulders, he said, I helped make you. You are a part of me. No matter what you do, you will always be a part of me. And whatever you go through, I will go through too, because you are that part of me. And it changed everything. I I cried beyond any level that I think a man can possibly cry. And I did it with my dad. And my mom was there too. And, she comforted me as much as possible. But there's something different about what a father does, what a father's love does when he puts his arms around you. And that's the topic I'm talking about. It's how a father's love can help you overcome adversity and hardships. To me, in my opinion, and I'm not taking away from the love of a mother in any way, shape, or form, because I love what mothers do, and I love how mothers love their children, but a father's love is different. A mother's love, in my opinion, is a nurturing love. It is I will sit here and hold you, and I will cry with you, and I will stay here as long as I want. And we can cry together. And it's beautiful. It's a nurturing love. But a father's love, to me, in my opinion, is a love that wraps itself around you in this strong embrace and says, not only will I sit here with you, but I will do everything to push you through this. I will show you the way to get you through this. I will show you through my love, through my example, how to lead you out of darkness. And that night, that was one of the longest nights of my life. My dad showed me how to get through it. My dad showed me how, even in the darkest times, and I know there's been much worse things that have happened to other people. This is just my personal story. But my father showed me how to get through adversity and how to get through that hardship. From there, over the next weeks, months, my father would show me how to let out that hurt I was feeling, how to let out that, as a growing young man, that aggression that I felt from, why did this happen to me? I want to hate the world for what happened to me. He would show me through physical acts such as working out, boxing, things like that, how to let that aggression out, how to ease that tension and that stress. From there, my father also showed me the loving, compassionate side of a father's embrace, to where he would just take me out. He would take me out. We would go to a restaurant. We would go to a bar to grab a beer, and he would sit there and say, tell me how you're really doing. And he created this environment for me where it didn't matter how hurt I was. It didn't matter if I cried. It didn't matter if I was angry. It didn't matter if I wanted to scream and kick something. He showed me that a father's love is not only going to get me through this, but it's also going to strengthen me as I go. So he would say, I don't care if you want to punch the table. I don't care if you need a hug. I don't care if you want to sit here and talk to me until the morning comes. I will sit here with you like I promised. And he showed me that love that's just never ending, and that it teaches men and young men and young women that if I'm your father, if I'm going to say I love you, not only am I going to be strong for you physically as a protector, but I'm going to be strong for you emotionally. And whatever you go through, whatever you need to handle, whatever support you need, I will put all of that on me. I will take all the weight that you need to get off your chest and your shoulders, and I will put that on myself, and I will carry that for you as long as it takes, because that's what my strength is here for as a father. And my dad showed me over and over and over again how that plays out and how that can help me when I was a growing young man.
I really appreciate you courageously sharing all of that with us here and for any people in the future. That is a very powerful story.
No, I don't think I've ever actually shared that one. I've shared that one with a few people very quietly. Because most of the time, I'll be honest, that is not a story I make it through before I lose it myself. Um,
Well done.
well, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're
But
welcome.
going through those hardships, going through these things, I had many other things that I went through. Just talking about overcoming adversity, I think I lost far too many friends when I was growing up, which is something a young person should not do. Unfortunately, I lost a lot of people. I lost people due to suicide, unfortunately, due to murder, due to accidents, things like that. And again, every single time my father led the way by saying, I don't know who this is, but if you want me to be there, I'll sit there, I'll be with you. I'll hold you if you need me to. And every time I lost somebody, I remember losing a young man who was like a brother to me. He stayed with us. He was over here for school. He was going to the School of the Arts, which is a college in North Carolina. He was from Seoul, Korea. His English wasn't fantastic, but my family took him in like he was one of our own. And towards Christmas one year, he became incredibly sick, and he spent Christmas and New Year's in the hospital because he was diagnosed with cancer, and it was all the way down to his bones, and he didn't have much longer to make it. And my father would take me out and whatever friends that were there, and we go sit in our backyard and we talk about it. We talk about how hard it is, and he'd say, "Look, I can't stop what's going to happen. I can't stop the fact that he's going to die. But I can tell you when that happens, it's going to hurt. It is going to hurt like hell. It is going to be one of the hardest things because you are too young to do this. I've done this many times, but you are too young to go through this. So when it happens, I will sit out here with you every single night. I will do whatever I can to help you get through this, but it's going to be hard and you're going to have to fight. You're going to have to fight to get over this." And right after the new year, after I spent nights in the hospital with him so he wouldn't be alone, his parents came and took him back. And a few months later, we got the message that he had passed. I had built myself a room in my parents' basement because I was 16 at the time. And I remember tearing the walls down with my fists. I didn't know how to handle it. I didn't know the world could hurt that bad. And sitting there in a pile of essentially rubble and sheetrock, my father came and picked me up and said, "Let's go." And we went and sat in the backyard, and I cried and I screamed, and I was mad at God. I was mad at the world. I was mad at his parents for taking it away from me. And day after day, week after week, month after month, my father helped me get through it. He showed me how to become stronger. He showed me how to handle those emotions. He took his love and he grabbed me by the shoulders again, and he said, "I'm going to help show you how to get through this." And that is what I have modeled myself as a father by his example, by his lead. That's the model I've taken. Is every single time my daughter experiences something, not only am I going to hug her and hold her, but I'm going to show her how to get through it. And I'm going to tell her it's going to hurt, but I'm never going to stop being here for you. And I'm going to lead you out of this. And my daughter is only 6 years old. So thank God nothing traumatic has happened. But there's been little pains and little tantrums and little things like that. And like my father did, my father never talked down to me like I was too young to understand something. My father, and this is the other thing that I wanted to try and talk about in the topic of, is he led by example. He spoke to me and he held me and he showed me the way as if I was already a grown man from a young age. He showed me that if you are going to be strong, if you're going to understand the world, you have to understand that it's going to be hard, and you're going to learn lessons, and you're going to have to go through fights and adversities and hardships, but let me show you how to go through those. And that's what I've done for my daughter because of what my father showed me and his father did for him, and now I do because of what he taught me. And this is what I want to be, and this is what I would like to see as a model for all fathers out there, is not only love your children, but take them by the hand in a strong fatherly embrace and say, not only is it going to be okay, but I'm going to walk you through this hand in hand as long as it takes.
It's really beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing all of this. And thank you for your dad. I don't know if he's still with us,
He
but
is.
so our
Better not go
gratitude.
anywhere anytime soon.
You're like, I'm not ready.
No, it's not gonna happen. I will go and get my doctorate if I have to and treat it myself.
That's beautiful.
But
Calvin, my friend, I feel like you have something to say. Do you have something to say, Calvin?
I just encouraged with the example that you have in your dad, Brian. I think that is such a beautiful, wonderful opportunity with what happened to you in your life, because I wouldn't want that for anyone, and I'm pretty sure you wouldn't want that for anyone. But how your dad stepped up and showed you the path of what it means to step in, stand in, and be that support system. It's a beautiful picture that you just painted and shared, and that is that's what's been missing. I think I shared earlier before that in our nation, in the United States, in the 80s, that we started getting caricatures of men and fatherhood of being buffoons or not smart or not being intuitive or not, and it has gone downhill from there. And to be able to hear that and express that needs to be shared more. And I'm grateful that you are sharing that.
not sure where our music was coming from. No,
I would like to. Is it Calvin?
No, Calvin, I greatly appreciate it, man. Thank you for the kind words. And one thing I want to say, well, you kind of brought something up for me. These caricatures that our media and TV and all this stuff is painted of us, like you said, is perfect example is we're buffoons. We open up the fridge, and even though the ketchup bottle is right there, we're like, hey, where'd you leave the ketchup? And we have to go to our wives to ask for it. And our kids are like, oh, dad. And then the laugh track comes on. We as fathers, I think, I just became a father recently 6 years ago, but over the decades, over the past several decades, we have, I think, in my opinion, men have allowed it to happen. We have allowed people to laugh at us and tell us that we're not that great and we don't really do as much. And something that really bothers me is we have been called babysitters when it comes to our children. You're giving mom a break is what I have personally had thousands of men tell me, that they've been called a babysitter, or it's cute that you're giving mom a break, or a little vacation for mom, things like that. And instead of saying, no disrespect, but don't ever refer to me as that again. I am a father. And this actually happened to me one day in a checkout line at can't remember where I was. I think it was a Walmart, but I was getting groceries, and I'm holding my daughter's hand, and her hair is braided in little pigtail braids. And the lady at the checkout line is going, oh, your hair is so cute. Oh, did your mommy do that for you? And my daughter will not hesitate to put you in your place. My daughter said, no, my daddy did it, or my daddy did it. And she's like, oh, okay. And I kind of looked at her like, that's right, I did. And then she keeps on going. And so she tries to, and I don't think she meant harm. I'm not going to say anything bad about this woman, but she tried to change the subject, and she said, "Oh, so you taking your daughter out for a break, giving mom a break, you babysitting for the day?" And unfortunately, I am very scary and intimidating just to begin with because of how I look. I'm not exactly like a nice, friendly looking person, but I looked at her and I said, "Don't ever call me a babysitter again. Don't you dare call a father a babysitter. That is my child. I am with her every day. I do not ever take a break from being her father. Do you understand?" And she kind of stepped back. I am so sorry. I said, I'm not trying to be mean, but don't ever call a father a babysitter again. And I think we have allowed this. We have laughed it off and kind of gone, yeah, mom's getting her toes done, so I'm taking care of the kid for a minute. That's not your job. We are not babysitters. We are not little helpers. And we have allowed this to happen, I think. And instead of stepping up and showing the world that we are just as important, that we are just as much a part of our kids' lives, we have let other fathers slack off and not called them on it. We have allowed other people to step in and say things about us without correcting it. This is one thing I think that men can actually take away from a lot of mothers. If you were to insult a mother about her being a mom, I don't think there's a mom that wouldn't have a out loud social media clip movement of "how dare you," but fathers won't do that. And I think that's something that we can actually learn from it. Is mothers are very, very strong when it comes to how proud they are to be a mom, and they're not going to let you take that away from them. And I think that's something that we need to do more of as men and as fathers, is stand up and say, absolutely not, I'm not going to tolerate that. I'd love to share, if I have a little bit of time, a personal example of how you can do that, how you can show the world how impactful you are as a father, but you don't have to do it disrespectfully. You don't have to make the world fear you or go, "Oh, well, he's probably abusive if he's that loud." I'd like to share an example of how to lead by example in terms of showing the world just how amazing fathers can be. I was with my daughter, taking her to school during the COVID years. My daughter was, I think, 3 or 4, maybe it just turned 4. No, she was 3. And we were going to school, and there's a long line. There's a long corridor that you have to go in, and you have to get in line, and you have to wait to check in. I had been going there for 6, 8 months. There would be, 15, 20 women in line waiting to drop off their kids. I would be most of the time the only dad. And all of them would be talking to each other, having a great time, laughing and sharing stories. And the second I got in line, it was quiet. And for some reason, I don't know, and maybe this is just funny to me, but a lot of people think big guys don't hear so well because they will whisper very loudly and think that I can't hear it. And I would hear all the whispers. I would hear all of these, and again, nothing bad on these women. I'm not trying to hurt or insult, but some of these women would say, the mom must have been busy this morning and he finally decided he was going to help. Things like that. And I held my tongue. I'm not going to make a scene at my daughter's school. And that went on for months and months and months. Nobody would talk to me. That might have been because of the way I look. Like I said, I'm a big guy, a little bit intimidating, but nobody would talk to me. I'd get to the front, and the woman who's checking the kids in would have a short little conversation with every woman leading up. And then I would get there and she'd go, "Name." I'm like, I have to change something here. I'm already big and intimidating. I can't intimidate further by being loud. I have to show these women and these people at the school that I'm a good dad, that I'm not scary. And it hit me one morning. We're going to school, and on the way there, my daughter, who just absolutely was at that phase, and she still is in that phase where she sees dad and she runs. And I said, "Hey, kiddo, I missed you so much yesterday. I'm going to miss you so much today. So when I pick you up, can you run and give me a hug so big that it knocks me over?" And she's like, "Yeah, daddy, yeah." So I come back at the end of the day. I go to pick her up, and there she is at the end of the hallway, and she starts running. And I squat down, and I've got my arms out. And I said, "Give me that hug, kiddo." And she runs. My daughter's like 25 pounds at this point. I'm 300 plus. My daughter hits me, and I pretend like it's the hardest thing in the world, and I fall over backwards, and I land on the ground, and I roll around, and I'm hugging her. Oh my gosh, oh, it's the biggest hug ever. And I go to get up, and she tackles me again. And I pretend like it knocks me over, and we get back up, and we do this 3 or 4 times. And I can hear behind me the 15, 20 women waiting in line are oohing and eyeing. Oh my God, what a great dad. Oh my God, look at how sweet they are together. Oh my God, I see him in here all the time. I decided that instead of letting people judge me based on how I look, I was going to let them judge me by my actions as a father. From there, showing them that I'm not this big scary guy. I'm actually a big teddy bear when it comes to my child. I'm a very friendly person. Everything changed. The women at the school would talk to me and have conversations with me. I'd get in line, and the women in line and everybody else would have conversations with me. And from there, I kind of continued that energy of, I'm going to show the world how good of a dad I am, but I have to keep going at this school. So one day, going to the playground where there's 3 or 4 classrooms all on this gigantic playground. There's like 60 kids out there. There's 10 different, school associates out there. I went up to my daughter and I said, "Hey kiddo, I want to play a game with you. I'm going to call it Roar." She ended up calling it Monster, but I called it Roar. I said, go hide. And when I find you, I'm going to go roar. And then you have to try and escape before I get you and tickle you. And she would run up to the top of the playgrounds, and she would be hiding with the other kids. And she'd be like, "My dad's coming. Everybody hide." The kids involved, just being a kid. And I'd come up and I'd jump up and I'd roar. A bunch of kids would run. And it started out with 3 kids participating. Then it was 13 kids participating. Then it was all the different, after about 3 months, it was 50 or 60 kids were participating. And it was now called Monster. And then it was, "Madeline's daddy is here." And the kids would run. And the people that worked at the school were saying to me, they would have conversations with me, and they're like, "Do you know how much we love when you come here?" All the kids' attitudes change. All the parents are like, let them play. This guy is awesome. And then the teachers would get a break, the school associates would get a break. And every time I come, they would start to go, "He's here." And I got the chance to change everybody's opinion of me as a father by leading by example of who I am inside here and what I am in here, not by what this looks like. If in my experience, like I've just shared with you, leading into how to lead by example, if we just tell somebody we're good enough, it's very hard to believe. We live in a world where everybody will say what they want, but not follow it up with their actions. Same thing goes for your marriage, your work life, everything. So if I, as a father, want to change the minds of everyone around me, if I want to come at this from a standpoint of how do I change people's minds, we actually have to stand up as fathers and do the work. We have to lead by example in saying, you can think whatever you want about me, but judge me by my actions. Judge me by who I am as what you see, not what you think. And I have managed to do that over and over again in every place I've gone. I have done that in her gymnastics class, in her ballet class. I fear nobody's judgment. You can think whatever you want about me. My purpose on this earth is for my wife and for my daughter to be a man that they can be proud of, to be a man that they can look for in terms of physical support or emotional support, mental support, whatever it might be. I have to lead by example. If my mark on this earth, I want it to be that when I am gone from this world, if my wife and my daughter and people that know me are still here, they are going to say, "That man never once let down his family. And he showed others along the way and he led by example of what a good father is." So if I'm going to do that, that means every day I do that. That means where I go, I am an ambassador for my family. I am a leader in my home and in my life, but it also applies to everywhere I go. So if I'm going to be this person that they want to be proud of, it means that even when my daughter and my wife aren't with me, what I do matters. because sooner or later somebody's going to see me with my child and go, oh my God, you're a dad too? We didn't know that about you. Now we get to see you interact with your child. And that's what, in my opinion, I believe as fathers we need to do. We need to stand up and lead by example. We need to have our actions. The old saying goes, actions speak louder than words. And fathers, if we are not going to lead by our actions, we are going to fail by just our words alone.
It's true. It's a very powerful thing to say and to be and to live by. So Brian, thank you so much for sharing all those really powerful examples and for being
I'm
an
very happy to
excellent
be here and share that. Thank you.
You're very welcome. So I want to honor the time. We do have 4 minutes left before our next speaker, Adam, joins us. So if there's any questions, comments that you would like to bring forth, last minute bits of wisdom, Brian, please feel free, gentlemen, to unmute yourselves and come forward.
I just wanted to really thank you, Brian, for sharing your experience with your dad and how he was with you during that rough time.
Thank you.
And it really helped me understand what love really is. Because from my experience, I've just learned love was just something you say. So seeing it in action, it's hard for me to accept. I've been married for over 20 something years, and I still, a lot of times, feel like my wife doesn't love me, not because she doesn't show, but because I don't know what it is, and it could be right in front of me and very, very confusing. And I look to Christianity, and a lot of the Bible talks about the Father's love and all these things, and even that was hard for me to connect. So for you to share your story and your commitment to your wife and your daughter, and to men in general, fathers, like really helped me understand what love really is. And I really, really appreciate you sharing your story with us.
Thank you very much, Manny. I appreciate that. Love is just one of those things, in my opinion. We all love differently, but a lot of the times we miss the small things. We miss the time where that one time your father put his arms on you and said, hey, kiddo, I'm here for you if you need anything. We all have different ways of saying it. My wife does it all the time. She will walk up behind me. I'll be making food in the kitchen or something like that. My wife will walk up behind me and I'll feel her arms wrap around me and squeeze, and I'll just put my hands on hers and I'll just sit there and I'll close my eyes. Just that 5-10 seconds, that was her saying, I don't have to do anything big, but I'm going to show you that I love you. And I just wanted to hold you for a minute. We miss those little cues sometimes. People don't make big grand gestures every single day. But if you're my friend and we're hanging out and we're having dinner together, or we're at a barbecue or something like that, and I come up and I put my hand on your shoulder and I said, hey man, tell me how you're doing. That's me giving you a chance to unload and say whatever you want, and me literally just saying, I'm here for you. Let me know what I can do. I would say to you, don't miss the little signs that your family does for you, that your wife does for you.
Thank you so much, Manny, for courageously sharing that, and also Brian for showing up. Adam, my friend, you're welcome. Adam.
Wow. I mean, that's a big man to follow there, and I don't mean like 300 pounds of big man. Like it's just all heart, right? How do you follow that? This is
yours. That's what you got to do. All of yours. Share it.
Yeah, bro. Thank you, Brian. That was, I know I only caught the last half of it, but you're speaking my language, and I love what you're saying. So hopefully I'll get to see the replay.
Yeah, absolutely. And Brian, please do put your contact information in the chat for where people can connect with you. Adam, I have a feeling that you two could do some amazing collaborative work together to further empower men.
Yeah, maybe. Or just a conversation.
Or just a conversation and become friends. Like just being friends is enough,
I love
having a conversation.
I think men miss the part where we can actually have that friendship of where it's like, hey, like let's throw around some ideas together. Let's come in and connect.
Yeah.
You know, we miss where we as men also need that brotherhood, that circle we can count on, you know, because if I've got all these ideas swirling around in my head and all these stories swirling around in your head, then Adam has them, Manny has them, Calvin has them, everybody has them. So we should be able to sit there and go, hey fellas, like let's bring it in every once in a while and just, dude, if you got a story to share, if you've got a hardship you've been through, let's put it out there on the table, and maybe somebody could help you, or maybe you guys could help me. You know, we forget that we oftentimes we need that brotherhood between men.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a big thing. So like clearly you can tell, right? I'm from Australia. And so there's this big thing here with that we forget about, because I think sometimes there's so much knowledge in the native peoples that we might not attach to. Like here, the Aboriginal people in Australia, the men have secret men's business. The women aren't involved. The women have their business. The men aren't involved. And sometimes part of the secret men's business is going, they call it walkabout. They just take off. They used to just take off into the bush with a spear, and they would be gone for days, weeks, months to do the stuff they need to do as men. We don't do that so much anymore. I can't speak for everyone else, but here in Australia, it's go, 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 do, be, run, all this kind of stuff. And there's no time for solitude. There's no time for silence. There's no time to be men by themselves or with other men. So we miss this tribal kind of stuff. I think it's programmed into us somewhere. It's not just a man thing, right? It's like a human thing. The idea of experience being a human rather than doing stuff. So it's kind of interesting. When I talked to Alicia at the start, I was like, I can talk about chaos. I'm a dad. I can talk about chaos. I could talk about my journey through chaos. And as I'm starting today, I don't know if you saw it, my son walked out the door. He's just been called into work. He's just got a job. He's like, can you take me to work? And I'm like, little man, I can't take you, but you can walk. And he's like, all right, Dad, I'm going. So he's walking himself to work.
Awesome.
My daughter has got the job at the same place. They're both working at the local bakery. And she's like, Dad, can you take me to work? And I'm like, oh, I think it works. I think the panel finishes just before I've got to drive you to work, because she'll want me to drive. She's a little bit younger. And I'm like, wow, like I'm working on talking about chaos today and I'm in it. It's perfect. It's perfect. So I don't know any of the men on this course, so I'm just going to give you a quick one. My name's Adam Stenecki. I live in Noosa on the Sunshine Coast in Australia. So the best analogy I can give in the States is maybe it's like around Miami, like that kind of heat, that kind of crazy person who wants to remove themselves from the busy, and it's paradise, right? So it's a beautiful place to raise children. And we moved our family here from Melbourne, which is the second biggest city in Australia, was the most expensive city in Australia for a while. Completely crazy, run off our feet all the time. And so we literally did that to remove ourselves from some of the chaos that was part of the setting and the situation. And I talk about three things. I'll talk about setting, situation, and state, but I'll get into that in a moment. So married, 2 kids, 2 dogs, and it's madness. Like anyone who's a dad knows, it's just madness all of the time, and it's brilliant. And I came to the realization last year that all of the work I've been doing, I can target and direct towards dads. Why? Because I'm a dad. And so I can help dads. So I created this thing called Man Alive, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But I want to link into what Brian was talking about. He's talking about doing the work, leading by example, and taking actions. And so there's some really big things for me. I'm at the moment sitting in my lounge room. If I could turn the camera around, I would. There is stuff everywhere in the middle of renovations. So like my Virgo sensibilities are pinging off like Peter Parker, you know, in a Marvel movie, his spider sense is going nuts. My Virgo, like I'm tingling because there's stuff everywhere. And my challenge at the moment is remaining calm in the chaos. And this is my family behind me. I don't know if you can see, this is like a drawing of my family. There's the 3 of us about 10 years ago. And what I'm hoping to do today is maybe share some of my insights in my journey and how I deal with the chaos and finding calm within that. Because like my thesis is that men have a default emotion, and that default emotion is anger. It's like our base programming is anger. Now, this is complete pseudoscience. I have no foundation for this. This is all observational. And I think that women kind of default more towards an anxious state. And so therefore we have this dichotomy where men are angry and we want to get things done, because like anger can be righteous and we can dial it in and we can want to get things done. Whereas women, and I'm being very general, want to sit and think and talk and do all that kind of stuff. And that plays out definitely in my family. So the trap I've always fallen into is wanting everyone to comply to my way. So I would feel angry at what's going on at home because I wasn't being listened to. I was feeling disrespected, whatever the case may be. People were doing things their own way rather than my way, because my way was the right way. Why is no one respecting me? I'm the father, I'm the dad, like I should be respected as a dad. Getting more and more angry about that. And then my anger would go outwards to the three people I love most in the world: my wife, my daughter, and my son. Makes no sense. But I had no reference point other than anger goes outwards. Now, the interesting thing when I look back on that is my father never did that, but I knew there was anger under the surface. I could see it. And I think I learned not to poke the bear. But my dad was never an externally or an outwardly angry man. He would snipe every now and then. He would say something that would be cutting. But I never learned anger outwards from him. So I don't know where it came from. I just have, but I still had no reference point. I had no man in my life that I was able to talk to about, like, what do I do with my anger? What do I do with it? So, I mean, I got to 40 before I asked for help. And I asked for help from a psychologist. And in the first session, the psychologist said, I can be a father figure to you and help you work through this stuff. And then we had 4 more sessions, and he just looked at me for 4 sessions and gave me nothing. And I just felt judged and belittled. And I'm like, I need you to give me something so I can manage this stuff. I know nothing's wrong. I'm not depressed. I'm not anxious. I don't have a big thing that you can tick a box, but there's something festering here and I don't want to be angry anymore. And he said to me, there's no process. Oh, well, that's not helpful. What do I do with this stuff? What do I do with this anger? So the truth was no one could tell me what to do with it. And it took me a long time and a lot of failures to work out that what I needed to do was work on what's inside me. I couldn't expect anyone else to change. I had to work out my own shit, if you'll pardon the French. And I think that when we realize that the world's not going to change for us and we have to change for the world, then we take a big step. And it doesn't even matter what that is, whether it's like trying to find calm within chaos, and that chaos is largely because of how you see the chaos. It's not until you realize that all that chaos isn't going to change. It's not going to change. Like being a dad is chaotic. So how do you change? What can you do when you're angry? Well, I can only speak to my path. And for me, working out that my anger didn't dissipate by directing it at someone else, that was the first step. So I can still be angry, but I don't have to do anything with the anger. I can be angry. I don't have to talk in a negative way to my wife or my children. I don't have to say anything cutting like my dad used to say to me. Again, there was no outward stuff with my dad and his anger, but he would say stuff every now and then, like I still hold on to today. He was here recently and like finally we've become friends, we've become mates. We're not just father and son. But for a long time, like I couldn't connect with my dad. And I think it was because there was anger simmering beneath the surface. And so I don't want to repeat that with my kids. This is one of the things that, like, I don't want that to be my story. You know, like Brian was talking about stories before and how important stories are. Like, I want to write a story that's not about me being an angry dad. I don't want my kids to grow up, become parents if they do, or just go through their lives thinking, man, my dad was angry all the time. And he used to say some stuff and never used to be able to control his anger. Like, so this is the work again, you know, it was spoken about earlier, just doing the work and leading by example. My ideas of leading by example is that I can get angry at something that happens and I don't have to be an ass about it, right? I don't have to yell at anyone. I don't even have to be critical. I'm so good at being critical. Like, I'm going to blame, I don't really believe in star signs that much, but I'm going to blame the Virgo-ness because I don't know.
I appreciate that you can own that, especially as a father, that you can be critical. I think that's an important thing. Yeah.
I learned that from my dad. This is hilarious. I'll give you a little anecdote. So my mum and dad visited last week. And it's the middle of summer here. I don't know how to do temperature mathematics, but it was 32 degrees Celsius and about 85 to 90% humidity. So, you know, think Florida summer, like, really, it's kind of like what it is, right? So I'm walking around in a pair of board shorts and my dad says, oh, you've slimmed down, man. You were starting to get really chubby last time I was here. And my wife's like,
it's always 90 degrees.
90,
just as a side note.
No, it's good to know, because I say 32 degrees and people look at me like, it's cold. What are you talking about?
You're like, it's freezing. Is there snow there?
I'm boiling. So that's like my dad being critical of me. It's really hard for him to say anything positive. And my wife's like, he's never been fat in his life. He's never been overweight. You know, like, I just dad bodded it for a little while. I wasn't trim. I wasn't slim. But that's the kind of thing, like, this hypercritical thing is what I grew up with my dad. So I don't want to be that guy. I don't want my anger to lead into me telling everyone that they need to be doing everything in a different way because they're not good enough.
Yeah.
Right. Like, ultimately, what I don't want my kids to ever think is I'm not good enough. Because I thought that for a long time. Yeah. Like, you know, like, I can remember first being interested in the opposite sex and having this story of I'm not good enough the whole time. And just being like completely stressed out about meeting new people because I'm not good enough, because of the way, like, and, you know, we're going off on a tangent here. And this is like my dad's self-confidence issues that got rubbed off on me. And so then I had self-confidence issues. So in the same way, me being by default angry, I don't want to pass that on.
Right.
Right. So, you know, I've researched this since my early 20s. And what I came to was the only way I can work it out for myself is to control my inner state. And so my thinking is, my anger is inside. I don't need to let it outside. Can I just sit with it? Do I have to do anything with it? And then, I kid you not, sometimes when you start to think about these things in a deep way, the universe puts in front of you a new piece of information. And so I was watching YouTube recently, and maybe the algorithm was working really well. I don't know. Maybe it's kismet, but I got a clip from Sadhguru, and he was saying one of the big troubles we have is that we make our emotions about something. And then so in so doing, we have to solve the problem about the thing that the emotion's about. And I was like, oh, that's the piece. That's the piece. I can be angry. I can just be angry. I can just be feeling anger. It doesn't have to be about something. And
there's a piece that I'd just briefly like to put into that, if that's okay.
Please.
Is that something that I tell people when I'm coaching is that we assign value to emotions.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's not that it inherently has any intrinsic value to it, right? Like, we decide what that emotion means. We decide what value we want to assign to any particular situation that we experience in life.
Yeah.
Because we just experience things. What does it mean and why does it mean it? We have the power to grant that to whatever. And then, so that's really truly empowering ourselves, is to be able to recognize what power we have and how we're utilizing it or not. So that's my just little ATIC note in alignment with what it is that you just said.
It's perfect. And like, this was the missing piece for me for a little while. I'd meet a number of spiritual teachers, tantric teachers, meditation teachers, talking about meditation, sitting, just silence, practice, keep it all internal, go internal. But it wasn't until I was like, oh, there's not an explicit connection between an emotion and it being about something. I don't have to go and do something about this emotion. And so that disconnected my need to go and fix everything because I was angry. So I didn't have to sit in a state of being angry, attach it to something that was going on in my family, in my house, in my environment, and then go and fix it by telling everyone else that they were doing something that wasn't okay. I could just realize that, hey, I'm feeling angry at the moment, and I can sit with the sensation of feeling angry. And then what was really cool that came out of that was then I realized that sadness, happiness, excitement, frustration, any other emotion that I was feeling didn't have to be about a thing. I could just sit with that emotion as well. So that's where, coming back around, that's where the calm within the chaos came out of it. So it's my house at the moment, like I said earlier, there is stuff everywhere. I have got plasterboard up the back. I put insulation in the ceiling yesterday. Insulating a house is the worst job in the world, I've discovered. It gets everywhere. I don't ever want to do it again, and I have to do more of it this afternoon. So there's stuff everywhere. Like there are so many reasons for me to be frustrated right now, because it's like things aren't the way I want them to be. But I can just sit with that frustration and be okay with it. Don't have to go off. So that has allowed me to discover that I can be calm. So earlier I was talking about there's like 3 aspects that I've come to. There's state, which is like controlling our inner state as best we can. Feeling something, not having to like spray venom at other people because we feel something. Sitting and modulating our own state. Don't have to go and self-medicate. Don't have to go and yell at anyone. Don't have to do X, Y, and Z. And then there's setting, which at the moment my setting is out of hand, but I can accept that. Or I can change the setting, right? Like I could create a space for myself that's just my own little safe space. So I can have a situation within that setting that's beneficial to me. And the other one is
nook.
yeah, a little nook. And the interesting thing is, the reason I'm sitting here in my lounge room today is I gave up my office to create a spare room. So when my parents visit, they can have a spare room. And my daughter, whose bedroom's not very private at the moment, and she's 13, she can go there and get changed and have her own little private space. I don't have an office. I don't have a nook. My hi-fi nook that's over that way is now full of rubbish that needs to be thrown out. So there's no setting for me at the moment, but I have to accept that. Like I'm building a setting. And then the other one of like these 3 S's is situation. How do we change our situation? And then Alicia, we were talking about the idea of how do we create time for ourselves as men, like we don't find time. And so I see sort of situation as being that part of the puzzle. And the only way we can do that, well, not the only way they can do it, but for me, the way that we do it is by creating boundaries, like safe boundaries for ourselves. I think part of the challenge for men, and this kind of leads on from what Brian was saying earlier, how like if you look at a sitcom over the last, let's say 20, 30 years, the dad's always been the idiot, the fool. You know, like I could never watch Everyone Loves Raymond because I was like, I just wanted to just shake the guy and say, get your shit together, man. You know, like, can we write about how other people maybe don't know what's going on? It doesn't always have to be the dad. So boundaries becomes like, okay, I'm not okay with that. Or I just need a little bit of time to myself. Or this is my space. Just let me do my thing here. Let all your crazy go on out there. Let me keep this little space of crazy for myself. And my type of crazy is not your type of crazy. So I want this. And then all of a sudden, more of the family pieces of the puzzle start to fit together. Like I've got 4 people in this house and 2 dogs. None of the beings here have the same personality. We've got, and I'll explain this in terms of dogs. This is hilarious. We've got a little designer cavoodle, right? 4 kilos. It's my wife's dog. It's like a pure breed pedigree, little prancy thing. My dog's an American Staffordshire Pit Bull cross Australian pig dog. So it's like 30 to 35 kilos. Which one do you think's the most aggressive?
The small one.
The small one. My dog is the laziest, gentlest looking, it looks like a killing machine, just wants love. The little one barks at every sound and wants to attack everything through the wall. So you can't tell. My son and my daughter, completely different units. My wife and I just balance each other out. So it's like trying to put all of these puzzles together, and then the dad's in there going, I've got all my internal stuff going on. I don't have any space. The situation's not under my control. All I can do is my own inner state. So that's sort of what I've come to. And my work, my practice, my leading by example is always doing my best to give myself time in the day to work on my state. So that might be meditation, it might be breath work. Sometimes literally it's 3 minutes in a cold shower where I curse the universe. It's okay at the moment because like we were saying, it's 90 degrees / 30 degrees, 80% humidity. I don't want to use the hot water tap. But in a few months' time, when I jump in that shower in the morning, I'll be like, I don't want to be here, but I can manage it and I can get through it and I feel good after it. And so then I can model that. I actually got my son to take cold showers now. So it's like, we're getting there.
That's impressive for a teenager.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like he's a 15-year-old boy actually listened to something his dad said. Yeah. My mind literally exploded too. He's like, I took a cold shower the other day, Dad. And I'm like, number one, you took a shower. That's pretty good. And second, you took a cold shower. And he's like, and it was interesting because he said to me, kind of sucked getting in. I didn't want to get into the cold. And then it's like, after the first minute, I got really comfortable and I was all right. And then I didn't want to get out.
Interesting.
And then he got out and his body felt really good because he had the dopamine release. His blood started to flow again. I'm like, see, this is great. So it's one of the first things I do when I work with men and I talk about state change and learning acceptance, but I don't use the term acceptance because it freaks people out quite a bit when we're doing the work. I just like cold shower, take a cold shower or get into an ice bath. And you're going to go through that entire range of emotions. I don't want to do this. This is going to suck. Get in. I had one guy get in for 25 seconds and get out and had to have a talk to himself to get back in again. And I'm like, that's perfect. Like you just learned something. And he got back in and he suffered through it for 3 minutes and was like, I'm never doing it again. And then did it every day after that. But then you get in and it's this beautiful, safe space whereby you can prove to yourself that you can do something that sucks. You can get through it and then you work out, you feel pretty good afterwards. So I like finding little hacks like that, like meditation. I've watched people try and teach men specifically to meditate for decades. And I've had so many men come to me saying, I can't meditate. I'm like, that doesn't compute. It's not like there's a rule book for meditation. What do you mean? They're like, I always feel like I'm doing it wrong. Okay. Well, how do you meditate right? I don't know. I literally don't know the answer to that question. So my meditation teacher literally said to me the other day, just sit. Let go of everything else and just sit. Whatever comes up, doesn't matter. Don't put a label on it, just sit. What do I do? Just sit. That's your practice now. Now you go through all of these things, you learn all these wonderful things, all these different methods, mantras and things like that, just sit. So I do 3 things to modulate my state now. I sit in silence. I don't follow any particular pattern when it comes to meditation. I do breath work. That'll have a pattern to it. So a focal point for my awareness, and I have cold showers. That's it. That's like my entire process. And so then I have these aspects that I've practiced in safe spaces in little containers. And I do my best to take the learning from that into the chaos of family life. So when my daughter came home last night after going to work, saying she wanted to leave school, my daughter's 13, she wants to leave school and be homeschooled. And I'm like, what happened? And she's like, just flying off the rails. I'm like, okay, she just needs a moment. And then she came back and just said, I feel better, Dad. I'm like, okay, I could have tried to fix that because that would have made me angry that she wants to leave school and she just changed schools and blah, 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 you know, like big story. But I don't have to respond in any particular way. I don't have to fix it. What I'm feeling inside doesn't have to be the prelude and the catalyst for a certain action. And then
Adam, I'd like to just be mindful of time. I'm sorry to cut you off. We have 13 more minutes before our fantastic next speaker, Matt, comes on. And so I want to hold space in case if any of the guys wanted to ask you questions, just general comments, stories, so on and so forth, so that we have that opportunity before we transition.
I love how like aligned we are, because I was literally about to say the same thing. Like I need to sort of change my, I need to sink in my t-shirt because I've started to perspire in the heat here. No, it's pretty on a video.
Guys, so feel free to just unmute yourself if you have anything that you would like to ask, say in general. Oh, Brian's first.
Hey, Adam, when you're, I'm going to ask you this and preface this with, I was fortunate enough to have a child psychology expert work with me when my daughter was very young. And she talked to me about something that I have always gone with, and that is children in the earliest stages and in the later stages crave power, not strength power, not political power, power of choice. Right. And so when that power of choice comes up, when they want the power to make their own decisions, do you, like your daughter, for example, is why I'm asking you this. When your daughter said, I want to quit school and be homeschooled, she wants the power to make that decision for herself. Did you as a dad ask her why she wants that? Did you say, instead of going, no, this is ridiculous, I'm not doing this, I don't have time to do this, blah, 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 blah. Did you take the time to say, why don't you tell me why you want to homeschool and how do you think we can make that work? And let her give you the chance to kind of filter in how she thinks, so you don't have to react. You let her give you all the information before you react.
Yeah, we've done a lot of that. So the interesting thing is, like, there's a bit of a backstory. She swapped schools recently, like last year. So she's done one full year at a new school, and that was completely her decision. We talked through that process entirely, asked her why she wanted to do it, like explained the pros and cons and all of the benefits and maybe the opposite of benefits, the consequences. And the idea of homeschooling isn't about school. It's a friend's issue at school. So it's kind of like, it's a little bit of a smoke signal. And we're peeling back the layers to get to that. And that's why she came to me after I didn't even feel the question. I just went, okay, you want to homeschool? That's lovely. And she just stormed off to her room because she didn't want to talk to anyone.
Yeah.
And worked it out for herself. It was good. Like, that's what I've come to now, is I don't have to fix the problem. If they want my help, they're going to ask.
Right.
So yeah, I love your point about power though. And to speak to that, I think she had the power to process that by herself without anyone getting in the way and telling her how she should be thinking about it.
Yeah.
She worked it out for herself.
I think,
Yeah, oh, sorry, Brad. I was just going to say really quickly, from the standpoint of being a teenager and the power aspect that you're talking about, Brian, because that clicked into my brain in a really interesting fashion, was that, like, when I was a teenager, I didn't feel heard. And so for me, the aspect of being heard and being able to dialogue, like both of you were discussing, would be power. Because that would be like, my adult figures creating this space of feeling like I had enough power, I had enough value, I had enough worth, that I had the worth of being heard and dialogued with in a way that was rational, even if some of my requests hadn't necessarily been rational, but to see what was underlying that pain, that confusion, that irrational aspect, and guiding healthily through that. That's power versus a person being shut down completely in conversation. So I think there's multiple layers to your ask, all of which are valid.
So, and again, the reason I ask, I think this is really cool. I found this as a father. Every parent knows when your kids are young, it's, you know, hey kiddo, we're going to do this. Why? Well, because we have to get groceries. Why? Because we have to feed you. Why? Why? And it's like, you as a parent are like, oh my God, but it's how they learn, right? It's how they dissect information.
It's
They
a
need
developmental stage for sure.
more and more. The fascinating thing that I've learned is that we as adults, we as parents get to do the same thing to them. And that's where that power comes from. And you said, Alicia, you getting to be heard. When my daughter says, I didn't like school today, I say, why didn't you like school? Oh, because of my friend George. He did this. Why did George do that? Well, because of the and you why, and your children, instead of you trying to get the answers from them, like, tell me why you're upset, you get to say, why this, why that, why, and your children feed you the answers that you're looking for. You don't have to grill them anymore. You say, hey kiddo, why? And they're just almost at some points, they're just like at the brim of ready to explode. And then you ask why, and then they go, well, because of this. And you're like, okay, now we get to talk about the solution. Like that, you give this opportunity to your children to unload and to explain to you everything that they're feeling, and they're going to do it in their own little way, not like us. We've had 30, 40 years to harness our emotional intelligence. They don't have that yet. So they unload it. And then you get to go, okay, kiddo, now let's talk about how we can fix it. And that's where I think we as parents, like, you know, you're talking about like some of that anger you come through. Why aren't, you know, Adam, like, why aren't they doing it my way? Why aren't they doing it? Because they don't know how to do it our way.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's the best thing is we get to kind of sit here and go, okay, how do we as adults, how do we as parents give them the chance to unload and give them the power of choice, the power to answer the questions they want to, the power to make their own decisions. And the more we give them that power, the more they talk to us and the more they feel they can come and talk to us. Like Alicia, when she was saying, I didn't feel heard. If you give your children that power when they're little, and you create the space and how they have that power, but if you give them that power, they come back year after year after year, and they're like, you know, 20 something years old. My mom did that for me. 37-year-old man. I go to my mom all the time. Hey mom, let me ask you about this. And she'll go, okay, why? And I'm like, yeah, why?
That's good. Yeah, and there's a something that I've started to use now when any of my three humans come to me with a problem, I ask them, do you want me to just listen to you or do you want me to help you solve this?
Thank you so much for that. I'm really grateful that you articulated that. And this is probably one of the only things that I'm going to say as a woman on a men's summit. We struggle so much with that because we want to be, and I do that with my friends too. I ask them, I was like, do you want me to listen to you or do you want me to help you solve a problem? Because as a coach, I default into that same sort of space of wanting to help people, which is not a gender thing. But typically for like my life experience as a woman, trying to go to talk to men, a father figure or friend, they immediately go to solve a problem. They don't ask me if I just need a sounding board.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's
then
true.
each individual, we get to work on our internal experience of that discord, right? Because each of you had an expectation of how that conversation was going to play out. And oftentimes in society, it is not modeled for us in a healthy way of how to have that conversation. So that is
Yeah.
my very emphatic gratitude to you for bringing that forth in conversation.
It took a long time to come to that. Because I couldn't work out, and this is especially true with the kids, less so with my wife, because she'll just say, no, go away. I don't want you to fix this for me. Whereas the kids would be like, because I've just like, no, here's the easy way to solve your problem right now. Stop talking about it. I don't have the time for you to talk about this problem anymore. Just go fix it. But that's not what they want. I just want to be heard, Dad. And I think sometimes, and again, I don't know that this is true as a gender thing, but it's just something all of the parents that I've talked to, so all of the fathers that I've talked to come from this background of like being taught to fix our own problems as boys. You got something's wrong, go fix it.
Totally.
Right. I don't know that that's not true for girls as well. I can't, because I have no experience with that.
It really depends on how we're raised.
Yeah, exactly right. But
can go either way.
Literally all of the dads that I've spoken to about this say to me, like, I just learned and I was just shown, whether it was explicit or implicit, that you got a problem, you go fix it.
Right.
So then the default becomes, well, I'm just going to fix your problems too. If we don't take the time to consider what that actually is. So that has been a godsend for me. And so with the kids, I don't try and fix their problems anymore. Like we were talking about Brian, like she just went up to her room and she worked it out for herself. It was beautiful. And now my wife and I, we have this amazing rapport that we never had, mostly due to me, because I couldn't understand why my wife just wanted to talk about the same stuff over and over and over. And I could keep going and I still wouldn't be able to tell you how often that over and over would happen, which was maddening to me, but wasn't necessarily incorrect. But I'm like, here's the solution. Like my wife says to me all the time, the problem that you have, it's like your blessing and your curses. You meet someone, you work out where they are and where they need to get to, and you want to tell them straight away, and they don't want to hear it yet.
Right.
And so I'm like, I'm not doing that with my kids. They've got their own time. They've got their own timetable.
Yeah, it's a really beautiful thing. And I think too, what would be great, which women should honor more in the conversation of men saying, hey, if you don't want me to solve this problem, I have this much bandwidth and I don't really have the bandwidth or interest in listening to your problem if you're not interested in a solution. So you need to go talk to somebody else, and honor that, like, we need to have a network of people so that, be it a parent or a partner, like anybody else, says, I don't have that and I don't have the interest, say, that's okay. That doesn't make that person who won't listen to you a bad person. So like, let's stop that narrative and just say, like, boundaries are great. If you don't have the bandwidth, just say, like, hey, that's just not an interesting dynamic for me to engage in. Like, I love you or I don't love you, but I'm just like, I really hope you find somebody else that's a great sounding board for you. I can't be that person right now, or don't want to be.
Adam,
Brian, you've been trying to talk for so long. I'm sorry. This is just
No,
like one of those
no.
points. I'm just like, I
I
try so
love
hard to
listening.
not get in it on
I've
these, but I'm
listened
like,
to it.
I can't on this one. This one.
No, but Adam, you bring up something, and for men, like I said, like we need that brotherhood together. But when it comes to, when you're talking with your family or your wife, do you want me to just listen or do you want me to solve it? It's not so much of that's how we grew up and that's what our parents did. Like, you just go fix it. We do that with each other. If you think about it, when you go out with your buddies, like when you're with the boys, when you're with the guys, if you sit at a table and you're sitting there with 5 of your guys and you go, so get this is what's happening at work right now, right? You don't have all your guys go, oh, how did that make you feel?
Exactly.
It's not going to happen. It's just how we are. Like you're talking about, we want to solve a problem. So if you're sitting around the table with your guys, you're going, so I'm at work and my boss isn't giving me the promotion. Your friends, your boys are going to go, well, are you doing the work? Well, I was kind of lazy the other day. All right, well, there you go. Quit being a lazy ass and do the work. And you're like, yeah, I know, but it's kind of like, no, do your job, bro. We that's how we are. We talk to each other like that. We go from, here's your question. I don't give a crap about the B, C, D, E, and blah, blah, blah. If you're here A, I'm going to give you X, Y, and Z, and then you're going to stop. And if you're not going to do the X, Y, and Z, don't bring it to the table again. Like we do that with each other. So it's almost like this little switch. We can do that with each other because that's how we're wired. But when we get home to our loved ones, we need to remember our loved ones, our wives and our children, they're not us, like you were talking about earlier. They're not me. It's not my way. So we need to take that little switch and we need to click, we need to flip it off, and we need to go to what you're saying, and we need to have that emotional intelligence about us and say, okay, what do you need from me? Like when my wife is talking to me and she's telling me about work or something like that, a lot of the times I have to turn that off and say, she's just trying to tell me about her day, right? Because I can't fix anything by going, well, you should do this. And a lot of the times I do that. I'm like, well, fire her. And she's like, babe, I can't just do that. And I'm like, well, that's what I would do. And she's like, but I can't do that. And I catch myself doing that. I catch myself like, I'm going to fix it, but that's not my place. So with our kids and with our wives, that's not our place. We might want to do it, but that's not our place. And I think that was awesome when you said, do you want me to listen or do you want me to give you a solution? And Alicia, when you were saying, that bandwidth, if you want me to listen and you want me to help, that's fine. But here's what I have. And if we reach here and you're not going to do anything about it, you need to stop coming to me. Mm. And that's what men, we need to hold each other to that too. Don't let your male friends keep coming to you and going, well, did you get that promotion? Nah, I'm still kind of slacking off. Then I don't want to hear about it anymore. It's been 6 weeks and you've done nothing about it. That's what we as fathers and we need to do, is we need to hold each other accountable and saying, I've given you this much and I've listened to you this many times. Now it's either time for a solution or it's time for you to you need to get out of the chat. You're done. I think
it's great. I'm sorry, Brian. I just wanted to be conscious of the time. Matt, do you have time for our little bleed over, or do you need to jump off right afterwards?
Yeah. I'm. Hang on. Sorry, I've got a call coming in. No, I'm happy to. Can you guys hear that or not? Just me.
I couldn't. No, I couldn't hear the call coming through because we have the 10-minute buffer that we build in. Cool. But it's been such a great conversation clearly today with Adam that it's bleeding. But I wanted to honor your time. And if we needed to cut it, that I would. But if you're cool with a couple more minutes for us to wrap up, then.
Yeah, I'd love to chime in if I can on this.
Absolutely.
Too. I definitely feel like that masculine, feminine energy. And like you're saying, Adam, and what you're saying, Brian, as well, is a lot of the times I'll catch myself going into that masculine, solution-based, let's just get it, let's stop talking and find a solution, and coming back to well, how can I support you in this moment? What support do you need right now? So for me, I feel like the feminine energy, it doesn't need to make sense to anyone, but the feminine just needs to be seen. She needs to be heard and fully understood. Doesn't need to make fucking sense to anybody else, but that's all that she needs in that time. So yeah, I definitely can relate to yourself, Adam. Brian, one thing, just backtracking a little bit to the power of choice with children. I'm only early into my fatherhood journey. We've got a 14-month-old. We're actually up in Brisbane at the moment in the hotel for our 9-year anniversary. Anyway, so thank you. Coming back to that power of choice, I've really noticed my 14-month-old really stepping up in his let's call it bruiser mode. And we're very conscious of what we allow him to just find that, whether it's this morning, for instance, for an example, he's digging into his yogurt at the table, and we're do we let him do it? Do we not? And then he's just making a mess, but he's getting his spoon in there and he's doing it himself. But as soon as you go and try and take that away from him, or if he's going to I don't know, he was going to get the tongs near the toaster or whatever, and he just wanted to go grab the tongs. But trying to move him away from that, no, that was his power of choice. So I just wanted to thank you, Brian, for just letting me in on that. So now I can really come back to yes, we empower him to do his own things. Even the other day, he was going down on the slide and there was 2 slides and one was a little bit wet. I'm well, you can go down the wet slide, but you're going to learn that you're going to get wet and you're going to have wet shorts. So rather than me stopping him, I'm just well, go for it. like you're saying before, Adam, you're just allowing them to live their own journey and live and find their own lessons in their own life. So yeah, a beautiful topic of conversation. Yeah, really appreciating it.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Matt. And I love that no matter who's the speaker for our session, that people get to learn from all the people that are just here as audience members at whatever point that we have. And so I really appreciate the contributions of everybody here. Brian, you brought so many beautiful things to the table, so much power in your whole being, my friend, your whole being, not just the physical one. And Adam, we are over time, so I want to be mindful of that. But I thank you so much for all your wisdom and your candor and allowing me to momentarily jump in with my soapbox. And yes, you've been wonderful as always, my friend.
Thanks, Alicia. Thanks,
You're
man.
thank you very much. Adam, please do put your contact information in the chat. So if anybody wants to connect with you, and he's on it just like that. Done and done. Fantastic. So on to our next, Mr. Matthew, otherwise known as Matt Chisholm, who is in Australia, and he is a men's coach. He's going to talk to us about so many things. I'm not sure how many we'll get through because he's bringing us so much in relationship dynamics to us today. Between the lack of time for each other, diminished intimacy, changing priorities, the mental and emotional strain, feelings of guilt, communication challenges. I mean, like there's so much wrapped in. So we're going to see how much we can just power play into this and have a great time. Matt, thank you so much for joining us.
Beautiful. Thanks, Alicia. Yeah, really do appreciate all the hard work that you've been putting in behind the scenes and putting all this together. It's yeah, very powerful to bring such a powerful group of men together. And it's really beautiful. So I'm really grateful and stoked to be a part of it.
Thank you.
So yeah, how much time do we have on the back of that?
So you've got 22 minutes total before Connor is going to hop on with us. So we're cutting
All
pretty
right.
close to
Awesome.
the wire. Sorry, yeah. 32 minutes.
Awesome.
Sorry,
Beautiful.
not 22. 32 minutes. Let's go.
32 minutes. 32 minutes. All right. Perfect. Awesome. So I want to start off with how I become a father, or how our little man Orlando entered to this world. So we chose to do a home birth, and it was a 36-hour labor. Yeah, my partner, she sees it in a different perspective. I see her in a very powerful goddess, coming back to that inner innate wisdom of birthing, like queen. So it was just the two of us to start off with, and I don't know, I think we're probably about 12 or 14 hours into it, maybe a bit longer, like halfway into it. It was all the time warps. But yeah, it was just me and her, and then she was probably about 3 contractions every 10 minutes. And then like I was in contact with the midwife, and the midwife ended up coming, and like when things were heating up, but as soon as the midwife came into our home, her contractions slowed down and the labor started to slow down. So just having someone else in the space slowed down the process. So then the midwife went away, and then it was just me and her, and me and my partner again, and our little one ready to come earthside. And yeah, like facilitating retreats and facilitating stuff, and like nothing compares to the moment of like being there to serve like my partner wholly and purely. And just there was moments there where I'm like, holy fuck, like like that little voice in the back of my mind is like, everything okay? Is everything going to be okay? And then just reassuring and just being so grounded and just reassuring that, yes, you've got this, to my queen. So the midwife eventually came back, and there was even times there when I'd just look around at her to make eye contact, just so I had her reassurance. So then I could just say to my partner, no, it's okay, you've got this, we can breathe through it, you've got this. So yeah, it was a really, really powerful moment. I think it was about maybe midnight, and my partner's like, when's he going to be born? When's it going to happen? And the midwife just said 7 o'clock, like that. And she's just like, what? 7 o'clock? That's like so many hours away. And then, yeah, we had the water bath set up in the lounge room. And then I think it was probably around 6:30. I could hear like black cockatoos, like out in the back, like in the back of where we live. And I'm like, okay, that's definitely a sign something's happening. And then the actual waters broke not long after that. And then at 7 o'clock, literally at 7:00, Orlando was born. Yeah, it was incredible. It was a long labor, but a really quick birth. I don't know. There was a word for it. I don't know what the midwife said. Yeah, a quick delivery. So yeah, I was so grateful and so what's the word for it? Relieved and like, yeah, everyone was safe. My partner did lose quite a bit of blood. She had a stage 2 tear. We didn't know it at the time, but there was quite a lot of blood in the pool, and yeah, but our little man was born. And in that moment, it was like, yeah, the sense of overwhelming gratitude and pure bliss. But there was a part of me, I did like to be open and honest. I didn't feel connected to my son. I didn't feel connected at all. It just felt like this alien had just come into the world, and I was just like, what? How, like, you know, I didn't know how to be with that feeling, because all of me just want, like, yes, I fucking love him now. Like, I've built a connection and I've built such a beautiful relationship with him. But in that moment, I didn't feel connected. And I had these stories running, like, am I a good human? What sort of man am I? Yeah, I just had all of these feelings and emotions around it, as well as being so happy and stoked that, you know, I was a father in that moment. So that was something to really digest. And funnily enough, well, not funnily enough, I don't know what the word is, but me and my partner, we do have a very good open communication. And unfortunately, like, we chose to do the home birth, and then we're in our baby bubble and we're on the bed. Because of the stage 2 tear, the midwife, she was going to stitch my partner up at home, but she said it could be maybe a stage 3. I'm not too sure. So, like, I advise you to go to the hospital to get fully examined and whatnot. So in that moment, we got taken out of our baby bubble, and I had to get Orlando. You know, we had to get him into the car seat and off to hospital. So my partner to get all of that done. So that disrupted us. It also caused my partner didn't have a really good experience at the hospital as well. So that's also caused a lot of emotional challenges for her. So yeah, it was just like a whole roller coaster of emotions. You know, my partner was stitched up, and then we got back to home, and then we're able to, like, you know, spend the next 3 days. Well, I took 3 months off or 4 months off to be there in support. So yeah, just wanted to share that as an open, vulnerable story. That, yeah, when my son was born, I was so happy, but I didn't really feel connected to him. But yeah, with that open communication with my partner, I spoke into not feeling connected to him, and she said she felt the same as well. So that was a beautiful way that we were able to connect in with ourselves. And then, yeah, now we don't know how we could be without him. So that relationship is blossomed and really beautiful. So yeah, there's that. So then going into the relationship dynamics from there, I feel, as we're both going through an identity shift, both coming into parenthood, motherhood, fatherhood, our relationship dynamics, like, I call it becoming the roommate. I don't know if any other fathers here can relate to becoming the roommate. Raise your hand if you can relate to becoming the roommate. Just me. Yeah.
No, Adam
Yeah.
came back. Calvin's got you.
Adam came
Yes,
back. Yeah.
definitely.
Calvin,
I've
yeah,
heard that
raise
from
his
other
hand.
fathers.
Yeah. So yeah, like the lack of time with each other, the diminished intimacy, the communication challenges because of the sleep deprivation, the stress, the misunderstandings, the unexpressed expectations as well. And I feel too, like, I loved every part of it, but there's also like my partner was giving everything to our child, and then I need to pick up everything at home. So it was really amazing that I was able to take 2 to 3 months off, that I was in a position to do that, because like my partner was just giving everything, as they do, as mothers. I feel that mothers do. Or in my experience, I feel that my partner has just given everything to Orlando. So it's that shift. And I know we touched before too, a concept that I've come about is I feel like there's the masculine and feminine energy in every, male and female. Like I know that there's, feminine energy in myself and feminine, so I understand that. I understand that, we may lead from our masculine and may lead from our feminine, but I felt this new energy from my partner, and I'm going to call it the mama bear energy. So the mama bear energy where nothing else fucking matters except our little baby cub. So for me to come to terms with that was like, okay, well, I'm no longer that significant other in this moment. Yes, we've over time, like over the past 14 months, we've worked on that, and it's a constant evolution. But in that first, those early stages, the first 3-4 months, it was like, okay, coming to the understanding that there's a new energy in the house. Yes, there's Orlando in the house, but there's this new energy of the masculine and feminine. So, well, I call it the mama bear energy. So can anyone else relate to a mama bear energy at all? Or is that
Feel
just
free to unmute
something I've made?
yourself, guys.
Is that
Bear
something
energy.
I'm just making up, mama bear energy?
Like Calvin.
No, I don't think you're making that up at all. The mama bear energy is very, very real. It's interesting because as I think about our kids, the transformation of my ex, of what she was before compared to when she had kids afterwards, there was definitely a shift, and the shift of this young individual is in my care, and I've got to protect them no matter what. Yes, that is a very real thing, and regardless of how many kids you have, it happens for each one of them. So it's a powerful aspect of parenting that is important, and also it couples with the protection of the father, and how that it helps to create that protection for the kids in the home.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I feel like in those dynamics as well, like for me, and like you said, Calvin, like there's such a rapid shift or change in identity going into parenthood or going into motherhood. And I feel that for myself, with the mother bear energy and the whole relationship dynamics in those shifts, it's like I think the big thing is that losing the independence, or the mother losing the independence, whether like they're solely breastfeeding, they're up through the night, they can't just leave the house. Whereas I feel I was still able, like if I needed to, I could run down to the shops. I could still go and do some things. I could still go out. Whereas that mama bear is like, that's their sole purpose. in that moment is just to be taking care of those, taking care of the cubs. So yeah, thank you, Calvin. Thank you for sharing, man. So yeah, just the lack of time for each other in that as well, and that disconnection was something that I took a little bit to get my head around, but then it was like, okay, me shifting in my identity, shifting into fatherhood, like becoming the protector, becoming of service in a different way, of being able to support my partner as much as I could in any way that she needed, was really, challenging in itself. But once I come to the idea of like, okay, this is for me being the provider, and I'll speak about that in a minute. Being the provider, not only like financially, but being the provider spiritually, physically, and emotionally. So that was a huge shift for myself. Yeah, that's what I have on that for now.
That sounds like there was lots of surprising transformations for you. Like you hadn't necessarily anticipated that pre-birth.
Yeah, exactly. That was being able to sit with all of that. And I think Brian mentioned it earlier as well, like being around a men's group or being part of a container or being part of a support group and being able to speak into a lot of that. I feel, yeah, it's priceless. Like I don't have words to describe the amount of support that I've had through this journey. And I'm still very early on into it, but just in those early stages, it was, yeah, a very big eye opener for myself.
Getting to hold not knowing everything.
Yeah, exactly. And putting my hand up and reaching out for support when
which
needed.
is very admirable. So I know a lot of people struggle with that just in general.
Yeah, definitely. And like with the diminished intimacy as well, like I also want to put like my hand up as well. Like I started watching porn again. Like I've had a long break off it. And then, yeah, it came in. I think it was, I don't know whether it was just a way of me trying to escape from the identity shift, or whether it was, the sexual urges and, sexual wants or needs. But yeah, I just, putting my hand up, I started watching porn again, which was only a short amount of time, but I still seen myself reaching for that external validation, for that, the word for it, the immediate satisfaction. What's the word? There's another word for it.
Gratification.
That's it. Gratification. 100%. So yeah. But with my partner in the stage 2 tear, like that wasn't something that she was physically able to do.
Yeah.
So, that was standing back into my kingship and being like, okay, my queen is not there at all, like emotionally, physically, mentally, or emotionally. So it's like, I need to come back into my own, take ownership of my own shit and support her in what she needs in the time. And, being intimate wasn't a thing. And she wasn't even thinking about that because she's in her mama bear energy. She's there. She's not there right now. So yeah.
So if anybody like listening to this later, Adam just said that he and his wife took 6 months off after baby number 1.
Yeah.
I mean, it just takes time for the body to heal.
Definitely.
And kudos to you, Adam, for like respecting that process. I imagine that was difficult to do, but also very honorable. That's awesome.
Yeah, we got lots of cuddles. It was all right.
Yeah.
Lots of cuddles. I love that. I love that. You're like, it was fine. Like,
Yeah,
we
I'm a
don't need
hugger, so it's good. I'm a hugger. It's fine.
I love that
And then
perspective as
uh,
well. Oh, go ahead, Adam.
I was just going to say, I've discovered a book that will speak to this. It's called Mating in Captivity. I don't know if you know it. I'm going to just pop the author in the chat. It's a perfect book about this whole idea of like, how do we get our intimacy back? It's not just about sex, but it's largely about sex. Like, not necessarily just after pregnancy, but like when I was talking about chaos, when you've got little ones running around and like, where do you steal the moment? You know, so, and it was a really beautifully written book.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that, Adam. I've heard great things about Esther Perel, so I might have to, just have that as my one of my resources to get the ships over to people. Thank you for that, Matt. Back to you.
Yeah, awesome. So yeah, over the time, like, coming back into, like Adam just mentioned, man, it's beautiful that, just a hug or just laying in bed, even laying in bed naked, cuddling was like, fuck, this is beautiful. Just having those connections, like skin to skin. Almost coming back to like a gratitude practice of like the small things, the small feelings, the like creating that intimacy, and like some tools that we have created over the past 14 months as we've gone through the transition, is definitely coming back to like our date days or date nights, and even doing something like a little bit more special at home, like cooking a different meal, or just putting some candles on, turning the lights off. Like, it doesn't need to be like, oh, we need to, like, yes, we're up at a hotel at the moment, we're in Brizzy and we're doing the thing, but it doesn't always need to be extravagant. It could even just be at the end of the night. Like, I really love, making a cup of tea, putting some candles on and pulling some cards, like some tarot cards. Like that, for me, that's connection. It's beautiful. It's connection to spirit, or whatever you want to call it, the higher self. A big thing that we had too is like our clearing conversations and clearing any resentment charges. My partner, she owned to me that she was holding resentment, that the fact that I still had the freedom to go out. I still had the freedom, like even going to work, or going to like a men's group or a fire circle or something like that. She was like, so for her to own that for me, was like, okay, beautiful. Now I can understand what's behind the cold shoulder, or whatever it may be. So having that clear and open dialogue has been really helpful for us. And the death and rebirth of our relationship as parents. So like, we no longer have this relationship that we had before we had kids. It's a completely new relationship. It's like, okay, well, instead of trying to hold on to the old, how can we let's let go of the old relationship. Let's do a fire ceremony. Let's like burn. Let's let go of what's not serving us, and call in what we want for our new relationship, what we want to evolve and grow in. So that, like even being in this hotel room, when we first arrived, like when we first got together 9 years ago, I was working in the mines, and we used to do, we used to do wild weekends and would go away partying, or be in Melbourne and would have a hotel room. And I had that similar feeling when we walked in the hotel room, and then I turned around and my little son's bruising around the room. I'm like, okay, it's not going to be quite the same as it used to be, but I still had that feeling of when we were early on in our relationship. But it's, just being able to evolve and grow as a couple, and being able to really take that next step together. I feel, I don't know if any of you other men can relate to this, but with my partner and myself, it's like on the personal growth, we may grow a little bit, the other one might grow a little bit, and like we're always sort of evolving, but sometimes one might be a little bit above, or not above, but a little bit further in their journey than the other. And I feel with the relationship, if we can come back and grow that relationship together, if we can both water it, if we can both really come back to, like, my next point too is like a big thing. Like, I think we're about 7 months in, we're trying to do everything as a family. But what we did decide to do was our non-negotiables every morning. So I would take Ollie for an hour. She would go and do her morning routine, whatever it may be, even if it was a cup of tea and a journal on the couch. But it was giving each other an hour every morning to fill up our own cup as an individual, and then would come back to the family dynamic after that. That, like, we both said, how the fuck did we take 7 months to come to this conclusion? Like, this is a fucking game changer. So yeah, that whole filling up your cup as an individual, as I was just mentioning, like, growing yourself as an individual, filling up your cup as an individual, having that morning routine, just that your own time in the morning has been the pinnacle of our growth, I believe. I've seen a lot of heads nod. Can anyone else relate to that?
Most definitely, Matt. Being able to take time out for oneself is so key and integral in terms of being a better parent and being a better companion, mate, friend, lover, partner. It's just important in every way, shape, and form. So I completely agree. And I wanted to ask you, as you've been sharing, how did you deal with the feelings of guilt sometimes of not reaching that goal that you wanted to make, or within your relationship with your significant other? How did you deal with that? The communication challenges and whatnot.
As far as like the goal is being like connecting intimately.
Yeah, connection in general.
Connection in general, yeah. A whole number of things. I think for me, like, one of the biggest things is ownership. Is just owning, like, okay, this is not working, or this is not going right, or I am feeling this, like my own triggers, owning my own shit, my own inner dialogue. I think Adam spoke about it earlier, like the inner state. And as I mentioned before, having a men's group and being able to lean into there and speak into that, and having some men be like, oh yeah, I've been there before, A, B, C, D, that helped me. It still does help me. That's a big thing for me, is being able to have a group where I can go and lean into. And just coming back to those clearing conversations, and even making a time for one another to be able to sit down, take 30 minutes, an hour, and be able to clear any resentment, be able to clear anything that's on our hearts, without falling into the masculine trigger of feeling criticized and shut off, and like building up a wall, being open to an open, clearing conversation. That's what really helped me anyway.
Oh,
So did you have something else, Calvin?
No, I wanted to just make sure that I gave you plenty of time to be able to answer that. I think that was great. I appreciate you sharing that.
Beautiful. Awesome. What time do we have?
We have 6 minutes before Connor is going to join us.
6 minutes. All right.
6
Thanks,
more
Adam.
minutes.
Thanks, Alicia. Perfect.
Yeah.
All right. I'll come down to the work-life balance and being the provider. So yeah, like the guilty feelings, the changing of priorities, the mental and emotional strain. I feel with this, there's a lot of values behind it as well, for myself. Like when I was working in the mines, I used to value the amount of zeros in my bank account, the amount of, so I was the materialistic mask, however much money I had in my bank account, like dictated how happy I was. Whereas at the moment, in this moment, I really value my time with my son. I value the time with my partner and that work-life balance. So I know that there's been a big shift in my values, but being the provider, not only financially, but being there physically, spiritually, and emotionally, as I've mentioned before, I feel comes back to like that masculine and feminine energy. Like, I know that my partner should be like, if we've got no money, let's sell the house and we'll live in a tent on the beach, and I don't care. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy. Whereas I feel myself, it's like maybe not so much that. There's still that fine line, but putting so much pressure on myself, I feel that there's maybe men out there that put so much pressure on themselves just to be that financial provider, and they go to work, they work 40, 50 hours a week, they come home and then they wonder why that their relationship isn't connected in. They're not feeling connected with their partner's not feeling heard, they're not feeling seen, they're not feeling understood. Because I feel that the feminine, they just want presence. They want you to be there. They want you to be in that moment. So yes, there's many levels and layers to this conversation, I feel. But I feel that being a provider for myself and in this day and age is a lot more than just going out and working 50, 60 hours a week, or 40 hours a week, whatever it may be, to just put a roof over the head and food on the table. Like, I feel the dynamics are very much shifting. So I was very fortunate enough at the time to take off 3 months. I think it was close to 4 by the time I ended up going back to work. It was the universe doing its thing. I actually got made redundant. Got told we're getting made redundant at 38 when we were at 38 weeks. And I had a bit of holiday pay racked up, and it just worked that way. But yeah, in this moment, financially, it's like we're making ends meet, but I've got more time. I've got the flexibility to be in the morning, like 2-3 hours in the morning. I work, I don't know, probably 6-8 hours max a day, and I work four days a week, and then I spend Mondays working on my purpose. So for me, purpose and having that drive, as well as the family, like that, being the provider, like providing for myself and providing for my passion and my purpose, I think that is a big key into not falling into the hamster wheel, or not falling into that constant grind of like just going to work, coming home, going to work, coming home. Like, having something else that drives you to be passionate and to be on purpose, I feel, is a big, it's been a big player for myself. I don't know if any other men can relate to that at all.
I wanted to chime in earlier because I know that this has been mostly, well, I guess a lot of people watching this are mostly going to be men with children, and I'm a man that doesn't have any children. We've been married over 20 years, and this space, as far as intimacy, like, that's felt among a lot of men like me that are married, but life happens and is trying to navigate those emotions and trying to understand each other. And I kind of just wanted to chime in. It's just like, it's not just in the married with children space, but it's also those that don't have children.
Definitely, man. Yeah, thank you, Manuel.
Manny.
Thank you for sharing. Manny, yeah. Thank you. Definitely. The intimacy and the understanding of one another, and deepening that the relationship and connecting on a deeper level. I think that's never a never ending evolution, whether you have kids or not, 100%, because there was the challenges that we had before having children, as well as the challenges that we still arise now. So yeah, thank you for sharing, Manny. Cool. So yeah, just to finish and land the plane quickly, Alicia.
Yes, great. I got our next here.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, just the tools that we had for that was just the open communication, time management, and like using it's like pockets of time, using the time effectively. So if you can have date nights, if you can make time to have that conversation, if you can have the time to have a tea at night and pull some cards or connect in, light a candle, whatever that may be. Self-care for yourself, like self-care, like filling up your cup every morning. I know Adam alluded to it. I've got a chest freezer and it's an ice bath. Like I ice bath every morning, work out possibly 3 times a week if I'm having a good week. I've just got into running, whatever fills up your cup, doing that, and seek support. Always, like I've been blessed to be inside of a men's group for the last 4 to 5 years, and I've always had support there. So there's ever a time that you're needing that support, is that the biggest thing is just putting up your hand. The most courageous thing is to put up your hand and seek support from somewhere else, because 10 times out of 10, someone else has been there before you. Someone's had that experience, and there's always an elder there that can guide and put you back onto your path, or not back on your path, but just give you a nudge in the right direction. And with that, thank you, man. Thank you, Alicia, and welcome, Connor.
Thank you so much, Matt. And you're very welcome. It's, as I say, it's always an honor and a privilege to be able to share this virtual stage with all of you and the collective wisdom that is shared within all. So I appreciate the time that people take out of their days and the sacrifices and support that their partners make in helping to allow each of you to be here. So my gratitude to them as well. And now we have Mr. Connor Sheridan. He is originally from Ireland, now residing in Australia, but I believe he is vacationing in New Zealand. That's right? That's right. He is an Elementum certified master life coach and an FX trader, and he's going to be talking to us about surviving divorce, blended families, and work-life balance, quality over quantity, and vices, and taking control of your life, all of which seem like very important topics. Connor, thank you so much for joining us today.
Good morning. Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Beautiful. That's a great sound check. Good morning from beautiful Auckland in New Zealand. I left Perth last night, so we have been on a mission to be here. So I am honored to share this space with you all. Excited to share some history, a little bit about what I've been through as a father, I guess, as a partner. Get into some topics and ask questions, or if there's anything that we can bring in terms of tools that have certainly helped me along the way, then please feel free to jump in, ask questions, or stop me at any time. I'm a willing listener as well as a presenter. So with that, as Alicia said, born and bred in Dublin, and divorce came to me in quite a traumatic way, in that I stepped into fatherhood in what can only be decided as in deep water. My partner at the time was actually epileptic, and we had been navigating the pregnancy with her epilepsy along the way, thinking that we had nailed it. And my son was born under emergency C-section, which is traumatic and stressful as it is. After 22 hours in labor, he just was not coming out. So with that, we had an emergency C-section, and I left the hospital that night, believing everything was okay. I got a phone call at 6 o'clock the next morning telling me to rush into the hospital, that my partner had had an epileptic seizure whilst changing my 2-day-old son and had dropped him on the floor. So all panic ensued. The doctors didn't know what to do. They separated my son and my ex-wife, his mother, after 2 days. So it was a baptism of fire for me, running between intensive care, looking after her, feeding him, absolutely distraught. I think I left hospital 2 days later, just a broken man. Literally, I fell asleep on my garage floor, crying myself to sleep. So it was not the most exciting time, but it was a beautiful time, but also a very challenging time. So the trauma of that really, I it was one thing that I never really attached to. I thought I was just autopilot as a dad, just get it done. You can do it. My dad did it. And I just went into autopilot. And as such, 6 months later, I decided to move my family across the country to a new job, because I thought a new job would fix it all, more money. It was about my career, almost to distract me from what had happened with the birth of my son. But what ensued was a total breakdown of marriage, isolation, depression. I pretty much was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. And because I was carrying so much as a father, as a partner. And with that, about 5 months later, so this is a year into my son being born, new job, I then was challenged with divorce. At that time, was I looking after myself? No, I was drinking. I was disassociating with everything through work, and yeah, just not taking care of myself, and in many ways not taking care of anyone else. So that was when the divorce came in, and we tried everything to rescue our marriage, as you do, counseling, etc. But unfortunately, the divorce was at that stage the only way that I felt I could get my life back together and take control again. We had separated in so many ways as a partnership, a very young couple, and yeah, like many couples who have children, and at a very young age, without support, without family, the stress was just, unbearable at times. So back to Perth, and yeah, we went through divorce. So it was at that point in my life where I had to make a decision. And I think Matt was talking about earlier on, it was what I could do to change my life, where I could take responsibility. And that was looking at things like alcohol, drugs, porn, all the vices in my life that were suffocating me in many ways. So, as an Irishman who has drank for or had drank alcohol for almost 15 or 20 years of his life, that was the first thing that I looked at. And I set myself a challenge. And I stopped drinking and haven't had a drink for nearly 9 years now. So, but it wasn't easy. Yeah, it's one of those things that, people still struggle to understand how an Irishman doesn't drink alcohol. Number one, so the stereotypical part to that. But navigating that at the start of that divorce journey was really tough, because I faced a lot of isolation. I faced a lot of questioning around me as a person. Why was I not drinking? Was something wrong with me? So I had to set myself a really measurable challenge to do this and overcome it. And I started with 6 months. So I started with a 6 months challenge with me and a friend of mine. And I said that for 6 months I wasn't going to drink alcohol. And these were the measures behind it, but also there was consequences behind it as well. So we set up some challenges with my friends because a lot of people ask me how I stopped drinking and managed to stay on that path, because a lot of people can stop drinking and slip back into it. So the challenge was the most important thing, and also having that accountability of a friend in as part of that process to keep me on track, because it is about reaching out to people who you can trust, reaching out to mentors, reaching out to family, anybody who can support you along that journey with anything that you're trying to overcome. And alcohol was a big one for me. As I said, I had started drinking very young when I was in Ireland because it was the thing to do. So it was something that you've done all your life. But unfortunately, it obviously wasn't helping me, especially in the divorce. So it was a case of doing what was right for my son, doing what was right for me, and also ensuring that whilst my son's mother wasn't particularly mentally well or physically well, that I was the anchor for him in his life at a very young age. And that stuck with me for so long. So, in many ways, in any challenges that I have in life, I will always look to have some mentor or have some accountability buddies along the way with me, and to really navigate anything I'm trying to shift and change. And I think 9 years into being divorced and having changed my life so much, that was such a key aspect in those early days, because they are the hardest days, like anything. If you're going to the gym, or you're changing out, you're not drinking alcohol, or if it's anything porn or whatever, just having those support systems is has been really vital for me to change and shift through that. So those were the big ones in early days of divorce. And it has allowed me now to really build a beautiful blended family. I'm getting married again this year, so that's going to be pretty incredible in Ireland with no alcohol. So really excited for that. But I think since I've made some of those choices, I've been able to call in the right people into my life, the right energies into my life, and rebuilt with my beautiful partner, Brooke, of 6 years, who has a daughter. I obviously have my own son. So we've navigated the blended family aspect of which we see so much these days. And it really is so rewarding, but also challenging in many ways, because you're not only have you your own child, you obviously are bringing in a new child into your world who has a paternal father and also a paternal mother. So you now have four parents, and in the mix, plus the two kids in the mix as well. So for us, again, what we started out on this journey was just having really key communication with each of those parents to ensure that everybody was on the same level playing field. Because the one thing I see more and more in my father's groups and in my men's groups is how children become stuck in the middle of blended families so much, and can be used as pawns and as pieces of that in not a healthy way. So really taking a stand for the children and working as parents together. And that was a very early discussion to say that the the most important thing is the children, and how we behave towards each other is about the children. It's not about us anymore. And that is difficult for a lot of people to move away from. But it's also about how can you communicate that way in an open manner without hurting anybody, and ensuring that everybody is focused on the kids. And that actually happens with just sitting around the table with the co-parents and actually determining what are some of those foundations, what are some of those boundaries that we put in both households around the children. And I think that is really vital. Children love boundaries, they love safety. And if we can build that out, then that has been an absolute success in our blended family, to allow us to really forge a relationship on both sides, because it is absolutely crucial that the children are not as affected as much as possible in this whole process. And I am a real advocate for that in my fathering projects and fathering circles. And I really encourage the men to step in and lean into that process and take that leadership piece in having those conversations, and continuing to put the children as the forefront of that conversation, which is really challenging when there's a lot of emotion involved, but it has been an absolutely crucial element to the success of blended family life for us in many ways.
That's really beautiful. I so appreciate you modeling that and living that life and really putting children at the forefront. I know that that's something that's important to everyone that's here. Brian advocates a lot for the children and fathers, and it's, yeah, guys, if you want to jump on it all to ask him any questions, any comments throughout this, I feel like I was gonna say, I think Calvin might have something to say.
Hey Connor, I got a quick question for you in regards to your son. When your ex had accidentally dropped him, was there any type of injuries that happened to your son?
No, thankfully. I think because, I mean, you can always remember how soft they are at that age. I think he literally just bounced. And I can laugh about it now, but I didn't laugh at the time. But they literally just said that he kind of bounced on the floor and he was just lying there. He was crying, but thankfully there was no damage, because I think some of the hardest part was in all of that is, and in a situation like that, it's very difficult, but they really made my ex-wife feel like she had done something terrible. And I think the shame for her was that, they wouldn't allow her to hold him after that, unless it was supervised. And I understood some of it, but the connection between the mother and the child in those early days, skin to skin, just they made her feel terrible about it. And I think there, and I firmly believe that my son and his mother's relationship was actually affected by that whole process, because they were separated very early. I took on that caring role of him almost instantaneously. So we had an attachment which at times became quite unhealthy, because he just saw me as that total mother and father role to him. And equally, we both felt that in that whole process, because I felt so much pressure to be there and to be present. And she was isolated and drugged up in a different department. So he wasn't necessarily physically harmed, but I think emotionally there was a huge effect on that whole process, and effectively in our marriage after that, because there was postnatal depression. There was just such a lack of confidence in breastfeeding and being with him, that again, that connection, mother-child connection, was really affected. And in many ways, in our early days, I was like, oh, it's beautiful to have him so close to me. But then that also created a dependency in us, that in those early days, especially of our divorce, it was very difficult to get him to separate from me, take him to school, take him to crash. Just the levels of distraught that he was seeing. And I would go to work distraught, and I would be emotionally broken in that process, because I would just be a bad father. How could I leave him? Why did I leave the hospital that night? Why didn't I just stay? All those things kept I kept reliving, and that trauma and energy I must have just embodied for so long until I started doing men's work and breath work and trauma work to actually get in and release so much of that, because I always had so much father's guilt that I just didn't do enough.
It's really powerful. I appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah,
And
thank you for
Connor?
sharing that. Appreciate that, Connor.
No, thanks for the question.
I feel like people don't necessarily talk about father's guilt often enough, but that's a thing. I think that
Oh, yeah.
oftentimes that's more something that they assign to the mothers when they drop them off. And so I'm really grateful that it's coming forward that, of course, like it's something that fathers also feel, because the bond with mothers and fathers to their children, it's not to say that one is more than the other just because of the gender and the role that you play in that, right? Like it's the connection that you have to your child. So thank you for bringing that forward.
Mm-hmm. And so much of it is also associated with the relationship we had with our fathers, and the roles they played in a generation where it was traditional in many ways. I was one of four boys, and my dad worked 12, 13 hours a day for the Irish government. My mum raised us, and I didn't really get to know my dad until I was playing rugby, and when I was almost 14 or 15. Now, he was still part of my life, but it was my mum who ruled the roost. So we had a deeply masculine woman in our house running the household. And my dad was what, and, you know, it took a long time as well to accept that. He just did the best he could. He provided us with everything. And those days, it was about providing financially for us so that in a house of six people, we had food, we had everything we needed. But also we missed that masculine presence. So
Right.
when I became a father, I almost overcompensated because I was like, well, my dad wasn't around, so I'm going to be around all the time. And that pressure on me created so much in that I wanted a better job, I wanted more money. I took a 5-month-old baby across the country for a job because I thought if I can make that work, I'll make everything else work. But that wasn't the traditional role that we had. It just wasn't the same, but it was what I had felt I could do. Um, but emotionally, it's a totally different journey to go on, especially with the new baby in a big city, and no other support around us. So it was, but the father guilt is real. It still is, my son's 10, and this fed a lot into work-life balance for me, and quality over quantity. And I'll always remember I was working with one of my mentors early on after my divorce, and I used to beat myself up so much that I wasn't having enough time with my son. He didn't know that I was with him, or I was always yearning to be with him, and I had that attachment with him. Um, and the one thing he always said to me, he said, there are fathers who are with their kids 100% of the time, and they probably have 10% of quality time with them. And he said, in the 60% of time you have with your son, make it 100% quality when you can. So what I then viewed was, okay, so when he is with me, what can I do in that time to make sure it has the quality that I do turn up, I do show up for him and for me, and that I'm present, connected, and intentional in how I am with him, as opposed to just being around him and woe is me and feeling I should be doing more. And that hit me quite hard because I was like, okay, so if it's quality, what can I do differently? And it snapped me out of a lot of the pity party I had for myself, because I was like, oh, I'm such an amazing dad. And it's like, well, how do you show up? How are you bringing some of those disciplines in your life into your son, creating boundaries for the two of you to have a really healthy relationship. So it was definitely a quality piece for me. And I still, to this day, you know, he's 10 now. And when we have both kids, it's about quality. It's like, you know, how can we give them the time they need and the time they want, and surrender to that a little bit, you know? So we have times during the day where we'll have what we call the golden hour. And the golden hour is where we give the kids 1 hour each of our time once a week, and they get to choose whatever they want, however they want. We do it. So I've been dressed up as Barbie. I've been out on trampolines. I've been skinny dipping at the beach. You name it, they choose it, we do it. So it's a beautiful to step into their world, but it was a really beautiful connection tool for me and the kids, and also my goddaughter, or sorry, my stepdaughter. For me to connect more with her, just to have one-on-one time. So it's a great tool just to have that dedicated time in their world, because who knows what you get up to, but it certainly brings the quality.
I love how much fun you have with them, and you let them just like choose what you want to do and create that beautiful quality time. It's awesome.
Yeah. And it's one of those things, right? Because we're so distracted with phones, we're so distracted with work, especially with my work. I work, 12, 13 hours a day, and I am always on my phone because I'm a market trader. So the market always dictates a lot of times what I do and how I do it.
Sure.
But also it gives me some space. It gives me some time. I know my calendar and I look and go, actually, hang on. There's an hour coming up where I just get to be free.
You're like, what do you want to do,
guys? yeah, almost, exactly. Yeah, I'm almost like, why don't we don't do this? And they're like, no, this is our choice, Dad. It's our choice, So but it just creates some space, and I think it just creates an awareness of, even when those times aren't in the book, it's like, okay, it's time to shut off and it's time to have some quality time. And because I always know myself, where the kids are coming into my office, they're yearning for some time and some conversation, or just to sit with me. So it's like, you know what? You have to be disciplined and just stop what you're doing and have that couple of minutes, or set up a time with them and say, look, in half an hour, I'm done. Let's do something, and allow them to be seen and heard, and then actually, have that time, because I'm a big kid and I love having fun. So, why not? Why not step into their worlds a little bit more, and even go back to us having fun as dads. This is it. Like, dads, we don't play enough. We don't have that time. Everything's really serious. It's like, man, we just want to play. So it's like, it really is about just for us, downtime, connection, and being that childlike self again.
Yeah, absolutely. We were actually talking about that earlier. Matt, did you want to say something, or is it just?
Yeah, if I can.
Absolutely.
I think that's amazing. Thank you for sharing your story, Connor. It's beautiful to hear more about you, and the challenges and the evolution, and what you've navigated. But I think what we were speaking about earlier, like with being a child, and what Brian spoke into about that power of choice. And I really think it's so beautiful, Connor, that you're giving that power hour, and you're giving that power of choice to your kids to do whatever they want to do, and then just really falling into that jester, playful, fun, playing adventure, that energy to just be. So yeah, man, I'm taking some inspiration from yourself, and man, like my 14-month-old man, it's all he wants to do is play at the moment. So
yeah,
thank you, my man. I appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it.
I'm gonna take that power hour as a thing moving forward when he can speak.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just I think it's a beautiful way for us men to get out of our heads and into our hearts and really connect back into the child, that is in us, all of us, that beautiful inner child who just wants to play and be loved and be seen. And your kids will find them. The kids will draw it out. They just have such an amazing energy to, you know, and your head will mess with you because they'll ask you to do things that you don't want to do. You're gonna like, really? Ah. But when you surrender into that, those are the memories, because there's still times they'll turn around to you and say, oh, do you remember when we did this? And you're like, how do you remember that? It's like, it just means so much. The resonance to them is that those are the things that matter. Those are the times that
Yeah.
matter. And when you allow that space, it's just a beautiful thing. So more for the hour of power.
Yeah, man. I look forward to getting dressed up like Scooby Doo.
Well, when you get done like Barbie or something else, you got to send some pictures.
Oh, amazing. That's so funny. Well, I want to honor the time too. We have about 8 minutes left before we get to switch to our last speaker before our VIP panel, Mr. Calvin Evans. So if anybody wants to jump on, ask Connor any more questions, or Connor, tell us more about vices and how to take control of your life.
Yeah. Unless there's any questions, I think I touched on it earlier around vices and the numbing out that as men in particular we slip into in many ways. And in Mind Fit movement with Matt, we focus on this a lot in terms of holding each other accountable in our vices and ensuring that we are really stepping into leadership and being the men that we want. And vices they're never ashamed, or they're never held against people. It's something that as a society we do more and more, and I think we see this more in social media, and also how also we can take control of it, in terms of that, the power in being able to control the vices, and the numbing out, and what freedom that can give us is so powerful as men. I think that's really where we step into leadership, because we are removing things in our life that control us or numb us out or take us away from reality in many ways. And alcohol was my biggest vice, there's no doubt about it, plus drugs, recreational drugs, but alcohol was my big thing. I came from, as I said, a household where my dad wasn't there when I was young. So I was in the pub at 12 years of age. I started drinking when I was 12. I mean, then that's a common theme in Ireland, in many ways. So, but it was a way to numb out and just escape what was going on in the house at the time. And I think we see so many young people nowadays looking at those kind of vices. Social media is the big one, really, I think, which is the challenge of our times, especially as fathers. And I know with a 10 and a 9-year-old that even how they are emotionally growing up so fast, but really not in many ways. It's just technology is moving them along so fast now that being able to handle some of their vices even, and our own within that, because if they see us sitting on our phones and on social media all the time, then we're setting the example. And then what else that leads to, how does that end up in different substances, or vaping is the big one nowadays, I think, as a vice for kids being addicted at 12, 13 years of age with anxiety, and they're vaping and using that as a tool to try and numb out. So I guess the lessons for us even in our days was, I mean, alcohol seemed to be the big one, but how we can manage that and hold each other accountable. I think as men, we really set the tone in the house, in the workplace, and also just in society. In a lot of the groups I work with, it's just setting the example of, what you can do differently and how you can set yourself up for success around devices, which, as again, we've seen so successful in our MindFit movement because we have groups of men holding each other accountable. And men fall off the perch all the time, but it's how you get back on and start again. And even Adam would know this with his challenges, that it's about, tomorrow's another day. Become accountable, start again, and don't give up. And that's how you conquer the vices. And I think it's a true test, but also the reward is phenomenal because it just flows into your life in so many ways.
Thank you so much for all of that, Connor. I really appreciate your wisdom, your time, your candor, the childlike charisma I love for us to get to play and indulge our inner child. It's been a true pleasure to have you here today.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Been a
Thank
pleasure.
you.
And I think just to Adam's question, I'd like to see how surprising an hour of power with teens would be, because I think teens would love that space to connect in with you as a dad in many ways. Might take a little bit more work, and who knows what you'd get up to. You could end up in the pub, but again, just giving them that opportunity is even more interesting, because they can get creative, or they just feel that they're being heard or seen in that. Might not work every time, but there's beauty in just trying it.
To be certain. Well, Connor, please do put your contact information in the chat so that if anyone would like to connect with you later, that you aren't already working with in Australia, that they can. And we are pretty much at time. Connor, if you can stay with us for our last, fantastic. If you need to run, that's also totally A-okay, as always. So our last speaker, last but not least, is a very dear friend with me. As I've mentioned many times, he has been with us since the beginning, the first Men's Summit in 2020. Calvin Evans is, I know, it's very long ago since Calvin Evans is from the US. He's a veteran. He owns Exodus Ventures. He is a personal trainer and, just an all-around amazing human being. And he's going to be talking to us about some pretty tender topics this evening that I think don't really get brought up very often, which is navigating slander, parental alienation, and father's rights. So Calvin, thank you, my friend. Take the floor.
Alicia, I just want to say thank you so much again for putting on an amazing men's summit. Each person that has come and spoken has just been fuel and encouragement for the soul. So there's much respect and honor to each of the men that have shared from their experiences and their lives, tender, sweet, difficult, however the story is played out. I appreciate each of what you've been able to do as far as share and give tools to others. And so I am humbled to be a part of this amazing group. So thank you. And thank you, Alicia, for having the platform to be able to share this. As I've been here throughout this day, I've been thinking about how to best approach this in a way that's honoring. As men, we are taught to protect those around us that we love and care for, even if we're hurt. And so the situation.
Oh, my friend, you froze. We'll give him a moment. And life is funny, and technology, how it does these things to us periodically. We will be having the VIP panel from 7 to 8:30 p.m. this evening as we weave through conversation between the different speakers. And that's totally fine. Matt, enjoy your time with your family. Thank you. And we will see you around. So the VIP panel will be a collection of the speakers, many of whom you have heard from today and some of which you have not. So Hunter Teets will be joining us this evening on the VIP panel. He is a psychologist, counselor, whatnot, in the US, actually in my town that I'm currently living in, of Charlottesville, Virginia. John Tyler Foley will be joining us from Canada. And we have Simeon Copeland, who is also from the Virginia area. He is an entrepreneur and personal trainer, and he will be presenting tomorrow, as will Hunter Teets and Sean Tyler Foley. And Adam will be joining us. Connor will be joining us. Brian will be joining us, all in our own special different ways that usually come forth. It'll be really interesting to see how things come together. At this point, we don't have any attendees for the VIP panel. It will just be all of you and your own authentic and enriching conversations. Whatever naturally comes forth as our topics of conversation is what we get to just dive into with a little bit of fun and courage. Silver reminded me that I'm not supposed to say vulnerability anymore because he feels that there's too many vulnerable men. So we're supposed to talk about courage as being ourselves and our radical truths. So I thought that was something that we can also potentially discuss, that conversation, that nuance, and how men come forward and feel that they need to be protectors and providers, and that oftentimes stating things as vulnerability can take away from that feeling of security to provide. Whereas if you use the words of courage and radical truth telling, that it empowers versus taking to a lower space. Food for thought for later as Calvin joins us once more. Perfect. Calvin, unmute. Unmute, my friend. Unmute. Unmute. Ding, ding. Ding, ding.
Okay, I got you. Okay, I got you. Sorry
We're
about
on.
that. For whatever
Perfect
reason,
timing,
as I was getting started, my tablet decided just to punch out. So thankfully, I've got a phone that works just as well. So
That's fantastic. Apparently,
thank
I
you.
was supposed to give the promotion for the VIP panel at 7, so I got
Nice.
you.
I'm glad that it worked out fine then. Okay, so as I was saying before, as men and as fathers, we are taught to protect and honor and uphold those whom we love and care for. However, in that process, sometimes we as men aren't honored or protected or thought high enough to be able to be seen as men of valor or men of honor at times. And so my process is that as much as I would love to be able to share that it was an amicable divorce, it was a very messy one. Messy in terms of feelings that were hurt, things that were said, and things that were said that were very damaging, that I'm still trying to work through in terms of my relationship with my older kids. So what I want to bring to the table this evening is the silent but horrible way that fathers or men are treated in the court systems today. And if there is an ability for someone that is angry or hurt to get even with a father, the best way to do so, and it's amazing how often this has happened, is slander. Slander meaning anything that is untrue that would cause undue harm and destruction to the name of a person. And so I share this because as a father, my dad, even though I didn't have a good relationship with him, he was a very he was very much brought up on honor. Honor meaning that as a soldier, as a warrior, that your name is important. That when you are born in this world, you're given a name. And then when you leave this world, whatever that name stood for will be remembered. And so a name is very important to me. Learning people's names are important to me. understanding that your name is a representation of yourself and of your legacy. And today in the courts today, the way that the courts work is that if a spouse feels wronged, that if there is ample enough wording to, even if it's not true, to share within the courts, and there are corroborating, and I'll say this loosely, corroborating individuals that will back up that hurting spouse, that problems will arise. And I'm speaking in generalities because I want to be able to set the stage for the process that I've been through since 2020. So I've known Alicia since 2020, and Alicia has been a great friend and has watched me in this process, how I have reacted, how I've dealt with this, and she's heard intimate details. And so out of respect for my kids and my name, what I want to share is that in a divorce, unfortunately, when feelings are hurt, kids are forgotten. And when kids are forgotten, they can be used as pawns by either side to hurt and inflict pain on the other. And the worst pain that I think that I've heard so far is the slander of a spouse, whether you dislike them or not, but the slander of a spouse of saying that they've abused their child in a physical or a sexual way, knowing that it's not true, and using that in order to inflict amounts of pain and horror on the spouse in question, as well as causing problems for the kids in terms of who do they trust, why is it that it's going this far, why are my parents acting this way, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter who's right or who's wrong, because in the kids' eyes, it just happened. And because it happened, they're hurt, and the pain and the sorrow is expounded. And for fathers, and I didn't realize this, that fathers' rights, not just in the United States, but around the world, have been trampled on in the courts more so than any other, excuse me, any other situation that I'm finding out through fathers' rights activists, groups that are doing the research, and the numbers that are coming up. And I'm not talking about all the stories that we've heard about the fathers that aren't there for their kids. I'm not talking about the ones that are physically abusive to their families. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the good fathers. I'm talking about the fathers that care for their family enough to be able to do whatever they can to grow and take care of their fathers. And then if things don't work out, how they are pretty much destroyed using the court system. And because of certain individuals, whether in the community or in seats of government, see that as a means of getting income, meaning child support. Child support is a huge income that the counties and the states use in order to help fund some of their things. And I know all this because of the process that I went through and clearing my name. And the story is that I was at work. I was called accidentally by a Department of Human Services social worker asking to get in touch with my ex, which raised a red flag for me. And I said, "Who is this calling?" And then when they realized that that they had gotten the wrong number, they hung up. 2 days later, I was contacted and asked to meet with a social worker and a police officer, where that I was under investigation for abusing my kids. Now, when I was confronted and I expressed how I felt this was not only unfair, but it didn't seem that it was done in a way that was honoring at all, because you're guilty regardless of whatever's said. once the accusation is there, the goal is to try and prove your innocence. And so from that point forward, that was my goal, to prove my innocence. Once I was found out that I was under investigation from the Department of Human Services, the tactics come in where they don't tell you that you're going to be in court. Thankfully, I was in communication with the county clerk to find out what was going on with my case at the moment. And they said, hey, did you know that you had a court case today and that you're going to need to be here by a certain time? I said, no one contacted me about that. It's a common tactic within the Department of Human Services and social workers that they won't tell you unless it's too late. And then you'll wind up becoming in contempt of court and have to pay fines. And for those that are here on a green card or anything like that, can be deported immediately. See, these are things that you're not told about until it happens to you. And so I went through a crash course of what it means to be a dad, to try and stand up against lies. Thankfully, I had people that were around me that I trusted that came to my support. Alicia being a wonderful ear to listen and support and encourage. I have friends that were in the church that encouraged me as well. And what was really important is that I tried to figure out, how do I navigate the court system? That was my biggest, because that's, as I try and figure out how to deal with this situation, not only was my name being slandered, but then if I didn't have my my game intact, I was going to wind up going to jail. That was it, and I can't. That's not going to happen. In my family, that's not going to happen. It wasn't going to happen, and it wasn't going to be a part of my legacy of me going to jail ever. So I wound up, thankfully, getting an email from an old lawyer who has courses online that teaches you how to represent yourself. So I wound up taking one of his courses and actually talking with him about my situation. And he was a source of inspiration and encouragement and resources that I could spend thousands of dollars on and still not be able to deal or answer the questions that were posed to me in court. And I'm truly thankful for that. While I was going through this process, he taught me how to write what truly happened. And because I was able to do that, I was able to tell not only my story, I was also able to tell the courts that they won't ever find anything. And I also told the courts how the Department of Human Services at that time, how they treated me and how it acted. It was all inside the court system. So that way, if I needed to appeal or anything like that, it was all there. If I hadn't known that, I wouldn't be here talking with you today. And because of that, it helped me to place myself in a way that gave me strength. Meaning that as I was trying to prove my innocence throughout that whole entire process, you are seen differently as an African American man, and walking in a way that I am wanting to be honorable as well as be honored. There are certain levels of things that I won't stand for. I don't stand for racism. I don't care for it. And I don't back down from anyone. Number two, I don't enjoy having to confront someone if I don't have to, but I'm not afraid to. As a father, I don't mind being a man, and I enjoy being a man, and I have no problem with saying that there are two genders. I have no question whatsoever in terms of where I stand on what I believe at all. What I cannot stand is people who lie in order to receive funds in order to further their own agendas. And unfortunately, in my community, that was the case, using me as an example. And I'm gonna narrow this down and funnel this down to this. I was one of 5 men in my community that were falsely accused of abusing kids. One of 5. Thankfully, each of the men were proven to be free and that it was a lie. But the process that we all had to go through in order to work through that was difficult. With being in the community, the looks, the stares, the accusations, and the difficulty that I find the most aren't the perpetrators themselves. It's the men and the women that were supposedly believers or Christians that sided with them and didn't want to encourage or find out the true story or find out what really happened. Those are the people that I have problems and issues with. I don't mind, excuse me, someone who might be misinformed. I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem if someone is willfully ignorant and they want to stay ignorant. That's the issue that I have. And so since 2020, it took 2.5 years of blood, sweat, and tears, going before courts, standing firm on the truth, and having corroboration as far as my character, my name, investigations that were done on me. I had at least 3 investigations done on me. And yet I'm here to say, as a father, as a man, I am grateful and thankful for the support that I received in that from friends and family that stood behind me to be able to be the person that I am today and to share my story. And I'm sharing my story and being vulnerable with you all to let you know that it's more widespread than I realized. I didn't understand how widespread this is. There's an organization called Dad Talk Today, and I'll make sure that's in the chat, that they're on Facebook, they're on Twitter, and they're on YouTube. That they are highlighting the injustices of men, not only in the United States, but all over the world, that aren't able to see their kids because of parental alienation. And what parental alienation is when the spouse badmouths the spouse to a child, blaming that person, that individual, for all the problems and the woes they face, causing disruption. And it's also, in some states, they call it child abuse. Unfortunately, in Colorado, here, even though it is something that can be talked about, it's very rarely that it's prosecuted on. And so the father rights advocacy groups, I highly recommend hearing their stories, hearing what's going on in the court systems, and then how to change it. What I want to say is this: as a father, I'm also a leader in my community. And being a leader in the community means confronting corruption, confronting lies, and confronting things that are being used to ruin the reputations of individuals that all they're trying to do is live a life and do the best that they can with what they have. And so my encouragement is that men, that you talk with each other, with the ones that you trust, encourage each other and stand behind one another, especially when it comes to court. Show up in droves and encourage each other, because unfortunately, depending on the man, if he's all alone, he has a higher risk of suicide because of the pressure of being named for doing something that he didn't do, and has no control over how he's going to be treated moving forward in terms of his work, in terms of his moving forward, in terms of anything in stature in life. He will be affected unless he is encouraged to be able to stand on the truth and expose it for what it is. And I'm not talking about those that have actually committed the crime. I'm talking about those that are accused. That's what I'm talking about. There's a big difference. Men that come together and expose this type of thing needs to happen in communities all across the nation and around the world. That you stand up and that you share and say no more of this. And those that continue to lie, that you expose them for what they do, and whoever exposes or continues to lie, they're exposed as well. And by confronting them and asking them, where are your facts at? How do you know that that's true? I thought that the person is innocent until proven guilty, not guilty until proven innocent. And then from there, holding a standard and saying, I'm sorry, if that person owns a business, I'm not going to frequent your business anymore because you want to use that type of communication in order to hurt. and destroy the lives of others. Those are important aspects within a community that I believe that men can come together and stand up for and be supportive of. And last but not least is this. My process has been 2 years because I got in touch with the Department of Human Services and asked them, why was their social worker allowed to do this? When that wasn't confronted, I went to the headquarters of the Department of Human Services in Denver, asked, why aren't you holding them accountable? Because laws were broken when you slander someone, at least in the state of Colorado. Why isn't that taken care of? When that didn't happen, I talked to the Attorney General's office. I've talked to pretty much anyone and everyone to hear this. And unfortunately, as of right now, because men are so busy trying to survive and take care of their families and friends, it's not a topic for them to make of importance yet. However, all it takes, as we've seen with COVID, that if you want something done, if men come together and say, we need you to pay attention to this, otherwise your infrastructure is going to stop for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks. Imagine how many men would it take to stop building a road, building a city, laying bricks, doing plumbing, electricity, just for enough to get someone's attention. It would be a priority very quickly. And I'm sharing all this to bring a light to a situation that's been under the surface for so long that needs to be brought out and dealt with and discussed more openly. And those that perpetrate this type of action, if there were harsher consequences for perpetrating lies or slander or things like this wouldn't happen as often. And since there's incentives for the departments or the counties to go along with this, it's allowed to continue. And so there's a lot that has happened over the last few years. I think the biggest thing that as I come out of it now, and as I think about it over the last couple of years, as much as I disliked it, as much as I hated it, it has made me more stronger than anything I could have ever imagined. It has helped deepen my care for men, to hear their pain and to not dismiss it. It's helped me to be more encouraging, that regardless of how long it takes for something to get done, don't ever stop saying what is true and to stand on the truth. And number 3, it has encouraged me to remind me the importance of what it looks like to have a brotherhood. Men that work together, support one another, encourage one another, can be there for each other, and can bring change to their communities. So hopefully that was helpful. And if there's questions, I would love to answer questions as much as I can. But hopefully that was a thread that can be followed, and we can make a difference for those that might be listening to this or have gone through something similar, or know family and friends that have gone through something similar, of how to encourage them.
Thank you so much, Calvin, for your courage in sharing all of this with us, and for the strength that it's taken you for all these years working through it. So it's important to bring these things forward. And it is rather unfortunate that people have become so cavalier with their words in regards to slander, and even going so far as to trying to blackmail people. It is, in fact, a felony offense to slander or blackmail people, which many people don't understand. And if I think they knew, they might be a little less cavalier on social media and in general with people, if they took that into consideration, and if the courts and justice system did in fact hold people to the law that stands. So for anyone listening, please do be aware of that and your rights within it. So thank you. At least in this country, to my knowledge. I don't know state by state law, but I know in Colorado and in Washington state, that is absolutely a fact.
Mm-hmm. So I'm more than welcome to answer certain questions in regards to, does anybody have any questions in terms of the process of what I went through? Questions in terms of, as a man, how do you ride the line of not being bitter in that process? How to be caring and loving, but yet stand firm and be okay in my masculinity? Any questions whatsoever?
Ryan.
Calvin, so I want to jump on in here real quick. I'm sorry, I had to take a phone call, so I didn't catch all of it. But in regards to slander, people want to slander you. They want to talk about you, things like this. If that is happening to you, has there ever been a time where you kind of just shut it all down and went, you know what? I'm not going to let any of this get to me. I'm going to let my actions as a man and as a father speak for who I am, and let everybody else judge me and not worry about who says what to you. Because again, if you're talking about people, trying to slander you, they're running their mouth about you, they're talking about you. If you stand firm on who you are and let your actions speak louder than anything else, at some point, no matter what people are going to say about you, the eyes watching you are going to go, they're going to change from, yeah, I bet he is that, to, you know what? I don't know, because what I see isn't matching what's been said. So is there ever a time where you've kind of caught yourself and gone, you know what? Say whatever you want, but I'm steadfast in who I am, and you're going to watch me, and you're going to change your perspective from my actions?
Brian, I appreciate that. That is awesome. Yes, actually. There's a process in the and I want to share this as well. This isn't a new thing that happens. Godly men or good men in a community that change the community, those that want to take over community, attack good men. And so when that happens, in the process, you must be doing something right, number one. Number two, I found myself in this process as I was standing on the truth that I didn't care what other people thought. That wasn't the issue for me. What I cared about was, how am I going to provide not only for myself, but the responsibilities that I have, because this can affect my ability to work. And the jobs that I work require a clearance, require different things. How do I move forward with that? And when I talked with the older lawyer, he was just great. He said, Calvin, you're in a difficult spot. However, it's not impossible. You can make it. And so when another gentleman spoke into my life and gave me the tools that I needed in order to defend myself, that's when I knew that things were going to be just fine. That as I stand and as I go through this battle, and as I go through this process, that number one, not only am I going to be okay, but if I kept it to myself and if I didn't say anything, and I would just be silently going through this, then I wouldn't have gotten the tools and the help that I needed at the time.
So what you were just saying, when I went through my divorce and my custody battle, and that's not something I brought up here because that's a whole nother conversation, a whole nother topic. But when I went through mine, I was I was hearing all these different things, and people were saying all these different things about me, and I didn't share anything. I was just trying to battle through it. But the more I opened up, the more I found that so many other people were in this situation, and so many other fathers were in this situation. And at one point, a lawyer told me, if you give them, not talking to me, talking about the situation I was in, if you give them enough rope, they will hang themselves. You don't need to do anything. You need to be a good father that you are, and just leave it at that. And all those people that were talking about me, eventually some of them came to me and said, how dare you talk bad about me in public? And I kind of went, me? I haven't said anything about you. And these people were like, well, a bunch of people around town are now saying that I'm the one who's wrong, and I did this and I did that. And I kind of stopped, and before I got angry, I took a second. I went, it worked. And then I responded with, I will tell you this. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I've never said a single word about you. But what has happened is you tried so hard to slander me and defame me that everybody finally started to see my actions, and they realized you were the one who was the problem. You were the one lying. He was not lying. So for guys like you and the issues you're talking about, I would say this to anybody, any man out there going through this, any father going through this, a separation, a divorce, or anything, and dealing with the issues of slander, dealing with the issues of being defamed and things like this. You need to take that little switch of I'm going to listen to everything everybody else says and all the negativity that enters your mind, and you need to cut it the F off, and you need to be in your fatherhood, focus solely on your fatherhood, and let all of that other nonsense drift away, because that's when you find, like you were saying, Calvin, that's when you find that the truth holds firm. And it never mattered what they said. You stand firm in your truth. You stand firm in your fatherhood. You be there for your children, and everybody else is going to hang themselves with their own words.
Exactly, Brian. Exactly. And the biggest thing that I want to share for fathers that are going through this out there is that you got to give yourself time. More than anything, you got to give it time, because truth will always outlast a lie. It doesn't matter how many lies have been told, the truth will come forth and it will present itself. Give it the time that it needs. That's something that has been crucial for me in this whole process, is trusting the time and trusting that that the world has a way of working things out. Things wind up working out.
Yeah, and to your point, the truth will always hold and withstand the test of time. You as a father, or anybody out there who's watching as a father, if you are dealing with these issues now, if you are dealing with all these voices, if you are dealing with this slander, understand that the only way slander and the only way that the lies work is they are loud enough to convince people. You say it loud enough, long enough, over and over again, that people will believe it. Well, if we're going to talk about that and being so loud, the only thing that's louder is the test of time. And you can scream at me and lie about me as long as you want, day after day, week after week, month after month. But eventually, no matter how long it takes, years and decades of loyalty to your family and your children will always outlast those temporary lies. So you're right. You got to just stay with it. You got to stand firm in it, and you got to let that test of time go through it. And yeah, it does take some time, and it's going to be really hard not to let those voices in sometimes. But men out there, fathers, we have to, like I said, we have to take action, and we have to stand up and be exactly who we know we are, be proud of who we are, and live in that truth. Nothing else matters. Nothing anybody says about you or Connor or Adam or any of the guys in this panel or any other father out there in the world. If you are a devoted, loving, dedicated dad, nothing anybody says can take that away from you. That's what men need to stay on. They need to stay on the fact that you can't tear me down. I might be an emotional person as a man. I might have my strengths and my weaknesses, but as a father, I am a fucking rock. And I am a rock in a river. And all those lies tumbling over me are going to do nothing but eventually turn me into this smooth, beautiful stone. So keep that river flowing if that's what you got to do. I'm never going to change. I'm going to be that rock.
Hear, hear. Beautifully said.
Thank you for that, Brian. Connor, I'd like to have you in here. I'm going to say 3 minutes left so that we can have a very small window of about 3 minutes to transition over to our VIP panel, and then we'll get to all talk again.
I just loved Calvin. Thank you so much, and Brian, for sharing that. I think the brotherhood piece was the one that stood out, and standing together. You know, I hold circle for men week in, week out, and each man's challenge and story as a father, especially around separation and children, is so different. And it's hard not to feel lucky at times with my scenario, where I see other men being absolutely put in a position of great difficulty. And the one thing you really touched on was the suicide, the isolation. As men, the lone wolves, we just go back and we retreat. And I think that is, if you look at the stats, so much of this is around broken families and being left as fathers with no time with kids, money going out to all different types of contributions, and the family court just doesn't support men to get the time and reward that they should as fathers. And
Right.
it's something in Australia we see so much, no, and not just suicide rates, but just fathers in general in terms of access to kids, the slander, the stories. And yeah, I think, as you've all said, it's to encourage men to come together in unity really, to be witnessed and heard and felt seen in that process. And then it's, what can you do next? What avenues are there? It shouldn't be, oh, I just found out from someone over there that I can do this. It's like, where's the structure, or where's the consistency in the approach? And unfortunately, there is no consistency, and you see it day in, day out. So the brotherhood piece is huge, and coming together.
And with that, Connor, I appreciate that, because in the brotherhood, you encourage others that are going through the situation, because they might feel like they're alone. They might feel like they're the only ones going through it. They might feel like no one else will be able to listen or understand what they're going through. But they don't realize that there are others that have gone through probably something similar, and have tools and resources and encouragement of what they did to help them get through it as well. And so that's important, as far as fathers, as men, as leaders, to be there for each other and encourage each other, and to stand with one another, especially in the days in which we live, standing against when something is wrong, to stand firm and to continue to keep sharing the truth, and doing whatever it takes to be able to encourage our brothers, because we need them just like they need us.
Right. And on that powerful message, I'm going to wrap our first day of the 4th Annual Global Men's Summit on Fatherhood. Thank you, everyone, for being here, for your wisdom. Thank you, gentlemen, and your kindness and support with one another. It's always a really beautiful thing to witness, and I have nothing but tremendous gratitude for every single one of you, and admiration. So we are going to click off here. And if you would like to restart that conversation in the VIP panel, we absolutely can. And otherwise, we will start the general admission again tomorrow at 10 a.m. sharp Eastern Standard Time. Thank you.
Sounds great. Thanks so much.